Chapter 1 Mining Slave. Lu Yi carried a mining basket on his back and a mining pick in his hand as he walked forward, step by step, inside a dark and damp mining tunnel. The youth had a sorrowful expression on his face, and his eyes were fixed on the empty space in front of him as though he was staring intently at something. To an outsider there was nothing in front of him. But in reality the youth could see a translucent shadow in his vision. It looked like the shadow of a tree that was gray and indistinct. He could not get a clear glimpse of it. Nevertheless, he could see that it had lush foliage. The tree branches split off from the tree trunk approximately 1/3 of the way along its length, splitting to the left and the right. They were supporting a semicircular canopy. It had been more than a year since he arrived in this world called Jianghu, but he had yet to figure out what that was. All he knew was that if he concentrated hard enough, there was a chance for that shadowy tree to appear in his vision. However, nobody else seemed to notice it. What a depressing life, he sighed. He had suddenly woken up and found himself in this unfamiliar world 1 year ago. Unfortunately, the sect he was staying with had been seized by a gang of thieves before he could familiarize himself with the environment of this world. Many people had been killed during the attack, and he became a prisoner of that gang of thieves along with some other young men and women. They were then sent to this mine to become lowly mining slaves. It wasn't until much later that he learned from the scattered conversations around him that the sect he had previously been staying with was known as Mystical Sky Sect. It was a sect that belonged to the Grand Sky Coalition. Although that sect had an awesome and tyrannical name, it was very small in reality. On the other hand, the sect that attacked Mystical Sky Sect was known as Evil Moon Valley, a sect under the control of Thousand Demon Ridge. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were the two major factions in this world. They were both formed by the union of countless large and small forces that constantly fought against each other with the intention to wipe out the other party. It was said that their battle had been ongoing for several hundred years. In Lu Ye's opinion, the struggle between the two forces was simply a confrontation between the lawful faction and the evil faction. It was also nothing more than an accident that he got dragged into the confrontation. The lands of Jianghu had been ravaged by countless wars over the years. Every year, small forces like Mystical Sky Sect would be wiped out completely, but more forces would soon spring forth like bamboo shoots after rain. These forces would occupy various places and make the situation even more chaotic. Oh well. If I am a mining slave then so be it, Lu Yi comforted himself. Compared to those who were killed, at least I am still alive. It wasn't that he had any special skills or anything that allowed him to survive. It was just that Evil Moon Valley needed people to carry out their miscellaneous chores, and a young person with no cultivation like him was undoubtedly the best choice for that task. In fact, the mining slaves at this mine did not just consist of the members of Mystical Sky Sect but also the disciples of various small clans and sects. Evil Moon Valley was not weak. It had captured many territories over the years, and the original forces in those territories had been wiped out completely. Among those who were defeated, those that were deemed useful had been sent to various places as slaves. None of these people had anything special about them. None of them had been enlightened nor started cultivating, so they were very easy to control. There was a saying in Jianghu that went, demons who were not enlightened had difficulty taking human form, and humans who were not enlightened had difficulty cultivating. To begin cultivating, one needed to unlock their spiritual points. In other words, only those who managed to unlock their spiritual points had the qualifications to begin cultivating. Enlightenment was not an easy thing to achieve. Only 1 out of 100 people could unlock their spiritual points after undergoing systematic training. That probability might increase somewhat if they came from a cultivation clan or sect and received guidance from their elders. Since Lu Yi could not unlock his spiritual points, he could only earn a living by mining in this dim mining tunnel. Fortunately, it wasn't as if mining slaves had no way out of their predicament. If they could successfully achieve enlightenment and report their achievement to the person in charge, they would receive the opportunity to take an assessment. If they passed the assessment, they could become a disciple of Evil Moon Valley. It was just that very few among the mining slaves could achieve enlightenment. How could they achieve enlightenment when they worked all day long in this dim environment and couldn't even get enough food to eat? That was why almost 99% of the mining slaves were resigned to their fate. They worked themselves to the bone every single day just to get a full meal to eat. Lu Yi did not have any sense of belonging towards Mystical Sky Sect. After all, he had only just arrived in this world when Mystical Sky Sect was destroyed. He didn't even know any of the people in the sect. Be that as it may, he did not want to become a disciple of Evil Moon Valley either. It was not part of the lawful force. Just listening to the name gave him an evil vibe. It was bound to be destroyed sooner or later. Even so, he could not spend his entire life as a mining slave in this place. What kind of life would that be? He was one of the elites of the modern era. If he had no dreams or ambitions, how would he be any different from a piece of salted fish? That was why he had been working hard to achieve enlightenment over the past year. At first, he thought that the shadowy tree only he could see would give him some kind of magical help. Unfortunately, the shadowy tree remained nothing more than a shadow. Forget about helping him out, it even affected his vision occasionally. He strongly suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. Turning a corner, he saw a faint light in the distance. It was one of the exits of the mining tunnel. He had a good harvest today. If he turned in the ore in his mining basket, he could probably get 3 contribution points. Combined with the contribution points he accumulated over the past few days, he had around 12 points in total. 2 points would be used to exchange for 2 steamed buns, and the remaining 10 points would be just enough for him to redeem 1 chi blood pill. The chi blood pill was a very low-grade spirit pill. It was not something that could aid in achieving enlightenment, but an abundance of chi and blood were required to achieve enlightenment. Although the chi blood pill was very low-grade, it was extremely suitable for people like him who had yet to achieve enlightenment. The reason why Evil Moon Valley was willing to hand out the chi blood pill was not out of kindness. It was because they were well versed in the art of manipulating a person's heart. Despite being the cheapest and lower-grade spirit pill, it could make hopeful people work even harder at mining. Luyi was a prime example. He worked very hard every single day. Above 100 meters away from the entrance of the mining tunnel, he inadvertently glanced at a certain spot in the front left corner. There was a huge boulder in that spot. He kept walking and continued walking until he was about 35 meters away. Only then did he put down the mining basket on his back, tighten his grip on his mining pick, take out a medium-sized rock from his mining basket, and weight it in his hands. In the next moment he suddenly ran toward the boulder, slid sideways as he approached the boulder, and kicked out at the rock wall of the mining tunnel. Then he swooped down from above toward the back of the boulder with the help of the rebounding force from his kick. His movements were as agile as a cheetah. 2 figures were half squatting behind the boulder, concealing themselves with the help of the boulder. They did not expect anybody to notice their presence. Hence, it was too late for them to stand up by the time they heard a sound and looked up to see Luyi. Under the horrified gazes of those 2, Luyi raised his hand and threw the ore in his hand at them. It hit one of them directly on the nose. That person screamed in pain and fell on his back to the ground. Blood flowed freely from his face. Meanwhile, Luyi attacked again with the mining pick in his other hand. Before his attack landed on the second person, that person reacted swiftly and turned his head to avoid the attack. However, Luyi had already rushed over and followed up his attack with a kick to that person's lower abdomen. An expression of pain flashed across that person's face as he staggered backwards from the kick and slumped to the ground, throwing up bile. Luyi strode forward and grabbed the other party by the hair. When he saw the other party's face clearly, he sneered. "I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you 2 brothers." He knew these 2. They were the disciples of the Lu family clan. After the territory of the Lu family clan was seized by Evil Moon Valley, a few of the younger disciples of the Lu family had been sent here to become mining slaves. Strictly speaking, Lu Yi and the 2 brothers from the Lu family clan were in the same boat. "Didn't I warn you never to let me see you again? I told you I'd kill you the next time I saw you." While speaking, Luyi picked up a rock from the ground and viciously brought it smashing down. That blow was very heavy, and second brother Lu let out a groan before collapsing to the ground unconscious. After that, Luyi walked toward big brother Lu, who had been injured by him previously. Big brother Lu's forehead was badly injured and the blood from his injury blurred his vision. When he saw Luyi walking toward him through his blurry vision, he was so frightened that he scrambled away in a half-crawl. "Have mercy. We didn't know it was you. We thought it was someone else. Have mercy." The 2 brothers from the Lu family clan had been sneaking around in front of the exit of the mining tunnel. It was clear that they had been up to no good. These 2 had been pampered and coddled all their lives prior to their capture by Evil Moon Valley. They refused to endure the hardships even after becoming mining slaves. Unfortunately, the status of mining slaves was extremely low. The people of Evil Moon Valley didn't even consider mining slaves to be human. There was no way to obtain food without the ores to exchange for contribution points. For that reason, these 2 brothers often hid in one of the mining tunnel's many exits to rob the mining slaves who were alone. Many people had suffered at their hands as a result. Not only would they be robbed of their hard-earned ores of the day, but they would also be beaten half to death. These two had tried to rob Lu Yi not too long ago, but they were no match for him and were taught a harsh lesson instead. Lu Yi never imagined that he would encounter the two brothers again only a few days later. All kinds of people existed in the mines. There were people like the two brothers of the Lu family clan among the mining slaves who were gluttonous and lazy, and then, there were also people like Lu Yi who had dreams and ambitions. Over the past year, Lu Yi had been using the contribution points he earned from exchanging ores to redeem Qi blood pills, in addition to ensuring his daily food and clothing necessities. He had probably consumed more than 30 Qi blood pill by now. This had caused his body to be stronger than most mining slaves. Although his physique could not be said to be muscular, the power inherent in his body has already surpassed most ordinary people. Dealing with two gluttonous and lazy mining slaves was naturally not a problem for him. Big Brother Lu was still begging for mercy, but Lu Yi simply pretended not to hear anything. Grabbing Big Brother Lu by the hair, he lifted another rock in his hand and viciously brought it smashing down again. After spending a whole year as a mining slave, he had witnessed countless tragedies. He had long since understood one truth in this world: pity and sympathy were useless in this dog-eat-dog world. It wasn't as though the mining slaves were cordial among themselves. Mining slaves that came from various forces could never truly live together in harmony. Thus they often came to blows over a good piece of ore. People died in the mining tunnels every single day. One could see piles of bones scattered across the ground at varying intervals. That was because many mining slaves starved to death after being robbed. Big Brother Lu fell to the ground. Lu Yi picked up his mining pick and his mining basket, then he strode toward the exit. He had not killed the brothers from the Lu family clan. It wasn't out of kindness. It was simply because injured mining slaves generally could not survive for long in this place. He had only taken a few steps forward when a person rushed in through the exit in a panic. "Get out of the way," that person shouted. At the same time, a palm struck toward Lu Yi. At that moment, Lu Yi felt his entire body going cold. He had caught a glimpse of a pale blue light flowing through the other party's palm. That was the light of spiritual power. In other words, the person attacking him was a cultivator. Only those who achieved enlightenment were qualified to begin cultivating and be known as a cultivator. A cultivator's spiritual power was an extremely mysterious power. Lu Yi had seen one of Evil Moon Valley's cultivators launching an attack before. Although the power behind that attack had not been much, that man had smashed a piece of ore with just a light hit of his palm. It was precisely because Lu Yi had witnessed that strange sight that he made up his mind to unlock his spiritual points and become a cultivator. He also secretly assessed that the weakest cultivator of Evil Moon Valley could easily take down 10 of him. Therefore, he understood that he was in great danger the moment he realized that the person attacking him was a cultivator. At that critical moment of life and death, he forcefully stopped in his tracks and leapt backward abruptly. A numbness spread out from his chest and the sound of bones breaking rang out. He was sent flying and collapsed to the ground with a groan. The severe pain made his head clear up significantly. When he realized he was still alive, he immediately stood back up. "Ha!" The cultivator who attacked seemed a little surprised. Although he had not used his full strength just now, a normal mining slave should not have been able to withstand that attack even though it was just a casual swipe. Borrowing the dim light, he saw the face of the mining slave and blurted out, "Lu Yi?" At this moment, Lu Yi had turned around and was prepared to run away. Upon hearing the voice coming from behind him, he froze in shock. Manager Yang. This cultivator surnamed Yang was a lower manager at the mine. Lu Yi would often deal with him because the redemption of the Qi blood pills was done through him. Therefore they could be considered rather familiar with each other. Manager Yang had quite a favorable opinion of Lu Yi. Mining slaves like Lu Yi who could bear such hardships yet still work so hard were very rare after all. Nevertheless, there was no special treatment regardless of his positive impression of Lu Yi. As long as Lu Yi did not achieve enlightenment, there would always be an insurmountable gap between ordinary people like him and the cultivators. After recognizing that it was Lu Yi, Manager Yang immediately understood why the other party had not died from his attack. Lu Yi had redeemed many Qi blood pills from him over a year. Therefore Lu Yi's physique was stronger than an ordinary mining slave. Combined with the fact that his attack just now had only been a casual blow with no intention to kill, it was not surprising that the other party managed to survive. Opposite Manager Yang, Lu Yi felt his heart pounding wildly like a drum in his chest. Cultivators of Evil Moon Valley generally did not care about the life and death of the mining slaves. Besides, they were aware of the constant fights between the mining slaves in the mine and generally turned a blind eye to them unless it happened right in front of them. Right after he assaulted the two brothers of the Lu family clan and left them lying unconscious on the ground, he had turned around only to receive an attack from Manager Yang. In his opinion, it seemed as though Manager Yang was disciplining him. However, he soon noticed that something was not quite right. Manager Yang had looked panicked when he rushed into the mine. He didn't look like he was trying to help the two brothers of the Lu family clan. While Lu Yi was lost in his thoughts, Manager Yang revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. It was almost as though his encounter with Lu Yi in this place was a good thing. Leaning forward, he reached out and grabbed Lu Yi by the shoulder. "Come with me." Chapter 2 Cunning. Lu Yi felt himself being grabbed by a powerful grip, and his body involuntarily moved forward. Enduring the pain coming from his chest, he asked, "Manager Yang, where are we going?" "Stop talking nonsense," Manager Yang said viciously. He took several steps forward, then glanced at the mining basket on Lu Ye's back. "Get rid of it." Lu Yi did not dare to refuse. Unbuckling the mining basket, he tossed it to the ground but kept hold of his mining pick. Although Manager Yang glanced at Lu Yi sharply, he didn't say anything else. The deeper they went inside, the further the light behind them got. The lighting in the depths of the mining tunnels was very dim, with only the torches that were placed at every 35 meters or so providing some light. However, the entire mine was riddled with passages and the terrain was extremely complicated. Not every mining tunnel had torches lighting the way. Most of the mining tunnels were shrouded in darkness all year round, and nobody knew where these mining tunnels led. Therefore, it was very easy to lose their way if they did not follow the lighted path when mining in this place. It was easy to imagine what would become of a mining slave with an ordinary constitution if they lost their way in this place. Among the mining slaves, the mining tunnels that were illuminated by torches were known as the lighted paths, and the mining tunnels that were shrouded in darkness all year round were known as the dark paths. Oftentimes, torches would burn out and the lighted paths became dark paths. Mining slaves would then lose their sense of direction and starve to death. It was a common occurrence. As Lu Yi followed Manager Yang deeper into the mining tunnels, he noticed something strange. Manager Yang would occasionally look backward with a nervous expression as though he was being chased by something dangerous. The way Manager Yang was acting made Lu Yi nervous too. "Lu Yi, do you know any of the dark paths?" Manager Yang suddenly asked. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded. Denying this fact was meaningless in front of Manager Yang. Besides, he was not the only one who had some knowledge of a few dark paths. All the superior mining slaves had explored and became familiar with several dark paths. Although the lighted paths were safe, there were not many spots left that could be mined. On the contrary, quality goods could often be found in the dark paths that were shrouded in various dangers. He was only able to harvest so much every single day by relying on the resource-rich dark paths. How else would he find the extra contribution points to exchange for chi blood pills? That was also the reason why Manager Yang had dragged Lu Yi along with him after recognizing Lu Yi. "Manager Yang, do you want to enter the dark paths?" Lu Yi asked. The fact that Manager Yang had mentioned the dark paths so abruptly gave him some room to make his own conjectures. Manager Yang replied, "Bring me to the most hidden dark path." "Okay." Lu Yi nodded in response. He didn't take more than a few steps when he groaned suddenly and clutched at his chest. The bones in his chest felt a little displaced after he took that attack, and following behind Manager Yang at such a fast pace had given him no chance of respite at all. At this moment, his movements had pulled at his injury. The pain that followed made him double over and a sheen of sweat oozed out of his forehead. Manager Yang glared at Lu Yi in dissatisfaction. Hesitating for a moment, he dug into the cloth bag hanging at his waist, quickly retrieved a round spirit pill about the size of a pea, and handed it to Lu Yi. "Eat this." Lu Yi accepted the spirit pill but could not tell what kind of spirit pill it was. The chi blood pill was the only spirit pill he had been exposed to in the 1 year he spent in this world. Whereas, the spirit pill he currently held in his hand was clearly different from the chi blood pill. Under the current circumstances, it probably wasn't harmful seeing as he was still useful to Manager Yang. It was most likely used for healing purposes. Thus, he stuffed the spirit pill into his mouth and chewed on it. He instantly regretted his decision so much that even his intestines turned blue. That was because the spirit pill was bitter beyond description. "Why did you chew on it? You should have just swallowed it." "This is a healing pill," Manager Yang snapped unkindly. So it really was a spirit pill meant for healing purposes. Lu Ye's expression was scrunched up from the bitterness, but he still needed to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Manager Yang." If you really want to thank me, then hurry up and get a move on. Manager Yang gave Lu Yi a shove. Hence, Lu Yi had no choice but to get his act together and lead the way in front. That spirit pill might have been incredibly bitter, but the effects were surprisingly good. He felt a rush of heat spreading in his lower abdomen not long after consuming it. Following that, the pain coming from his chest injury didn't seem as intense as before. Rather, it became sore and itchy. He couldn't help feeling amazed. Wow. So, it's true that bitter medicine works well after all. Under Lu Ye's lead, the two of them continued to move forward in the crisscrossing paths of the mining tunnels. They occasionally came across some mining slaves that were heading back to the surface, but Manager Yang killed them all without hesitation. Lu Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight. Nevertheless, the suspicion in his heart became clearer. About an hour later, the two of them stopped in front of the entrance to a dark path. Lu Yi was holding a torch in his hands at this point. It was a torch he took from nearby. He said, "Manager Yang, this is the most hidden dark path. Once you go inside, take a left at the first intersection. At the second intersection." Before he could finish speaking, Manager Yang kicked him inside. "Lead the way." He felt his heart sinking to the bottom of the abyss. He did not wish to continue leading the way. Judging by Manager Yang's actions along the way here, he knew that he would suffer the same tragic ending once he brought Manager Yang to their destination. Unfortunately, his last attempt to escape had failed. Manager Yang clearly had no intention of entering the dark paths alone. It was better to have Lu Yi, who was familiar with the terrain, leading the way than to blindly explore the place on his own. Therefore, Lu Yi had no other option but to continue forward reluctantly. The paths twisted and turned so much that even Manager Yang, who was a cultivator, could barely remember the way back. Another hour or so went by. Then the mining tunnel ended ahead with no other way forward. Lu Yi inserted the torch on a hidden pillar on the rock wall. Manager Yang let out a deep breath of relief and sat on the ground to rest. Turning his head to glance at Lu Yi, he couldn't help laughing. "You truly are capable. I can't believe you even managed to find a place like this." Lu Yi smiled. "It was a stroke of luck." Manager Yang nodded and said nothing more. Lu Yi said, "I'll be taking my leave now, Manager Yang." Manager Yang lifted his gaze slightly and lightly said, "Lu Yi, you are a smart man. Smart men should do smart things." While speaking, he got to his feet again and slowly approached Lu Yi. The flickering light from the torch made his shadow dance like a ghostly figure. Lu Yi panicked. "What do you mean?" Manager Yang sighed. "I guess I might as well explain things to you clearly. The people of Grand Sky Coalition are here. I'm afraid we won't be able to defend the mines for long. I came here to escape from the dangers outside. Although I am very grateful to you for bringing me here, I can't let you go back." Lu Yi backed away slowly. "It's just as I thought." A vague guess had formed in his heart when he saw Manager Yang killing off those mining slaves indiscriminately. Manager Yang was worried that news of him entering the mines would be leaked, so he had to kill anybody and everybody who saw him. On the other hand, the reason he had been so happy to see Lu Yi at the entrance of the mines was that he knew Lu Yi could bring him to a secret place to hide. Even if the people of Grand Sky Coalition took over the mines, it would not be easy to find him if he was hiding in a place like this. There was a high possibility that he could escape this catastrophe alive. It was precisely because Lu Yi was aware of his own situation that he had been trying to get away. But how could he get away if Manager Yang refused to let him leave? "Then I'll stay with you and keep you company. I won't leave." He pressed his back against the rock wall. There was nowhere for him to retreat. Manager Yang paused for a moment and seemed to consider the idea seriously. Unfortunately, he soon shook his head. "I didn't bring a lot of food with me. I don't know how long I will have to hide in this place either. Although Grand Sky Coalition won't be able to remain here for long, it will take at least a month or two for them to leave. That's such a long time. You will starve to death by then. How can you even keep me company? So, I'll give you a quick death as thanks." There was only a distance of 10 meters between them. As soon as the conversation ended, he struck out at Lu Yi with his palm. His cultivation might not be that powerful, but it was still a piece of cake for him to kill an ordinary person like Lu Yi. To his surprise, Lu Yi rushed toward him with the mining pick raised up high and viciously brought it smashing down at his head at the exact moment he launched his attack. Although Lu Yi's ruthlessness and decisiveness surprised him slightly, that was all it was. On the contrary, what happened next shocked him so much that he nearly lost his soul. He suddenly realized that it was difficult to control the spiritual power coming from his spiritual points. It felt as though there was an inexplicable force restricting his spiritual power and he could only mobilize a small amount of it. In the meantime, the mining pick came smashing down at his head. It was too late for him to avoid the attack, so he could only use the hand he had attacked Lu Yi with to block against the attack. Crack. A crisp sound rang out in the air. The mining pick had landed squarely against his arm and broke his bone. He couldn't help screaming out in pain and shuffling backwards. Having landed a successful blow, Lu Yi felt slightly relieved. It looks like the rumors I heard in the past were true. I still have a chance of surviving this. Even though he had the upper hand, he did not let up on his attacks. He slowly pressed forward, the mining pick in his hand constantly rising and falling in front of him. He actually managed to push Manager Yang so hard that Manager Yang was unable to fight back. Manager Yang might be a cultivator of Evil Moon Valley, but his cultivation was not powerful. That was why he had been assigned to this position of managing the mines, which practically had no obligations to carry out. He rarely fought desperately against anybody in his life. After all, he could simply use his cultivation to deal with the mining slaves. They were like putty in his hands. Be that as it may, he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person when his cultivation was greatly suppressed, which resulted in him taking a heavy beating upon encountering an opponent as ruthless and cruel as Lu Yi. While avoiding Lu Ye's fierce barrage of attacks, he stuck his hand into the cloth bag hanging at his waist. A moment later, he raised his hand and a cold light flashed. Lu Yi was taken aback. He hurriedly stopped advancing and used his mining pick to defend. That cold light slashed down the front of the mining pick, and the mining pick made of fine iron was cut in half. Looking up, he glanced at Manager Yang's hand only to discover that a long sword had appeared in Manager Yang's hand at some unknown point in time. It was something Manager Yang had retrieved from the cloth bag. Manager Yang swung the sword in his hands threateningly, creating a deterrent that prevented Lu Yi from stepping forward at will. The situation instantly fell into a stalemate. An ordinary person and a cultivator faced each other in the deepest parts of the mining tunnels. The former had a cold and determined expression. On the other hand, the latter was an utter mess and an intense pain was causing his expression to contort in a grimace. A Yuan metal force field? Manager Yang shouted through gritted teeth. Only a short while had passed, but he had already figured out why his spiritual power was being suppressed. This place contained large quantities of Yuan metal ore. Yuan metal was an extremely rare mineral. When it came to its value, the value of Yuan metal was second to none in this entire mine. That was because it was a mineral that was very useful to cultivators. The only downside was that Yuan metal had a special characteristic. It would emit an invisible and intangible force field, and this force field would restrict the circulation of all spiritual power within its range. A cultivator's strength would be greatly reduced if he was caught in this force field. Since Manager Yang had limited cultivation, being enveloped by this Yuan metal force field caused almost all of his spiritual power to be suppressed. He was reduced from a superior cultivator to an ordinary person in an instant. All of a sudden, he recalled that Lu Yi would occasionally mine some Yuan metal over the past year. It was just that other people had mined some too, and it had not been a large amount either, so he did not pay much attention to it. There were all kinds of ores in this mine after all. It would now seem that Lu Yi had always known about this location where a lot of Yuan metal was located. Even so, he did not mine it excessively in exchange for contribution points and only mined some occasionally, lest other people covet his secret. It could be seen that he was very calculating. You deceived me. Manager Yang felt like he was about to lose his mind. Now that things had come to this point, how could he not realize that Lu Yi had brought him to this location on purpose? An ordinary person he thought he could kill with ease had turned around and bared their fangs at him. The realization enraged him greatly. Nevertheless, his arm was broken and he was injured in many places. Under these circumstances where he could not bring out his cultivation, he knew he was no match for Lu Yi. Therefore, he immediately took decisive action. He turned around and ran. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Yi instantly had a bad feeling. He only had a little knowledge of the Yuan metal force field. He had heard about the special characteristics from a cultivator of Evil Moon Valley the first time he handed over the Yuan metal, so he kept that knowledge in mind. Along the way here, he witnessed the manager killing off the other mining slaves with no mercy. He knew that could only spell trouble for him, so he decided to bring Manager Yang to this place. Before he broke Manager Yang's arm, he had not been certain if the Yuan metal force field in this place could limit Manager Yang's power. Fortunately, the heavens were on his side. The Yuan metal force field really did hamper Manager Yang's power. Even so, the range of the Yuan metal force field was limited. I will die the moment Manager Yang leaves the range of the force field. I cannot let him escape. He steeled his heart, bent down, picked up a fist-sized rock from the ground, and threw it at Manager Yang with all his strength. Manager Yang, who was running away in a panic, never expected Lu Yi to have such an underhanded trick up his sleeves. Consequently, he was hit in the back of the head and stumbled to the ground. Before he could stand up, a whistling sound of something cutting through the wind rang out in his ears. He quickly flipped over and saw Lu Yi rushing forward while slashing at him with the other half of the mining pick that was still in Lu Ye's hands. There was no way to escape this time. At that critical moment of life and death, Manager Yang shouted, "Let's die together." At the same time, he stabbed forward fiercely with the longsword in his hand. In the next moment, his head was smashed in by the mining pick. Lu Yi didn't feel safe enough, so he struck a few more times. It wasn't until he saw the body twitching uncontrollably in front of him that he was convinced that the other party was dead. Then an intense pain came from his thigh. He looked down and saw a long sword stuck in his leg. It was the sword that had been in Manager Yang's hands. It turned out that he had been stabbed at some point in time, but he didn't even notice until now. Throwing the mining pick down, he sat down on the ground heavily, took in huge gulps of air, and appreciated the beauty of life. Chapter 3 Enlightenment. Lu Yi did not rest for too long. There was still a sword stuck in his leg and intense pain was assaulting his nerves. Besides, the spot where he was injured was not good. It would be over if the injury had hit a vital spot. Therefore he began checking on his wound after a short rest. He reached out to tear open the clothing surrounding his wound. After examining his injuries carefully, he finally breathed out a sigh of relief. The injury might look bad, but it was just a flesh wound. Even so, he did not mindlessly pull out the sword. That was because he would inevitably suffer massive blood loss the moment he pulled out the sword. If he failed to handle things well, he might faint after a short while. First, he tore the clothes he was wearing into long strips of cloth and tied them tightly around his leg, starting from the base of his thigh. Subsequently, he completely stripped away the clothes surrounding the injured area to reveal the location of his wound. After that, he cast his gaze toward the waist area of Manager Yang's corpse. There was a fist-sized cloth bag hanging there. He could recognize that item. It was what cultivators called a storage bag. Both the healing pill Manager Yang had given him previously and the sword stuck in his leg had been taken out of this storage bag. A cultivator's storage bag generally carried all of their belongings. Hence, he pulled Manager Yang's body over to him and retrieved the storage bag hanging around Manager Yang's waist. He studied the item carefully and was amazed. A large space seemed to be contained inside this small cloth bag, allowing it to store many things inside. He still didn't know much about cultivation-related matters despite being in Jianghu for more than a year, but he had heard a lot about the items in the cultivation world. It was said that every cultivator's storage bag had a mysterious and invisible lock on it. This lock could only be unlocked by the cultivator themselves. Even if other people got their hands on the storage bag, they could not open the storage bag easily unless they had special means to break the lock. That kind of lock was known among the cultivators as a restraining lock. Although the storage bag in Lu Ye's hands looked like a cloth bag, it was actually made from the skin of an unknown animal. He secretly prayed in his heart, "Please don't let this storage bag be locked." Opening the bag, he reached his hand inside nervously. Soon, a look of joy spread over his face. This storage bag had not been locked. He could already feel some of the contents inside the storage bag. Thinking about it, it made sense. When Manager Yang was faced with danger, he had hurriedly taken out a long sword from within the storage bag to confront his enemy. At the time, his cultivation had been obstructed by the Yuan metal force field. Where would he find the time or energy to lock his storage bag? "I'm saved." Lu Yi calmed down considerably and kept taking out the contents of the storage bag. He was looking for the Qi blood pill as well as the healing pill Manager Yang had given to him before. After pulling out the sword later, he would surely suffer from blood loss. He could lessen the dangers if he could use the Qi blood pill to replenish his Qi and blood. In addition, the healing pill was undoubtedly an excellent item that would also be suitable for the current circumstances. Soon, a messy pile of stuff formed next to him. There were bottles and jars, tons of food, a few large water sacks, some books, and even some toilet paper. He couldn't help feeling rather speechless. However, there was nothing wrong with bringing some extra items considering Manager Yang had escaped to this place to seek refuge from the dangers outside. He searched through the bottles and quickly found the Qi blood pills and healing pills that he needed. There were many of the Qi blood pills. There were as many as 10 bottles, and each bottle contained 20 to 30 pills. Meanwhile, there was only one bottle of healing pills with 7 or 8 left inside. Manager Yang had been in charge of providing Qi blood pills to the mining slaves in exchange for contribution points, so it was only natural for him to carry around large quantities of Qi blood pills. This made Lu Yi extremely happy. In the past, he needed 10 contribution points just to obtain 1 Qi blood pill. He only managed to obtain 30 pills over the course of a year. On the other hand, he instantly received 200 to 300 of those Qi blood pills all at once just by killing Manager Yang. I'm rich. He took out a Qi blood pill and prepared to consume it. Pondering for a moment, he added 2 more pills and stuffed them into his mouth. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat more of them, but that it was pointless to eat so many of them in one go. Then he took out the healing pills and swallowed one. Immediately after that, he grabbed one of the large water sacks, untied the mouth of the bag, gulped down a few mouthfuls, and used the clean water to wash his wound. A slightly chilly feeling spread across his wound. Although the water agitated his injury, it also brought about a bit of coolness at the same time. His forehead oozed with sweat. When he finished cleaning his wound, he took out another healing pill and set it aside for later use. He had done what he needed to do. Taking a deep breath, he wrapped his hands around the hilt of the sword and yanked it out abruptly. At that moment, his entire body shuddered in response. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and did not make a single sound. He had no time for delays. He swiftly picked up the healing pill he had set aside earlier, crushed it into powder in his hands, and scattered the powder on his wound. Healing pills could be consumed directly, but he did not know whether it had any effect if used externally. Thus, he could only give it a try. Untying the clothes tied around the base of his thigh, he bandaged his wound properly. After all his efforts, he was practically soaked in sweat. He lay down directly on the ground and didn't feel like moving in the slightest as he gradually lost consciousness. He did not know how long had passed by the time he woke up again. He struggled to sit up and leaned against the rock wall. Then he lifted a hand and pressed the area around the injury on his leg. Although it hurt, there was no inflammation. That was a good thing. It would seem that both consuming the healing pill and applying it externally had worked. The most dangerous period was over and he finally relaxed slightly. A rumbling sound came from his stomach. Before encountering Manager Yang, he had not eaten anything for more than half a day. He planned to exchange his contribution points for some food after turning in the ores he had harvested. Who could have known that Manager Yang would force him to enter the depths of the mining tunnels? Afterwards, he even fought a deadly battle with Manager Yang and was wounded in the end. Fortunately, he found a lot of food in Manager Yang's storage bag. Taking out a piece of dried meat, he ate it with some water to wash it down. His hunger slowly faded. Since this place was practically inaccessible and he was safe for the time being, he gradually began showing interest in the items Manager Yang left behind. While eating, he rifled through the items he had taken out of Manager Yang's storage bag. He could recognize the Qi blood pills and healing pills. However, there were some spirit pills that he had never seen before. He had no idea what they were used for. Moreover, some of those spirit pills were exuding a pungent spell. It was obviously something nasty. Putting those spirit pills aside, Lu Yi casually picked up a book and flipped through it under the flickering torchlight. The contents of the book instantly enraptured him. It would seem that Manager Yang had been a rather passionate man. That book wasn't just rich in content, but it was also rich in pictures. He did not know who had drawn those pictures, but those pictures were incredibly skillful. They were very detailed and lifelike. His physical condition was very weak at the moment. It was not a suitable time to read this kind of erotic content. Thus, he tossed it to the side and picked up another book. This book contained words on the cover. Reading the title, it turned out to be a biography of a sword saint. That aroused his interest, so he read a few pages of it only to discover that it was a storybook. Tossing that book to the side, he picked up the third book. When he read the title on the cover, his heart skipped a beat. The Golden Liberation Technique? He hurriedly flipped through it and his expression became increasingly excited. It was a book on cultivation techniques. It was similar to the first book. It was filled with pictures and texts, which were very easy to understand. From the looks of it, it seemed to be the cultivation technique that Manager Yang had been cultivating. Following his excitement, he suddenly realized a very real problem. He had yet to unlock his spiritual points. Even with a cultivation technique placed right in front of him, it was completely useless to him. He sighed softly and placed the Golden Liberation Technique down. Since he couldn't cultivate it, there was no point in reading it any further. He had tried unlocking his spiritual points over the course of the year, but his efforts had proven fruitless so far. After a moment of depression, he picked up Manager Yang's storage bag again. There were still some items inside that he had not taken out yet. Reaching his hand into the bag, he took out the items one by one. He did not find anything else that seemed valuable, but there were many rare ores. Among those rare ores were several fist-sized pieces of yuan metal. These were probably the ores that Manager Yang had secretly stashed away. Who knows what he had planned to do with them? Lu Yi had mined a lot of rare minerals after mining in this place for a year, so he had seen most of these ores before. Even if he didn't know what they were called or what they were used for, he had seen them all before. That was until he took out a dark red piece of ore that was the size of a person's head. He had never seen something like this before, and he did not know which mining slave had mined this piece of ore either. In the end, it had eventually ended up in Manager Yang's possession. It was a bit strange, but most items were valuable precisely because they were rare. Something even he had never seen before must be of great value. Just as he was about to put down that ore, he felt his psyche becoming disoriented for a moment. Immediately after that, a blurry shadow appeared in front of him and transformed into a tree. It was that shadowy tree. He was greatly astonished. There was one condition for the shadowy tree to appear, the condition being that he needed to focus. Moreover, it did not appear every time. Sometimes it would appear, sometimes it wouldn't. But the shadowy tree had shown up all by itself this time. While he was trying to make sense of the situation, that vague shadowy tree suddenly grew roots, and those tree roots then plunged into the dark red ore in his hand. In the next moment, a cracking sound rang out and the ore split into two. An orange-yellow light entered his vision, frightening him out of his wits. That was because the ore had cracked open to reveal a fire inside. He subconsciously tried to throw the ball of fire away, but that fire was stuck to his hands. He could not get it off his hands no matter how he wrung his hands. In that short moment of panic, he suddenly realized that the changes in the dark red ore were probably related to the appearance of the shadowy tree. What amazed him even more was that he didn't feel any sensation of being burned. Meanwhile, the orange-yellow flame was shrinking rapidly as if it was being absorbed by something. In just a few moments, that ball of fire vanished before his very eyes. He was still caught up in his astonishment when a scorching force surged up from his dantian. That force drew upon the strength of his qi and blood, converging toward that location. An unspeakable pain followed. He suddenly felt a tremendous force stirring in his lower abdomen, almost as if it was going to rip him apart completely. He couldn't help groaning in pain, and his clothes were instantly soaked in sweat. Just when he thought he was going to die, a soft sound came from his lower abdomen. He could sense that something had been broken at that moment. The pain quickly disappeared. At the same time, the world in Lu Ye's eyes underwent a wondrous change. A strange and surreal feeling bloomed in him. He could distinctly sense a mysterious power gathering around his dantian in his lower abdomen. Then, a wave of overwhelming surprise washed over him. He had unlocked his spiritual points. Chapter 4 Skill Tree. Amidst the crackling sounds, the weak flame flickered and finally died out. The torch inserted in the hidden pillar had burned out. Although the hidden mining tunnel was plunged into darkness, Lu Yi did not lose his sight completely. His surroundings that should have been completely filled with a pitch-black darkness still contained some faint light in his vision. He could see the outline of Manager Yang's corpse not far away, as well as the cold light coming from the sword he had previously tossed aside. It wasn't that the mining tunnel wasn't dark. It was simply that his eyesight had improved. After unlocking his spiritual points, he could clearly feel that his body had undergone some mysterious changes. Even his body that was weakened by injury had given birth to a lot of strength. Ah, ah, ah. He burst into wild laughter. His maniacal laughter echoed in this confined and enclosed environment. It wasn't until his movements pulled at his injury that he hurriedly stopped laughing. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he thought back on the changes just now. He was certain that his sudden enlightenment was related to the shadowy tree. It was also related to that piece of dark red ore that he had never seen before. No, the ore is not the key. The key lies in that ball of orange-yellow flame inside the ore. When the shadowy tree grew tree roots and devoured that flame, he had achieved enlightenment as a result. However, the shadowy tree had never experienced such changes before. The changes were probably caused by the stimulation of that orange-yellow flame. It would seem that his previous conjecture had been correct. That shadowy tree was indeed capable of helping him out in mysterious ways. It was just that he had failed to find the right method all this time. Sorting out his thoughts, he quickly focused his mind. He wanted to see how the shadowy tree looked now. The shadowy tree had absorbed that orange-yellow flame. There must be some changes to it anyhow. Perhaps it was because he was too emotional, but even though he tried to concentrate, he could not detect that shadowy tree again. Similar situations often happened in the past, and the cause was always a lack of concentration. He took several deep breaths and calmed down. Then he tried again after waiting for some time. This time around, the shadowy tree successfully reappeared in his vision. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. The originally gray and blurry shadowy tree had undergone some changes. In general, the shadowy tree had the same appearance as before. The tree roots that grew out previously were nowhere to be seen. The only difference was a single leaf shrouded in blazing fire near the bottom of the canopy. It looked as if it was on fire. Lu Yi focused his attention and fixed his gaze on that burning leaf. He could vaguely make out a very complicated and intricate pattern imprinted on the leaf. Concentrating hard, he tried to see the pattern clearly. All of a sudden, an unexpected change occurred. That small leaf was repeatedly magnified in front of his eyes until it obstructed his vision in an instant. At the same time, a large amount of inexplicable information flooded into his mind unchecked. He suddenly felt as though somebody had smashed his head in with a large sledgehammer. He didn't even manage to make a single sound before passing out. When he regained consciousness again, he felt extremely dizzy. Moreover, his head was about to split open from the pain. He shook his head slightly, gritted his teeth, and sat up with his back leaning against the rock wall. He thought back on what happened before he lost consciousness and was surprised to discover that his head was filled with all sorts of information that he had never seen before. Furthermore, this information was ingrained so deeply that it felt like they were his own memories. Gathering his composure, he carefully went over these memories that should never have existed and quickly understood the whole story. The cause was still the shadowy tree. After devouring that orange-yellow flame, a burning leaf appeared on the shadowy tree as a result. That leaf had a mysterious pattern on it, which contained large quantities of magical knowledge. Thus, that knowledge was forcibly downloaded into his mind when he studied the leaf carefully. Sharp edge. That was the information contained in the leaf. It was a spiritual pattern called sharp edge. He had heard of spiritual patterns before. It was something that contained mysterious power. In addition, it was closely related to the life, cultivation, and battle of the cultivators. There seemed to be people who specialized in studying spiritual patterns and were known as spiritual pattern masters. It was just that researching spiritual patterns was not easy, so there were very few of them. After understanding this, he tried to mobilize the spiritual power in his spiritual point. However, he found that the spiritual power in his spiritual point was so heavy that he couldn't mobilize it at all. Mulling over it for a moment, he recalled that he was still being enveloped in the Yuan metal force field. How could it be easy to mobilize his spiritual power? Even Manager Yang had died in his hands because of this reason. He stood up and hobbled into the distance. While walking, he tested the reaction of his spiritual power in his spiritual point. It wasn't until he could mobilize his spiritual power that he stopped walking. This position was outside the range of the Yuan metal force field. The spiritual power that felt so heavy just now became incredibly active. With a little directive from him, it flowed throughout his body. The places where it flowed felt warm and comfortable. He had never had such an experience before and was extremely amazed as a result. After fooling around for a bit, he remembered the spiritual pattern. It was practically instinctive. He poured his spiritual power into his palm and a brilliant light flashed on the palm of his hand in an instant. Although it only lasted for a fleeting moment, he saw it clearly. That light was an extremely complicated and intricate pattern. It was the exact same pattern as the one on the burning leaf. This is sharp edge? He looked down at his palm. Logically speaking, he had just unlocked his spiritual point. He barely even knew how to use his spiritual power, let alone use his spiritual power to construct a spiritual pattern. Nevertheless, he managed to succeed in doing just that so easily as though he had practiced countless times before. The palm of his hand was glowing faintly like an enormous firefly. Moreover, bursts of tingling pain came from his palm, making him feel as though there were many needles piercing into his flesh. It was just a single palm, and yet, that palm gave off an extremely sharp vibe. He felt like he could split a stone into two with a single palm strike. When that thought crossed his mind, he immediately dragged a rock the size of a small basin over to him. This kind of rock could be found anywhere in the mine. It had no value whatsoever. Placing the rock in front of him, he raised his palm and chopped down on the rock. That rock the size of a small basin cracked down the middle with a loud sound. The incision down the middle was neat and tidy. He was stunned. The thought that he could split a stone with his bare hands had crossed his mind just now, but he never thought that it would have such an effect. This isn't splitting, this is slicing. And the thing that sliced this rock in half was my hand. All of this could only be done with the enchantment from Sharp Edge. This spiritual pattern seemed to work by making the enchanted object incredibly sharp. I once watched a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley smash a rock with his hand and was greatly shocked at the time. From the looks of things, I seem to have gained the ability to do that too. What's more, I can do it better. This is just slicing rocks. What if I sliced a human? The light shining from his palms slowly began to fade after he sliced through the rock. It was caused by exhaustion of spiritual power. At the same time, he felt as though his body was completely empty and an infinite sense of weakness washed over him. His mind had been broken. Despite having just attained enlightenment, he formed a spiritual pattern in a moment of insatiable curiosity and went way beyond his limits. Thus, he was experiencing a serious overuse of power. A wave of fatigue struck him. He tried to endure it. If he fell asleep at a time like this, he wasn't sure if he could wake up again. Hurrying back to the place from before, he picked up a bottle of chi blood pills, took out a few and stuffed them into his mouth. Then he picked up another piece of meat and forced himself to take large bites out of it. As the chi blood pills came into effect, it gradually filled his entire body with energy and the feeling of weakness slowly subsided. Leaning back against the rock wall, he sorted out his thoughts. After the shadowy tree that had been accompanying him for more than a year devoured that ball of orange-yellow flame, he unlocked his spiritual points and became a cultivator. Subsequently, he discovered a burning leaf when he was checking the shadowy tree for changes and obtained the spiritual pattern, Sharp Edge, from that burning leaf. At this moment, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling a strong sense of déjà vu when he looked at the shadowy tree again. He pondered in silence for a moment and the realization suddenly dawned on him. Isn't this a skill tree? Chapter 5 Plan. If a single leaf on the skill tree contains a spiritual pattern like Sharp Edge, then what about the other leaves? Will they also contain other spiritual patterns? If I can light up more leaves, then won't I be able to obtain even more knowledge on spiritual patterns? Thinking about the huge canopy and the countless leaves hanging from the skill tree, Lu Yi couldn't help feeling fired up. How can I light up the other leaves? He had a few vague guesses in his heart, but there was no way to confirm those conjectures right now. He could only wait until an opportunity arose in the future to confirm those ideas. All he could do right now was to unlock even more spiritual points as soon as possible to increase his cultivation. The first spiritual point all cultivators would unlock was the spiritual point located at their dantian. This was the starting point of one's cultivation known as the source spiritual point. How the rest of the spiritual points would be unlocked afterward would depend on the kind of cultivation techniques cultivated by the respective cultivators. Different cultivation techniques would unlock spiritual points at different locations. The more spiritual points they unlocked, the higher their cultivation. The Golden Liberation technique will come in handy now. He quietly quelled his excitement a little. Picking up Manager Yang's storage bag, he began packing up the stuff. It wasn't until this moment that he realized, to his astonishment, that his palm engraved with the sharp edge earlier was riddled with holes. It looked like it had been pierced by countless needles and had bled out quite a bit. Caught up in his excitement, he had not felt anything until now. However, a constant throbbing pain agitated his nerves now that he finally noticed the injury. Thus, he quietly reflected on his actions. It looks like if I ever obtain any other spiritual patterns in the future, I must not use it on my own body so carelessly. He soon packed up all the things he took out before and moved away from the range of the Yuan metal force field. At present, Lu Yi had two options laid out in front of him. The first was to leave the mine. The reason Manager Yang entered the mine was to escape from the dangers outside. The people from Grand Sky Coalition had attacked this place and there was no way the forces of Evil Moon Valley stationed at this mine could defend this place, so he chose to hide away in advance. After all, it would surely bode ill for him due to his status as a disciple of Evil Moon Valley if the mine was seized by the opposing party. If I can meet up with the cultivators of Grand Sky Coalition, I will be able to escape from this sea of suffering. I will no longer need to remain in this place and be oppressed again in the future. Unfortunately, that was not a wise choice. Manager Yang had escaped into the mine after receiving news of the impending attack. Similarly, there would surely be other disciples of Evil Moon Valley who had entered the mine too. That would mean the current period was the most chaotic period. It would be best if he could successfully get out of the mine. However, if he accidentally ran into any of the other disciples of Evil Moon Valley who had escaped into the mine, he would surely end up with the same fate as those mining slaves that Manager Yang had indiscriminately killed previously. Therefore he chose the second option. He was going to stay put and remain here for the time being. This place was extremely hidden. Most people would not be able to enter this place. Moreover, it was easy to attack and defend. If any of the disciples of Evil Moon Valley managed to accidentally barge into this place, he could borrow the power of the Yuan Metal Force Field to ambush his opponents. That would give him some chance of fighting back. Besides, his injury had yet to heal and it was difficult for him to move around. He recalled the words Manager Yang had mentioned before. If he remembered correctly, Manager Yang had said something along these lines: "The people of Grand Sky Coalition are here. We won't be able to defend the mines for long. Grand Sky Coalition won't be able to remain here for long, but it will still take them at least a month or two to leave." The meaning behind these words was very obvious. Manager Yang had been certain that even if Grand Sky Coalition managed to capture this place, they could not keep this mine in their possession for long. For that reason they would leave this place in a month or two. Control over the mine would then fall back into Evil Moon Valley's hands. Putting together all the information he had at the moment, Lu Yi concocted a plan in his heart. He planned to stay here to recuperate and cultivate. Then, he would leave the mine within a month to look for the people of Grand Sky Coalition to remove himself from this sea of suffering. He felt a lot more at ease after making up his mind. The most difficult time of his life was over. Now that he had successfully unlocked his spiritual point and there was a skill tree growing by his side, his future was bright and vast. There was no need to rush right now. Once he found a suitable location, he brought out some bedding from Manager Yang's storage bag, spread it out on the ground, sat on it quietly, and took out the book titled Golden Liberation Technique to study it carefully. The mining tunnel was filled with pitch-black darkness. Fortunately, he had successfully achieved enlightenment. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see anything. He soon discovered something interesting. If he gathered his spiritual power around his eyes, the things he saw would become a little clearer. It was a pity that he had only unlocked his source spiritual point, so his spiritual power was very limited and could not be maintained for a long time. He ate when he was hungry and slept when he was sleepy. Aside from the slightly lacking environment, there was nothing else he had to complain about. In any case, he was currently immersed in the excitement of unlocking his first spiritual point. He did not have many requirements for the environment he was living in. There was no way to calculate how much time had passed, so he didn't know how much time had passed. He could only guess that several days had passed. The injuries on his leg and his hand had almost healed completely. Since unlocking his spiritual point and becoming a cultivator, it would seem that his physical fitness had improved significantly. If he was stabbed in the leg in the past, he would have needed more than 10 days of recuperation before he could even walk around. Of course, it could also be related to the fact that he was consuming the Qi blood pills every single day. After studying the Golden Liberation Technique, he discovered that he could not use the cultivation technique for the time being. It wasn't because there was something wrong with the cultivation technique. It was simply that he had only just unlocked his source spiritual point. There were other conditions that needed to be met if he wanted to unlock his next spiritual point. If the spiritual points were compared to a lake in a cultivator's body, then the water in the lake was the cultivator's spiritual power. Therefore, the more spiritual points a cultivator unlocked, the greater the spiritual power contained in their body. Unfortunately, the prerequisite to unlocking the next spiritual point was that the previous spiritual point had reached its full potential. To put it simply, it required his spiritual power to fill his spiritual point to the brim. In his case, what he needed to do right now was to continue cultivating. He had to strengthen and accumulate his spiritual power in his source spiritual point. When his spiritual power filled his source spiritual point to the brim, he would finally be able to unlock his next spiritual point. Only then would he need to use the Golden Liberation Technique. There were several ways to strengthen one's spiritual power. The most common method was to consume spirit pills for cultivation purposes. Spirit pills could transform into spiritual power and charge up a cultivator's spiritual points. The second method was to absorb spiritual qi. Spiritual qi existed in any environment. It was only a matter of how much could be found in any environment. Once a cultivator unlocked their spiritual points, they could sense the existence of the spiritual qi. They could take the spiritual qi into their body and refine it to strengthen their cultivation. The third method was to use spirit stones. That was something he had only heard of before but never saw for himself. The last method was to refine one's vitality into qi. A cultivator could also achieve the purpose of cultivation by first strengthening their own vitality, and then refining that vitality into spiritual power. These methods had their own advantages and disadvantages. It could not be generalized. Lu Yi had never joined the ranks of the cultivators before. Nevertheless, he often heard the other mind slaves talking about cultivation matters. Everybody would talk about these topics with a great yearning, hoping that they would one day be able to make it big and change their fate. He had picked up some of the talk, so he understood a little of the basics. In his current circumstances, he could not use the first method. He did not have any spirit pills for cultivation. Although he was certain there were some in Manager Yang's storage bag, there were so many bottles and jars. He had no way to differentiate between them and did not dare to experiment rashly. Meanwhile, he had tried the second method. He did not know if it was due to the presence of the Yuan metal force field or some other reason. In any case, he could not sense the existence of spiritual qi and could not absorb it as a result. The only method he could use was refining his vitality into qi. Chapter 6 Encounter. Consuming qi blood pills could strengthen one's vitality. One could then obtain more spiritual power by using one's spiritual power in their spiritual points to refine their vitality. At the moment, that was the only method that Lu Yi could use to cultivate with the benefits he obtained from the personal effects of Manager Yang. He had tallied the number of qi blood pills previously. There were a total of 253 qi blood pills, which was not a small number. He originally thought that so many qi blood pills would be enough for his use. However, he only just discovered that these qi blood pills would not last long once he actually started cultivating. The first time he cultivated, he only managed to refine the medicinal efficacies of 2 qi blood pills. He had never done this before, so it took him a long time to figure out how to refine his vitality into qi. During his second attempt, he managed to refine 4 qi blood pills. He was starting to get the hang of it after some practice. The third time he refined 6 qi blood pills. The fourth time he refined 10 qi blood pills. The more he cultivated, the faster his consumption of the qi blood pills. That was because the spiritual power in his spiritual point was increasing by the day. The more spiritual power he had, the higher his efficiency in refining his vitality into qi, and the greater his consumption of qi blood pills. He finally understood one thing. The qi blood pills were truly nothing great after all. Otherwise, there was no reason for a newly enlightened cultivator like him to consume those pills so quickly. A true cultivator most likely had some special spirit pills for cultivation while cultivating. It was a pity he could not recognize any of those spirit pills and did not dare to try them out recklessly. The mine was dank and gloomy. He did not know how much time had passed. When he finished consuming all the qi blood pills in his possession, he knew that it was time for him to leave. It wasn't because he had run out of cultivation resources. It was because he had nothing left to eat. Since he started refining his vitality into qi, his appetite had increased greatly. Manager Yang had brought a lot of food with him. If he had rationed the food carefully, it could have lasted him for 2 months. He planned to hide here for quite some time after all. How could he be inadequately prepared? Although there was no way for him to calculate time accurately, he estimated that more than a dozen days had passed since he started cultivating. The benefits he gained from this period of cultivation were not great but not small either. The spiritual power in his source spiritual point had been filled to the brim. In other words, he had the qualifications to unlock his next spiritual point and cultivate the golden liberation technique. It was just that when he tried to unlock his second spiritual point according to the guide written in the golden liberation technique, he could not find the right location. Not only did he fail in his cultivation, but he also wasted a lot of spiritual power for no reason. No wonder I heard people saying that cultivation matters require the guidance of their elders. Who knows how many detours I will need to take before I can figure things out myself. For that reason, he was still just a cultivator who had only unlocked his first spiritual point despite consuming all the qi blood pills in his possession. The injuries on his body had healed completely, so they did not hinder his movements. Rather, he was troubled over how he was going to deal with Manager Yang's storage bag. He was quite reluctant to leave it here. It was everything Manager Yang had owned after all. Leaving aside the other items, some of those rare ores were very valuable. He had no family nor friends in this world or any elders to take care of him. He would surely need to consume many resources in the future. With Manager Yang's personal effects in his possession, at the very least, he would not need to worry about a lack of cultivation resources for the time being. Nevertheless, it was not appropriate to carry this storage bag on him either. This was the cultivation world. Fortune begot greed, and it was not uncommon for killings to take place. If a cultivator who had only unlocked a single spiritual point like himself carried such a precious storage bag around, it was hard to guarantee that others would not mean him harm when they saw the storage bag. After considering it for some time, he decided to bring the storage bag along with him. Wealth always came with danger. If he missed this opportunity, he might never come across another chance to obtain such windfall again. Once he made up his mind, he returned to the place where he killed Manager Yang before and picked up his mining pick that had been cut in half. Since he had decided to bring the storage bag along with him, he could not leave the yuan metal in this place behind. These ores were very valuable after all. Raising his mining pick again, he began sweating profusely like rain. He had been mining for more than a year now, so he had long gotten familiar with the work. Moreover, he was much more efficient than before now that he had a foundation of spiritual power. He mined the yuan metal, piece after piece, and stored them into the storage bag. It wasn't until he finished mining all of the yuan metal in this place that he finally tossed the mining pick aside. If everything goes smoothly, I will never need to use this ever again. Afterward, he took off his clothes, placed the storage bag close to his body, and tied it to his body with strips of cloth. By doing it this way, the storage bag would not be exposed unless he was stripped and searched. However, he took out the long sword that belonged to Manager Yang in advance. His journey might not be safe, and having a weapon at hand would allow him to respond to an emergency. When everything was prepared, Lu Yi took a deep breath and followed the route in his memory toward the outside. He was very cautious along the way. Scared that a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley would pop out of the shadows, he did not dare to go too far lest he revealed his whereabouts. Unfortunately, the more afraid one was, the more likely that fear would come true. When he rounded a corner in the dark and entered a mining tunnel, his figure suddenly froze in place. Not far ahead, a figure was leaning with his back against the rock wall of the mining tunnel and panting lightly. Moreover, there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Lu Yi was just about to retreat, but it was too late. That person turned to look in Lu Ye's direction and immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Lu Yi?" Lu Yi instantly felt his heart clenching in fear. The fact that his face could be seen in this darkness indicated that that person was a cultivator. Furthermore, a person that could recognize him could only be one of the cultivators of Evil Moon Valley. Sure enough, if Manager Yang would think of taking refuge in the mine, then so would the other cultivators of Evil Moon Valley. Who knew how many people from Evil Moon Valley were currently hidden inside the mine? The gears in his head spun quickly. He gathered his spiritual power in his eyes and finally saw the other party's face clearly. It was one of the cultivators in the mine named Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing worked under Manager Yang and had a lower status than Manager Yang. His cultivation was probably weaker than Manager Yang's too. In addition, he seemed to be injured. The smell of blood was coming from his body. "Come here." Zhou Qing lowered his voice and called out to Lu Yi. "Okay." Lu Yi immediately responded. He strode forward toward Zhou Qing, his speed increasing as he walked. Zhou Qing immediately sensed that something was amiss. The main reason was that Lu Yi was holding a sword in his hands. Thus he frowned. "Where did you get that sword?" That sword looked like the sword given to all the cultivators of Evil Moon Valley. It was very problematic for Lu Yi to be having it in his possession. Lu Yi did not respond. He was only 10 meters away from Zhou Qing at this point. Zhou Qing finally noticed the killing intent coming from Lu Yi. Hence, he hurriedly got to his feet and shouted through gritted teeth, "I'm going to kill you, you little cur." With that said, he raised his sword and stabbed toward Lu Yi. That long sword was imbued with spiritual power. In the dark, it glowed with a bright light. That sword wasn't anything special. It was just that pouring spiritual power into the long sword increased the damage it inflicted. With an ordinary person like Lu Yi as his opponent, it was only natural that he believed it to be more than enough to get rid of Lu Yi. The last person who thought that way was Manager Yang, and his corpse had already begun to rot. Meanwhile, the sword light rapidly expanded in Lu Yi's vision. He directed all his spiritual power to gather around his eyes, and the entire world seemed to slow down significantly. It was different from the time he borrowed the power of the Yuan metal force field to ambush Manager Yang. This was the first time he was fighting against another cultivator in a direct confrontation. Therefore, he could not afford to hesitate or falter in the slightest. Fortunately, this cultivator's cultivation was not that powerful. He was also heavily injured, which was why Lu Yi dared to go in for the kill. When that long sword was about to hit him, he slid sideways and dodged the attack by a hair. Then he raised the long sword in his hand and countered. At the same time, a mysterious and complicated pattern flashed across the long sword. It was the blessing of sharp edge. Chapter 7: Escaping the Sea of Suffering. Lu Yi did not know how powerful Zhou Cheng's cultivation was, but it was ultimately much stronger than his. Even if Zhou Cheng was injured, it was still impossible for a newly enlightened cultivator like Lu Yi to haphazardly fight him. Besides, the intent to kill could only be executed when accompanied by the corresponding methods. Sharp edge was Lu Yi's means to do so. When Lu Yi had nothing better to do before, he had tried experimenting with a few things. He discovered that the spiritual pattern sharp edge could not only be applied to his palm but also to weapons. Moreover, it was much more effective. The light that blazed out for an instant caused Zhou Cheng to blank out in confusion. When did Lu Yi become a cultivator? The two swords clashed against each other, accompanied by a loud sound of metal breaking. He was shocked to discover that his long sword had been cut in half. This situation frightened him very much. Having his weapon broken in front of his enemy was undoubtedly a huge mental blow. While Zhou Cheng was frozen in shock, Lu Yi followed up with a second attack. After breaking Zhou Cheng's sword, he immediately lifted his sword and slashed at Zhou Cheng's neck. He did not know any forms of swordsmanship nor any mysterious moves, so he could only use the crudest slashing movements. Zhou Cheng was scared out of his wits. At this moment they were too close to each other and it was too late for him to dodge backward. Thus, he could only call upon what little spiritual power that remained in his body to protect himself. Logically speaking, his cultivation should have been enough to withstand the attack of a cultivator like Lu Yi, who had only unlocked one spiritual point. Even if the other party held a weapon, the attack should not be able to pass through his spiritual power's defenses. Contrary to his expectations, the protection formed from his spiritual power did not display the effect it should have when that long sword came slashing down. The long sword sliced through that layer of protection and subsequently slashed across his neck. The sound of a sharp weapon slicing through flesh rang out, and Lu Yi felt several drops of warm blood splattering across his face. "You bastard!" Zhou Cheng was livid. He couldn't believe a mining slave had injured him so in a moment of carelessness. Lifting his hand, he struck toward Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi had already released his grip on the long sword and turned around to run back into the depths of the mine without looking back. The sounds of Zhou Cheng chasing him came from behind, and he ran even faster. He gradually stopped hearing any sounds coming from behind him and finally came to a halt. He waited for a little while longer before turning around to return in the direction he came from. Along the way he found Zhou Cheng collapsed on the ground. He couldn't be sure if the other party was dead. Therefore he picked up some rocks by his feet and threw them at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng did not react at all. Mustering up his courage, he walked over to Zhou Cheng and looked down. Zhou Cheng was lying in a large pool of blood that stained the ground red. The long sword was still stuck in his neck and he was no longer breathing. Although Lu Yi's second attack had not taken Zhou Cheng's life directly, it had severed more than half of Zhou Cheng's neck. There was no way Zhou Cheng could survive with such a serious injury. Thus, the desperate battle finally ended with Lu Yi's victory. Lu Yi let out a long sigh of relief. He was increasingly coming to understand just how treacherous this world was. Walking forward, he grabbed the hilt of the sword. He was just about to pull the sword out when he noticed something out of place out of the corner of his eyes. Lifting his gaze in that direction, he felt his entire body going cold. Another person had arrived to stand in front of him at some point in time, and he didn't even notice anything at all. There is a huge gap in our cultivation. For some reason this thought popped up in his mind. If this person wanted to kill him, it would only require the slightest effort, equivalent to lifting a single finger. It didn't make a difference even if he was enchanted with sharp edge. Gritting his teeth, he suppressed the panic in his heart and pulled out the long sword. He held the sword horizontally in front of him and took on a defensive posture, his body trembling slightly in fear. That person sensed Lu Yi's hostility toward him and couldn't help chuckling in response. "I sensed the fluctuations of spiritual power in this place, so I came to check out the situation. You don't need to be so scared." While he was speaking, he slowly approached in this direction. He stopped in front of Zhou Cheng, looked down and nodded slightly. "The remnants of Evil Moon Valley." Then he raised his head again to look at Lu Yi. "Which sect's disciple are you?" They were standing no more than 3 meters apart, and Lu Yi finally got a clear glimpse of the other party's appearance. It was a tall and large old man with a ruddy complexion. The old man had a slightly hoarse voice, but it gave off an inexplicable sense of congeniality. Putting 2 and 2 together from the old man's question, Lu Yi immediately formed a conjecture in his heart. He replied, "Mystical Sky Sect." Mystical Sky Sect? The old man was a little surprised. The Mystical Sky Sect that was destroyed a year ago? Yes. Lu Yi gave an affirmative answer. The old man couldn't help looking Lu Yi up and down. So, you are a mining slave that was taken into captivity? Yes. Lu Yi nodded. The old man was incredibly astonished. A mining slave killed a cultivator from Evil Moon Valley? If I didn't witness it for myself, I wouldn't have believed it. He asked, "What is your cultivation?" "I unlocked 1 spiritual point," Lu Yi replied. Realizing the meaning behind the old man's question, he proactively offered up an explanation. "He was injured and I sneaked up on him." The old man looked at Lu Yi with a smile. "That's very courageous of you." "Old man, are you from Grand Sky Coalition?" Although Lu Yi had a guess in his heart, it was still better to confirm something like that. The old man stretched out his hand and stroked his beard. "That's right. I am from Grand Sky Coalition." Lu Yi was overjoyed to hear those words. It would seem that what Manager Yang had been worrying about had come true. Grand Sky Coalition had attacked this place, and Evil Moon Valley was unable to defend this mine. It could be seen just from the fact that the old man had killed his way into the mine. Grand Sky Coalition had already taken control over this mine. As for whether the old man was lying to him, that was completely unnecessary. The gap between their strength was too large. If the other party had malicious intentions, it would only take 1 hit to kill him. "Old man, please help me out of this predicament," Lu Yi quickly said. He wanted to leave this mine, but he did not know whether he would encounter more danger along the way. After finally meeting such a powerful senior, it was only natural that he wanted to rely on this senior to get out of this place safely. The old man nodded in response. "Follow me then. I was just about to head out myself." "Thank you, old man." Lu Yi was incredibly grateful. After the old man finished speaking, he turned to lead the way. However, Lu Yi did not follow immediately. Instead, he crouched down and began searching Zhou Cheng's corpse. He soon found a storage bag. A storage bag was something almost every cultivator had. It didn't seem to be something incredibly valuable. Feeling as though he was floating on cloud 9, he jogged to catch up with the old man. Then the old man turned to look at Lu Yi. He smiled and reached out his hand. "Hand it over." Lu Yi made a face as though he had swallowed a fly. Even so, he obediently handed the storage bag over to the old man after considering his current situation. The old man took the storage bag and placed his hand on the mouth of the bag. Then a ray of light flashed out. Just as Lu Yi was scolding the old man in his heart, the old man tossed the storage bag back to him. "I'll be taking this bottle of Dragon Tiger pills. This is too strong for you, you won't be able to take them. Think of it as honoring this old man." Lu Yi held the storage bag that was thrown back at him with both hands. Only then did he realize that the old man wasn't trying to snatch his spoils. The old man was simply lending him a helping hand, knowing that his cultivation was too weak to break the restraining lock on the storage bag. This old man sure is a nice guy. With that thought in his heart, he thanked the old man. "Thank you." He was feeling very happy again. Chapter 8: Embracing the Light. Inside the dark mining tunnel, Lu Yi followed behind the old man while inspecting the contents of the storage bag. He soon found some chi blood pills and several healing pills. Similar to Manager Yang's storage bag, there were various other bottles and jars inside, none of which he was familiar with. There were also a few ores, but the quality of those ores could not be compared to the ones Manager Yang had collected. Zhou Cheng's status was not as high as Manager Yang's, so it was only natural that his assets were not as plentiful as Manager Yang's. Even so, Lu Yi was very satisfied with his haul. It was something he gained without any effort after all. He put the long sword in his hand away into the storage bag and tied it around his waist. The storage bag he concealed on his body would be safer with this storage bag acting as a decoy. Although he wanted to ask the old man about matters related to cultivation and spirit pills, he decided against it after a brief consideration. The old man was a senior master. Even if he looked kind and friendly on the surface, who could say what kind of disposition he actually had inside? They only met each other by chance, and Lu Yi was certainly in no position to ask the old man for advice. Besides, his top priority was to follow the old man out of the mine. It would be losing sight of what was important in favor of trivialities if he offended the old man because of his impropriety and lack of conduct. Even though the old man didn't walk that fast, Lu Yi had to jog to keep up. Moreover, the old man would occasionally disappear without a word and return after a short while. Lu Yi secretly guessed that the old man had discovered some disciples of Evil Moon Valley hiding somewhere and eliminated them. The paths in the mine crisscrossed each other like a maze, and the terrain was incredibly complex. Even Lu Yi needed some time to identify the correct direction at every intersection he came across. On the other hand, every path the old man took was the correct path even though he was simply walking along as though he was taking a leisurely stroll. In less than an hour they saw a light coming from the front. It was the entrance of the mine. Lu Yi followed the old man out of the dark mining tunnel. When he embraced the light again he couldn't help feeling emotional and dazed. He even experienced the wonderful feeling of being alive and whole in this world. Elder Tang. Several figures were standing guard at the entrance of the mine. These were cultivators from various sects under the Grand Sky Coalition who were guarding against any Evil Moon Valley disciples from escaping this place. They bowed respectfully when they saw the old man. The old man nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A middle-aged cultivator, who looked like the leader among the other cultivators, glanced at Lu Yi questioningly and asked, "Elder Tang, this is?" The old man answered, "One of the disciples of Mystical Sky Sect, which was destroyed a year ago. He was taken captive and brought here as a mine slave. He helped me out a little inside, so I brought him along with me on my way out." The middle-aged cultivator understood the situation and raised his hand to beckon a young cultivator over. "Bring him over to record his identity." "Yes, sir," the young cultivator answered. Then he turned to Lu Yi and said, "Come with me." Lu Yi turned to look at Elder Tang. He wanted to thank the old man, but Elder Tang had already walked into the distance. The middle-aged cultivator who spoke up just now hurriedly chased after Elder Tang. "Elder Tang, Deputy Coalition Leader Pang instructed us to inform you that he wishes to see you as soon as you exit the mine. He has something important to discuss." Elder Tang stretched out his hand, stroked his beard and complained, "These old bones never get any rest." While saying that, he rose into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was already heading in another direction under the lead of the young cultivator. That cultivator had no intention of talking to him whatsoever, so he remained silent. Thinking back on what Elder Tang mentioned just now, he smiled knowingly. That old man really is a nice person. I didn't even do anything to help him in the mine. On the contrary, I was the one who received all the help. And yet, that was what he said. It's obvious that he said those words on purpose. A senior master like the old man could resolve many of Lu Ye's troubles with just a casual word. Take the storage bag hanging at Lu Ye's waist for example. It was actually quite problematic for him to possess that storage bag in his current circumstances. The corresponding awareness had sprouted in his heart when he first took the item off of Zhou Cheng's corpse. He even decided that he would immediately hand the storage bag over if anybody from Grand Sky Coalition wanted it. After all, he was merely one of Evil Moon Valley's mining slaves. There would be occasions when he needed to depend on others. It had always been said that one had to be willing to give up on something in order to gain more things in the future. In any case, the actual good stuff was hidden on his body. Something as trivial as Zhou Cheng's storage bag was nothing to regret over. But, with that casual remark from Elder Tang just now, not a single person would dare to try and snatch that storage bag from him anymore. He felt a little regretful for not getting the chance to thank the old man in person. Nevertheless, he had a long future ahead of him. There would always be another chance in the future. Outside the mine was a huge mountain valley surrounded by mountains on three sides. The road located in the east was the only way in and out of this place. At this moment, the mountain valley was very crowded and people were bustling about everywhere. Lu Yi lifted his eyes to look around and saw many traces of a large battle left behind in the mountain valley. Blood stains that were still wet stained the ground, and the entire mountain valley reeked of blood. Evil Moon Valley probably suffered a lot of casualties when Grand Sky Coalition attacked this place. Large flags were raised all over the mountain valley. Different words and patterns were engraved on those large flags, which probably represented the different sects and clans. The area beneath each flag was crowded and bustling with people. According to what Lu Yi knew, Grand Sky Coalition was an extremely large organization formed from many different factions, wherein countless sects and clans of all sizes had gathered together under one flag. Thus, all the forces he could see here were probably just the tip of the iceberg that made up Grand Sky Coalition. Thousand Demon Ridge, which was the antithesis of Grand Sky Coalition, had the same organizational structure. Lu Yi was in a good mood, having regained his freedom. Everything he saw felt new and exciting to him. As a result, the young cultivator leading the way had to urge him to move faster on several occasions. They finally arrived at a corner of the mountain valley. There were a lot of people gathered here too. However, these people were different from the brightly dressed and energetic cultivators he had seen on his way here. Most of them were dirty, sickly, and thin. Some of them looked lost and depressed, especially the young and beautiful women. The dirty ones were the mining slaves that had been working in the mine previously. Years of hard work and malnutrition made them look like refugees. On the other hand, not all the people captured by Evil Moon Valley were made into mining slaves. There were some young and beautiful girls in the mix. Unfortunately, their fates were generally more wretched than becoming mining slaves. Even though the mine had been seized and they were rescued from their nightmares, the tragic experience they lived through would never be forgotten. Looking at this bunch of people, Lu Yi immediately understood. These people were the ones who had been oppressed by Evil Moon Valley. All those who regained their freedom had been gathered in this place for some reason. A table had been placed in front of these people and an extremely fat cultivator sat behind the table. This person looked to be quite young. He was currently leaning back against the chair and taking a nap with his arms folded across his chest. The young cultivator, who had led Lu Yi to this place, strode forward and lightly rapped his knuckles against the table. That fat cultivator jumped violently and nearly fell off the chair. When he finally got a clear look at the person standing in front of him, he patted his chest in relief. "You little bastard, you nearly scared me to death." The young cultivator looked speechless. Lowering his voice, he said, "Brother Pang, record-keeping might be an easy job, but you shouldn't slack off so openly. If the elders in the coalition see you..." Without waiting for the other party to finish his sentence, the fat cultivator waved his hand impatiently. I got it. You only know how to nag all day long like a woman." Pausing for a moment, he asked, "What is it?" The young cultivator stepped aside and revealed Lu Yi, who was standing behind him. "Register this person and verify his identity." Due to how obese the fat cultivator was, his eyes were almost invisible under all that fat on his face. Nevertheless, those small eyes widened suddenly when he saw Lu Yi. His gaze was fixed on the storage bag hanging from Lu Yi's waist. Chapter 9: Identification. The fat cultivator sitting behind the table took out a palm-sized jade slip from his storage bag. Then he looked back up at Lu Yi and asked, "Name, origin, and cultivation." Lu Yi answered those questions one by one. That fat cultivator muttered under his breath, "Lu Yi of Mystical Sky Sect. Yes, I found it. There's certainly somebody with that name." Only then did Lu Yi realize that the jade slip in the fat cultivator's hand probably contained some sort of information from the mine, including the origins and identities of the mining slaves. A check like this could ensure that none of the remnants from Evil Moon Valley had snuck in among these people. But this isn't right. The fat cultivator narrowed his eyes. It is recorded in the jade slip that Lu Yi is an ordinary man who has not been enlightened. But you have unlocked your first spiritual point. This doesn't tally with the records. This is going to be difficult. While speaking, he kept sneaking glances at the storage bag hanging at Lu Yi's waist. Lu Yi secretly laughed to himself. I was right to be worried back then. It's easy for a mining slave carrying a storage bag to attract unnecessary attention and greed. According to his original plan, he would have handed this storage bag over without much fuss. He would simply be buying his way out of trouble. Besides, he was free now. His future prospects were as vast as the sea. Why would he fear not being able to find anything better? But there was nothing to fear after that casual remark Elder Tang made before. More importantly, he could not waste the old man's kindness. Confronting the fat cultivator's doubts directly, he explained, "I encountered an injured Evil Moon Valley cultivator in the mine and killed him. I unlocked my spiritual point in that moment of life and death." The fat cultivator frowned at those words. If what Lu Yi said was true, then it was quite an amazing feat. A tiger was still a tiger, injured or not. It wasn't something a mountain goat could provoke, let alone kill. Nevertheless, he was starting to understand where that storage bag hanging from Lu Yi's waist had come from. At this moment, The young cultivator who led Lu Yi to this place leaned over and whispered something in the fat cultivator's ear. The fat cultivator was surprised. Which elder Tang? The young cultivator said nothing and simply stared at the fat cultivator in silence. The fat cultivator came back to his senses and coughed lightly. When he glanced at Lu Yi again, his expression had become much kinder than before. I see. You sure are a brave man. Yes, well. Your identity has more or less been confirmed, but procedures still have to be followed. Come with me. While saying that, he stood up. Senior Brother Pang, I'll be heading back now. The young cultivator cupped his fists. Go on. Go on. The fat cultivator waved his hand dismissively. Following behind the fat cultivator, Lu Yi walked toward the place where many of the mining slaves were gathered. When they got closer, the fat cultivator placed his hand on his waists and panted lightly before speaking up. Is there anybody from Mystical Sky Sect here? Step forward for me. Nobody answered. Lu Yi swept his gaze over the crowd and did not see any faces belonging to the disciples of Mystical Sky Sect. Mystical Sky Sect was a small sect that didn't have that many disciples in the first place. Many people died during Evil Moon Valley's attack 1 year ago. Only 20 or so young people had survived at the time. Many more had died over the course of the year, but he distinctly recalled that there should have been 3 or 5 more who were still alive. Seeing as none of those 3 or 5 people were in this place, it was easy to imagine what had become of them. He couldn't help feeling a little sad. Although he did not feel a sense of belonging in Mystical Sky Sect, he couldn't help realizing more and more acutely about how cruel this world was now that he was the last surviving member of his sect. The fat cultivator continued, Then, does anybody know this person? Again nobody answered. Lu Yi was not very popular among the mining slaves. Everybody else was thin and sickly, struggling to survive every single day. On the other hand, he was living a good life. He even had enough contribution points to redeem Qi blood pills. Therefore the other mining slaves did not look kindly upon him. The same unfortunate experience did not make people unify against a common enemy. Instead, it was easier to breed resentment and hatred among themselves. Lu Yi noticed the brothers from the Lu family clan among the crowd. Those two were incredibly lucky to have survived until now. Needless to say, they had no intention of coming forward to verify his identity. They were simply watching him and enjoying his misery. The fat cultivator involuntarily glanced at Lu Yi. He was starting to doubt whether Lu Yi was a cultivator from Mystical Sky Sect. As a mining slave, there should be somebody who could prove his identity. Many people had been checked in this same manner previously. They had identified each other and verified each other's identities. I know him. He is Lu Yi of Mystical Sky Sect. Just as the fat cultivator was getting increasingly suspicious, a weak voice rang out. Who is speaking? The fat cultivator shifted his gaze to look in the direction of the voice. The crowd parted to reveal the speaker. When Lu Yi saw the person's face, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. That was because he had only met this person once before. Moreover, it had been a long time since they last saw each other. The person who spoke up was a woman. Compared to the other unkempt mining slaves around her, her clothes were not the most beautiful. Nevertheless, they were neat and clean. The fat cultivator looked at the woman and asked in a low voice, Are you certain he is Lu Yi of Mystical Sky Sect? Think clearly before you speak. The consequences of lying to me are dire. The woman shrank back slightly but repeated in a firm voice. I am certain. The fat cultivator nodded and waved Lu Yi away. All right, your identity has been proven. Go over there and wait. Don't run around. After saying that, he winked at Lu Yi. There will be a great opportunity waiting for you tomorrow. The tense atmosphere finally let up the moment he walked away. It could be seen that these mining slaves who lived at the bottom of the food chain were quite scared of that fat cultivator. Lu Yi mulled over something for a bit. Then he walked toward the woman who spoke up just now. When he got closer, he said, Miss, thank you for your righteous words. The woman shook her head. No need. You saved me once before. I didn't even have the time to thank you at the time. She was talking about something that happened nearly half a year ago. Back then he had encountered this woman by chance. She was being chased by another mining slave. Unable to continue watching, he had thought that mining slave who assaulted her a hard lesson. It was just that he had not seen this woman again ever since that incident. He smiled. Then are we even? The woman smiled too. Her lethargic expression regained some of its vitality. We're even. Let's get to know each other again. I am Lu Yi of Mystical Sky Sect. The woman bowed politely, clearly displaying the demeanor of a proper lady. I am Yu Xiaotaya of the Yu family clan. He asked out of curiosity, Miss Yu, do you know why we have been gathered here? What was that opportunity the fatty was talking about just now? Yu Xiaotaya reached out her hand to push her hair behind her ear and explained, all the people here come from known backgrounds and their identities have been proven. Most have not achieved enlightenment, and even those who have achieved enlightenment are of low cultivation. Evil Moon Valley did not treat us as humans, so they didn't bother training us. But there must be some among us who are suitable for cultivation. Since Grand Sky Coalition seized this place, it is only natural that they want to accommodate some of us. Those among us who are suitable for cultivation and have the aptitude for cultivation will be taken in by the sects under the Grand Sky Coalition. Is that the opportunity the fatty was talking about? The realization suddenly dawned on Lu Yi. Chapter 10 Opportunity. Brother Lu, have you achieved enlightenment? Yu Xiaotaya asked. Why do you ask that? Lu Yi countered with another question without answering her question. She pointed at the storage bag hanging at his waist. He had a moment of realization and nodded in response. That's right. Then he asked, what about you? She lifted a hand and a faint light bloomed from her palm. It was clear that she had also achieved enlightenment. It was just that he did not know how many spiritual points she had unlocked. Unfortunately, it wasn't something he could ask since they were not that familiar with each other. They were both cultivators who had unlocked their spiritual points, so there were many common topics between them to talk about. Even though there were close to 1,000 people gathered in this place, not many among them had achieved enlightenment. Moreover, those who had achieved enlightenment had very low cultivation. Those with real aptitude for cultivation had been taken in by Evil Moon Valley and subsequently became Evil Moon Valley's disciples. One could only imagine what had become of them now. She lowered her voice and said, the opportunity tomorrow is extremely important. You must not let it slip by. Brother Lu, you should showcase your talents as much as possible if you have any special talents. This will affect your entire future. She seemed to know something. He replied, I got it. Having said that, he didn't have any special talents. All he had was a skill tree that nobody could see. Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to reveal the skill tree to anybody. It wasn't good for him to remain among a group of women for long, so he only said a few more words to her before taking his leave. There were a lot of enslaved people gathered in this place, but the range they could move in was limited. He looked around briefly and headed directly in the direction of a corner. Somewhere in that direction, the brothers of the Lu family clan were hiding behind a group of people and shivering in fear. Their complexions turned deathly pale when they saw Lu Yi heading in their direction. By the time he arrived in front of them, both of them looked even more panicked than before. WW, what do you want? Big Brother Lu shouted in a threatening manner even though he was shaking inside. While speaking, he kept glancing in the direction of the fat cultivator as if trying to reach out for help. The only answer he received was a fist that zoomed at him and endlessly magnified in his eyes. One punch was all it took to break his nose and he instantly collapsed to the ground. Then Lu Yi kicked second brother Lu in the stomach. Before second brother Lu could fall to the ground, Lu Yi grabbed him by the hair. Strange. You don't seem to recognize me anymore. Second brother Lu's expression was filled with pain. He even had stars spinning around in front of his eyes. How could he answer? Lu Yi snorted coldly. Exerting some strength in his hand, he threw second brother Lu behind him. Second brother Lu fell headfirst to the ground and ate a mouthful of dirt. 2 of his teeth were knocked out as a result. After occupying their spot, Lu Yi sat down crossed-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. His first spiritual point was brimming with power, but he couldn't locate the spot to unlock his second spiritual point. He didn't continue cultivating, lest he waste his vitality. When evening rolled around, the people from Grand Sky Coalition came over to distribute some food and bedding. Everybody received some, but Lu Yi didn't have enough to fill his belly. Fortunately, there was some food in Zhou Cheng's spiritual bag. Taking some out, he began eating with gusto. The people beside him practically drooled as they watched him, but nobody dared to step forward to ask him for some. Ever since he taught the brothers of the Lu family clan a lesson, he occupied a large area all to himself. It saved him a lot of trouble. After he began refining his vitality into qi, his appetite grew larger and larger by the day. Thus, he even managed to eat that dried meat with great relish. Nothing happened that night. When the next day arrived, Lu Yi was full of energy. He was looking forward to that so-called opportunity. It wasn't until after breakfast that more than 10 cultivators dressed in different styles came to stand in front of the crowd. The person leading them was a middle-aged man. That person stood with his hands behind his back and swept his gaze over the crowd with a small smile. You youngsters come from different sects and clans. Having been taken into captivity and enslaved in this place, you have gone through a lot of hardships. However, that kind of life has come to an end. All the sects in Grand Sky Coalition are recruiting talented people. Those among you who achieved enlightenment or have the aptitude for cultivation will all have the opportunity to join one of those sects. Make good use of this opportunity, and we might be able to fight side by side in the future. After saying that, he beckoned lightly with his hand. More than 10 cultivators dressed in different styles standing behind that person stepped forward. The first person swept his hand out in a circle. All of you come with me. That sweeping gesture was accompanied by a burst of spiritual power that enveloped approximately 100 people. When those people walked forward, that cultivator led them to one side. The same went for the second person. There were around 1,000 slaves. It was just enough to split between these 10 cultivators. Lu Yi was in the innermost location, so he fell into the hands of the last cultivator. The last group followed that cultivator a short distance away and came to a certain area where there were other cultivators dressed in the same style as the cultivator who led them here. Those cultivators came forward to maintain order and got everybody to stand in a line. Lu Yi stood in the middle of the line. Glancing around, he saw that all the other slaves who were taken away earlier were in the same situation as him. Thus, he realized that they were about to undergo some sort of test to see who among these slaves had achieved enlightenment or were suitable for cultivation. Judging by the words of that middle-aged cultivator from before, those who had achieved enlightenment would have a greater advantage. As for those who had neither achieved enlightenment nor have the aptitude for cultivation, they would not be valued highly. Once everybody was lined up in an orderly fashion, the cultivator who led them here took out a table from within his storage bag and sat down behind the table. Afterward, he lifted his head to say, "Let's begin." The first slave walked over to him at his signal. Another cultivator asked, "Have you achieved enlightenment?" The slave shook his head. "No." "Okay." The cultivator who asked the question took out a crystal ball and pushed it over to the slave. He instructed, "Put both hands on it." The slave did as he was told, but the crystal ball did not react. The cultivator sitting behind the table shook his head. "No aptitude for cultivation." Next. The slave was a little sad and frustrated to hear those words. He hurriedly said, "I wasn't ready. Please let me try again." Next. The cultivated flicked his sleeves and the chattering slave was swept aside and fell to the ground. That scene made all the other slaves who were waiting in line very uneasy. They understood that whether or not they could change their fates would depend entirely on that crystal ball. Hence, their energy faltered slightly. The slaves came forward one by one. None of them had the aptitude for cultivation. It wasn't until the 13th person placed both hands on the crystal ball that the crystal ball that had not reacted up until now suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Finally, there's one. The cultivator sitting behind the table broke out into a smile. He looked up at the slave. "Name?" The slave's face flushed with excitement, and he answered truthfully. The cultivator sitting behind the table took out something that looked like a jade tablet. Spiritual power flowed through his hands and that jade tablet soon displayed that slave's name. Handing the jade tablet over to the slave, he said, "Take good care of this. You will be using it in the future. Now go to the tent over there and look for my third senior brother to check how talented you are." Yes. Thank you, sir." The slave held the jade tablet in his hands as though he was holding a precious treasure and jogged toward the back. There was a simple tent set up at the back. Chapter 11 An Introduction to the Sect. Upon seeing that, Lu Yi immediately understood that there were two parts to the test. The first part was to find out whether a person had the aptitude to cultivate. The second part was to ascertain how talented a person was. Aptitude and talent were two different things. The former determined whether a person had the right to cultivate at all. The latter was an important factor in a person's future achievements. Theoretically, a highly talented person would achieve greater heights in the future. Certainly, due to the limitations, the talent examination was just a general test, and accuracy couldn't be guaranteed. However, the margin of error was pretty small. Lu Yi wasn't worried about his aptitude at all. Since he had been enlightened, there was no doubt that he could cultivate. Nevertheless, it was hard to tell how talented he was, and he wasn't sure about it himself. Therefore, he could only find out the result after going through a test behind the tent. When the first person with the aptitude to cultivate appeared, the listless group of people became slightly energized. At that instant they thought that they could probably cut it. However, reality was cruel. More than 10 people had been eliminated in the test before the next person with an aptitude appeared again. Then the same scene went on and on. The long line slowly shortened as the slaves' hope turned into despair. Generally, there would be one person with the aptitude to cultivate for every dozen people. The ratio was pretty close to what Lu Yi had speculated. He was at the latter half of the line. However, since the test could be carried out quickly, he reached the desk in just 1 hour. "Have you been enlightened?" The cultivator behind the desk asked a question that he had asked countless times before. "I've unlocked one spiritual point," Lu Yi replied honestly. Upon hearing that, the cultivator quickly lifted his head and examined him before he put on a smile. "That's great. Finally, there's a person who has been enlightened." Although 7 to 8 people had passed the aptitude test, they hadn't been enlightened. Among this group of people, Lu Yi was the first one who had been enlightened. "Come on. Place your hands on it." The cultivator pointed at the crystal ball on the desk. Lu Yi was puzzled as he thought that this thing was to test a person's aptitude. Since he had been enlightened, why was there still a need to go through the test? Seeing through the doubt in Lu Ye's heart, the cultivator explained, "I'm not only responsible for testing the aptitude of all of you, but I'll also have to ascertain your attributes." "Our attributes?" Lu Yi was perplexed as he had never heard of it before. Perhaps it was because Lu Yi had been enlightened, the cultivator decided to patiently explain it to him. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth are the 5 elements. Everyone's spiritual power is skewed towards one of them, and this is what we call an attribute. Every attribute has a different emphasis. "I see." Lu Yi finally understood what the crystal ball was for. Then he asked doubtfully, "What about those people?" The cultivator replied with a smile, "They haven't even been enlightened, so they have no spiritual power, which is why it's impossible to examine their attributes." "I see." Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Yi lifted his hands and placed them on the crystal ball. "Activate your spiritual power and infuse it into the ball," the cultivator uttered. Lu Yi did as he was told, then he stared fixedly at the transformation of the crystal ball. He was curious what attribute he was. The crystal ball started glowing, which went to show that he had the aptitude to cultivate. However, since he had been enlightened, the outcome was meaningless to him. The following change was the result of his attributes. Under his attention, an orange flame was suddenly ignited inside the crystal ball, then it started burning brightly. His pupils contracted when he saw that because the orange flame looked familiar to him. "Oh." The cultivator behind the desk arched his brow as his interest was piqued. "Your main attribute is fire and your supporting attribute is gold. That's not bad. All right. Retract your hands now." Lu Yi could understand that his main attribute was fire. After all, it was thanks to the skill tree that he was enlightened. At that time, it was the tree that had swallowed an orange flame that allowed him to be enlightened all of a sudden. The tree leaf with the spiritual pattern, sharp edge, was ablaze as well. However, he didn't understand why his supporting attribute was gold, as he had a feeling that this was his original attribute. "Keep it and go over to the tent at the back to look for my 3rd senior brother." The cultivator gave Lu Yi a jade tablet. Lu Yi thanked him and took it. Then he saw that his name and a symbol that should mean that he had unlocked one spiritual point had been engraved on one side, while the other side was engraved with his attribute. Moving past the desk, he kept walking forward. There was a temporary tent in a nearby place. Everyone who had passed the aptitude test had to enter it to get their talent checked. Before entering the tent, Lu Yi apologized to the person inside it before he pulled the curtains open and stepped into it. It was spacious inside the tent. There was a cultivator with a solemn and cold expression who was seated on a futon with his legs crossed. With his eyes closed, he appeared to be taking a rest. It seemed that he was 3rd senior brother. On a spot near 3rd senior brother, there was a disc that was made from some kind of wood. The disc was as large as a table and there were 8 pits around the edge. Some bare saplings had even grown on the pits. Lu Yi walked up to him and cupped his fists. "Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Yi. Please examine my jade tablet, senior brother." Third senior brother opened his eyes and took the jade tablet. After looking at both sides, he arched his brow. "You've been enlightened?" Then he made a gesture with his hand. "Have a seat." It seemed that the disc was used to ascertain a person's talent. Lu Yi stepped onto the table and sat down in the center with his legs crossed. Inadvertently, he saw that many complicated patterns had been engraved on it. Are they spiritual patterns? Lu Ye's interest was piqued as he studied the patterns. However, he did not have enough knowledge to find out what these patterns were for. The only spiritual pattern he knew was sharp edge. The patterns engraved on the disc were complicated and dense. They were so well connected that they looked like a unibody. They're not just spiritual patterns. Lu Yi finally understood what it was as he recalled something that he had heard of before. It's called an array. Is an array made up of spiritual patterns? Ahem. Third senior brother's cough made Lu Yi snap back to reality as he quickly straightened up. As they stared at each other, the place fell into silence. Suddenly, third senior brother uttered, "Green Jade Sect is located on Mount Heavenly Tree, which is a strategic location in Bingzhou. We have 300 spirit peaks of different heights. We're one of the top 5 sects in Bingzhou in terms of comprehensive power. Our sect master and deputy sect masters are all in the Divine Ocean Realm. Under the sect master, there are about 100 real Lake Realm masters." Initially, Lu Yi thought that third senior brother was a taciturn man, but at this moment he realized that he was mistaken. Third senior brother was incessant as he kept talking about Green Jade Sect, which made Lu Yi to feel lost. For some reason, as he listened to third senior brother's narration, he had a strong sense of déjà vu. When third senior brother talked about the sword techniques and cultivation techniques of his sect, the memories that Lu Yi had forgotten seemed to be springing back into his mind. The corners of Lu Ye's mouth twitched as he wondered if this was the introduction to the sect before a disciple was recruited in the cultivation world. Chapter 12, Take It As If I Didn't Tell You Anything. The grim-looking third senior brother went on to talk all about Green Jade Sect. Moments later he changed the topic by saying, "Your main attribute is fire. I remember that we do have a fire desolation technique which should suit you. Certainly you can work on your metal attribute if you want. We do have some metal attribute techniques. Furthermore, if you join our sect, you'll get 2 spirit restoring pills every month even if you're just an apprentice. If you pass the test and become a formal disciple, you'll get even more." Lu Yi hurriedly bowed his head. Got it? In his heart, he was feeling doubtful as it seemed that third senior brother was trying to recruit him. It appeared that as a cultivator who had been enlightened, he was in an advantageous position. With this thought in mind, he was secretly elated. Third senior brother went on to say, "All right. Stay seated and focus your mind. You might feel a slight pain later, but you don't have to worry. It's just a process to examine your talent, so don't resist it with your spiritual power." Got it? Lu Yi replied and placed his hands on his knees with his palms facing up. Then he closed his eyes. The next moment he could feel the fluctuation of spiritual power. Although he was curious about what third senior brother was doing, he didn't think he should open his eyes. As the spiritual energy undulated, he felt a vibration on his backside. He reckoned that the array on the disc was beginning to take effect. Just like what he thought, third senior brother had stuffed 8 silkworm-sized crystals into the 8 pits around the edge of the disc. They were the spirit stones that cultivators used to set up an array. Lu Yi had never seen these stones before. When third senior brother activated the array, smoke started billowing from the spirit stones inside the pits. The smoke was the spiritual power stored inside the stones, and with the help of the array, it turned into very pure spiritual qi. The thick spiritual qi soon spread around the disc. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier around the disc as the spiritual qi was restricted in it. The seated Lu Yi felt his chest tightening. Although he had closed his eyes, he could sense that he was surrounded by some mystical stuff as they penetrated his body, which made him feel refreshed. Is this spiritual qi? Lu Yi understood that absorbing the spiritual qi in the world was one of the main ways a cultivator could cultivate. When he was inside the mine he had tried it before. Perhaps it was because of the terrain he did not feel any spiritual qi inside the mine, so he had no choice but to refine vitality into qi instead. After he was brought out of the mine by the old man surnamed Tang, he forgot to sense the spiritual qi in the world. It wasn't until this moment that he could directly sense the existence of spiritual qi. However, recalling third senior brother's advice, he suppressed his urge to absorb the spiritual qi. Facing across from him, third senior brother was performing a hand seal as he continuously activated the array's power. At the same time he was staring fixedly at the saplings around the edge of the disc. The array on the disc was to examine a person's talent. When third senior brother activated the array's power, the 8 spirit stones stuck around the disc would release their spiritual power, which then turned into thick spiritual qi. Under his control, the spiritual qi would be led into the body of the person being tested and then swirl around the array, which caused the saplings around the disc to go through some changes. In a nutshell, Lu Yi, who was seated on the disc, was actually a terminal that the spiritual qi passed through and spread around the array, which then caused the saplings to change. The more saplings that had gone through transformation, the more talented the person was, and vice versa. Fundamentally, the test was to find out whether the spiritual qi could easily pass through the person's body. If the process was smooth, the cultivator would be deemed as highly talented. Basically, a cultivator had to strengthen the spiritual qi in his body. If the spiritual qi couldn't even move around his body smoothly, it was pointless for him to cultivate. Beside the disc, third senior brother continued working on the array. Seeing that the 8 saplings did not change one bit, he frowned and expended more power on the array. At that instant, Lu Yi scowled as he could faintly feel that his entire body was in pain, as if a lot of external spiritual qi was madly penetrating his body, which made him feel that countless needles had been jabbed into him. As time passed, the pain became increasingly unbearable. Just when he almost couldn't take it anymore, the pain all over his body vanished all of a sudden. Following that, third senior brother uttered, "It's done." Lu Yi quickly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. As their eyes met, he realized that third senior brother's gaze appeared conflicted. His chest tightened as he had a terrible feeling. "Senior brother, how is my talent?" Lu Yi asked. Without uttering a word, third senior brother took a look at the disc before he whisked across the jade tablet with his hand and returned it to Lu Yi. Lu Yi took it and realized that on the side where his attribute was engraved, one more word had appeared. What does it mean? He wanted to ask what had happened, but third senior brother apparently had no intention of speaking further, so he reckoned that he shouldn't be relentless. Getting to his feet on the disc, he saluted him. "Thanks, senior brother." When he turned to leave, he saw that a tree leaf had grown on one of the 8 bare saplings around the disc. Could the word on the jade tablet represent a sapling? He speculated. "Wait a minute." Third senior brother suddenly uttered. Lu Yi, who was already at the door, turned around and asked, "What's wrong, senior brother?" Third senior brother replied, "Just take it as that I did not tell you anything just now." Upon hearing that, Lu Yi was rendered speechless. After leaving the tent, he took a deep breath repeatedly as he had a premonition. He wasn't certain whether his talent was good or terrible, but judging from the change in third senior brother's attitude, he felt that something was off. He reckoned that his talent was a little unusual, so he decided to look for someone to ask about it. When he looked around and saw someone standing silently in the corner, he directly walked up to her. Before he even reached her, the woman saw him and beckoned to him with a smile. Standing in front of the woman, Lu Yi called out to her, "Miss Yu." Yu Xiaotaya elegantly saluted him. "Brother Lu." It was apparent that she was in a better mood than the previous day as she had passed the test, and her result was all right. Lu Yi passed her his jade tablet and asked, "Can you explain to me what's wrong with my talent?" As Yu Xiaotaya was taking the tablet, she replied with a smile, "Brother Lu, since you've been enlightened, your talent is definitely not terrible." She saw the word on the back of the jade tablet when she uttered the last 2 words, which was why her eyelids twitched and her tone sounded hesitant. Upon seeing her reaction, Lu Yi realized that his talent left much to be desired. "Miss Yu, how is your talent?" Lu Yi asked. Yu Xiaotaya replied, "It's similar to yours." Lu Yi waved his hand. "You don't have to console me. I understand what's going on. The smaller the number, the lower the talent, right?" With her lips pressed together, Yu Xiaotaya had the intention of consoling him, but she wasn't sure what to say. Eventually she could only bow her head. "Yes." No wonder. Lu Yi recalled the last words third senior brother said to him and thought that these cultivators were pretty snobbish. Yu Xiaotaya went on to say, "Brother Lu, you don't have to feel dejected. The test isn't very accurate, and the array used isn't a high-rank one, so mistakes do happen sometimes." Lu Yi replied with a smile, "I don't know what array that is." However, since the result is there, I can only accept it. Yu Xiaotaya looked curiously at him. Do you really think it's alright? Lu Yi didn't seem to be pretending to be nonchalant. Most people would be utterly disappointed if they got this kind of result. Lu Yi looked away and replied with a smile, compared to those people, I'm considered lucky since I've been enlightened. Following his gaze, Yu Xiaotaya could see a lot of crestfallen people over there. Those people had all been eliminated as they were unable to pass the aptitude test. The Lu brothers were among them. Chapter 13. What is going on? By the way, how is your talent? Lu Yi turned his head and asked. Judging from Yu Xiaotaya's expression, he knew that her talent must be good, but he still wanted to make a comparison. He wanted to find out how terrible his talent was that made third senior brother change his attitude in such a drastic way. Yu Xiaotaya was already holding her jade tablet, but upon hearing his question she subconsciously concealed it. It wasn't that she wanted to hide anything from him, but that she didn't want to hurt his feelings. Lu Yi teased her by saying, Are you looking down on me? Don't you know that men bounce back stronger after we're hurt? A helpless Yu Xiaotaya asked, Brother Lu, do you really want to see it? Lu Yi replied with a smile, Since my result has been revealed, it can't get any worse. After giving it some thought, Yu Xiaotaya uttered, You're right. You're such a big-hearted person. Admiration was written all over her face. Since Lu Yi had said so, there was no reason for her to reject his request. The information on the jade tablet wasn't confidential anyway. Then she extended her hand and passed the jade tablet to him. Lu Yi took it and saw that the side facing him was carved with her name. Then he turned it around and saw that the word, wood, was engraved on it. It seemed that her main attribute was wood. Below her attribute there was a number. 38. Lu Yi was dumbfounded as this was different from what he had imagined. Then he asked, Miss Yu, why is it 38? Isn't the highest number supposed to be 8? He remembered clearly that there were only 8 saplings around the disc, so why would there be 38, which was beyond the reasonable limits? The highest number is 64. Yu Xiaotaya was puzzled by what he said. Then she made a calculation with her hand and murmured, 8 saplings times 8 leaves. That's 64. Theoretically, the most talented person would get 64 leaves. Lu Yi stared at her as the light in his eyes went out. A flabbergasted Yu Xiaotaya called out to him. Brother Lu, are you all right? He had just said that men would bounce back stronger after they were hurt, so why was he hurt so terribly after she showed him her jade tablet? Yu Xiaotaya blamed herself and thought that she shouldn't have let him see her tablet. Be strong, Brother Lu. Just give me some time to calm myself down. Lu Yi waved his hand and looked up at the sky with a listless gaze. Finally, he realized that the number 1 on the back of his jade tablet did not represent a sapling but a leaf. During the talent test, every sapling could grow 8 leaves. Since there were 8 saplings, the maximum one could get were 64 leaves. The number 38 was engraved on Yu Xiaotaya's jade tablet, which meant that during the talent test, she had managed to make the saplings grow 38 leaves. On the other hand, his result was 1 leaf instead of a sapling. At that instant, Lu Yi felt terribly hurt. He had tried his best to lower his expectation, but in the end, he realized that his lowest expectation wasn't even the bottom. 1 out of 8 and 1 out of 64 were completely different stories. Brother Lu, Yu Xiaotaya looked worriedly at him as she could feel that he was engulfed in a gloomy atmosphere. He no longer looked as energetic as he was earlier. Although talent is important, it isn't everything. Brother Lu, I once heard that the heavenly way rewards those who are hardworking. I guess you haven't heard of the saying that the heavenly way does not favor anything in the world as it lets nature take its course. What? Yu Xiaotaya felt that something was off. Lu Yi took a deep breath and pulled himself together. He was still frustrated, but just like what he had said, since the result was there, all he could do was face it. Moreover, he still had the skill tree. Even if he wasn't highly talented, the amazing tree might still make up for his deficiency. Tell me what the talent test is based on, Lu Yi asked. Although he had gone through the test in the tent, he did not know how it was carried out as his eyes remained closed throughout the entire process. Instead of immediately explaining it to him, Yu Xiaotaya looked seriously at him. Noticing the worry behind her gaze, Lu Yi said with a smile, I'm really fine. After a sigh, Yu Xiaotaya replied, Since you want to know, I'll tell you what I understand about the test. Then she went on to tell him the theories and process of the test. Upon hearing her explanation, Lu Yi asked, "Does that mean that it's difficult for the spiritual qi to be led into my body? Is that why my talent is regarded as low?" He couldn't help but recall how he felt at that time. The external spiritual qi penetrated his body but couldn't get out, which caused him to be in pain. Yu Xiaotaya nodded. "That's right. I see." Lu Yi finally understood what had happened, but soon something started bothering him. But what could it really tell? How can they determine whether a person's talent is high or low based on this kind of superficial factor? Don't get me wrong. I'm not doubting that my talent is low. I just want to know the reason behind it. Seeing how he attempted to reassure her that he was fine, Yu Xiaotaya was torn between tears and laughter. Then she explained patiently, "Brother Lu, do you know how a cultivator can get stronger?" Lu Yi replied, "Consume spirit pills, absorb spiritual qi, refine vitality into qi, and make use of spirit stones." "That's right." Yu Xiaotaya nodded. However, the main ways are still absorbing spiritual qi and making use of spirit stones. The other two methods are just auxiliary. If it's difficult to lead the external spiritual qi into your body, it'll be less efficient for you to cultivate, and your talent will be deemed low. Given the same time and resources, a highly talented cultivator will unlock more spiritual points and achieve greater heights in the future. Since you've been enlightened, I'm sure you're aware of how difficult it is to cultivate. Lu Yi recalled his days in the dark mine. He would consume qi blood pills every day and refine vitality into qi. As he felt himself growing stronger by the day, he didn't think that it was difficult. Instead, he was joyful. Yu Xiaotaya said that a cultivator mainly relied on absorbing spiritual qi and making use of spirit stones, while consuming pills and refining vitality into qi were just auxiliary methods. It seemed that he had been doing it in the wrong way. Feeling that something was amiss, he asked, "Miss Yu, how long did it take you to fill your first spiritual point after you unlocked it?" If there was a direct comparison, he could judge how efficient it was for him to cultivate. He still didn't believe that his talent was so terrible. "It took me about 20 days, Yu Xiaotaya replied. She didn't ask how long it took Lu Yi to achieve that because she was worried that this question would hurt his feelings again. Given his talent, even if he had the help of pills, it would probably take him a few months to fill his first spiritual point. Since Lu Yi had saved her before, she was still grateful to him. At that moment, she found him to be pitiful. As expected, Lu Yi appeared startled upon hearing what she had said, then he muttered, "About 20 days. Yu Xiaotaya quickly said, "Brother Lu, our situations are different. Previously, I was taken away by an evil Moon Valley's disciple. I guess she wanted to make use of me to cultivate an evil technique, which was why she helped me enlighten and even gave me some spirit-restoring pills. That's the reason I could fill my spirit point in about 20 days. She had actually consumed some pills to shorten the time. On the other hand, Lu Yi had only consumed some cheap qi blood pills, but it only took him more than 10 days to fill his first spiritual point, which was faster than what she had achieved. What is going on?" Chapter 14 Realms. All the signs showed that even though Lu Yi wasn't highly talented, his result couldn't possibly be only one leaf. Does it have something to do with the skill tree? There are some spiritual patterns on the leaves of the tree, but how do they help me in my cultivation? Besides the skill tree, he couldn't find any other explanation. In that case, he had a feeling that the skill tree wasn't as simple as it appeared to be. "Miss Yu, there's something I need to ask you about." He decided to change the topic to stop feeling sorrowful. "Just ask away, Brother Lu." Yu Xiaotaya looked solemnly at him. After pondering on how he should word it, he said, "The thing is, my first spiritual point is full now and I want to unlock the second one. However, I can't locate where it is. How should I solve this?" This question had been plaguing him for several days. He thought that after his first spiritual point was full, he could readily unlock the second one. However, after several attempts, he still couldn't locate the second spiritual point. He had even wasted a lot of spiritual power during the process. There was no doubt that Yu Xiaotaya was more experienced than he was, and she was his only friend in this place, which was why he wanted to ask her about it. To people like us who have just started cultivating, this is indeed a tricky problem. This has nothing to do with aptitude or talent. The main problem is that our spiritual power is still weak, which is why it's hard for us to locate the spiritual point. If you want to solve this problem, you'll either have to explore it on your own or look for a strong cultivator to help you. When I was unlocking the second spiritual point, It was the cultivator from Evil Moon Valley who helped lead my spiritual power to the second point. In order to do that, the cultivator has to be in the Cloud River realm at the very least. Upon hearing that, Lu Yi put on a bitter smile. I'll explore it on my own then. He couldn't think of anyone who could help him. Brother Lu, all the cultivator's source spiritual points are similar, but due to the fact that we cultivate different techniques, the location of each individual's second spiritual point is different. If you don't have a suitable technique, I suggest that you don't unlock your second point on a whim. Otherwise you'll get into trouble. I do have the manual of a technique. Golden Liberation Technique probably wasn't an excellent technique, but Lu Yi had no other options. By the way, you just mentioned Cloud River Realm. Is it a kind of cultivator realm? He remembered that when he was inside the tent, third senior brother mentioned Real Lake Realm and Divine Ocean Realm, which he had never heard of. During his 1-year stay in the mine, he rarely talked to anyone and he had no friends. All the information he learned about cultivation was hearsay, which was why it was fragmented. Yes. Yu Xiaotaya nodded. For the cultivators, there are 4 major cultivation realms, which are Spirit Creek Realm, Cloud River Realm, Real Lake Realm, and Divine Ocean Realm. There are 9 orders in every major realm. Creek, River, Lake, and Ocean. The categorization is interesting and straightforward. Are we in the Spirit Creek Realm then? Lu Yi asked. With a smile, Yu Xiaotaya shook her head and replied, Not yet. We're just people who have been enlightened. We have to unlock more spiritual points so that our own spiritual power can pass through these points and form a cosmic orbit circulation. Only when our spiritual power passes through the points like the flow in the creek can we be regarded as Spirit Creek Realm Masters, and we'll have the right to be called cultivators then. Lu Yi asked in shock, You mean we're not cultivators yet? Then what are we? Cultivators to be? Yu Xiaotaya tilted her head, which made her look adorable. All right. Lu Yi accepted that he was just a cultivator to be. He thought that he was already considered a cultivator since he had been enlightened. However, now it seemed that he was still too naive. Realizing that he had no basic knowledge of the cultivation world, Yu Xiaotaya decided to tell him more about it. There are countless sects in Jiuzhou. If we're talking about Bingzhou alone, there are more than 1,000 sects and clans of different sizes. A sect is considered strong or weak based on their inner disciples' cultivations. If the inner disciples are in a higher realm, the sect will be considered powerful. Moreover, these sects are tiered as well. Oh, how are they tiered? Lu Ye's interest was piqued. He had figured out that she was trying to tell him the basic knowledge of the cultivation world, so he wouldn't let this chance slip through his fingers. Every major realm of a cultivator is divided into 9 orders. Sects are divided into 9 tiers as well. The 9th tier is the lowest and the 1st tier is the best. I'm not sure how they're actually categorized, but there are definitely top cultivators in the Divine Ocean realm in the 1st to 3rd tier sects. I remember that the number of such cultivators is taken into consideration as well. For 4th tier to 6th tier sects, there have to be enough Real Lake Realm Masters. For the 7th tier to 9th tier sects, they only need some Cloud River Realm Masters. What about those with only Spirit Creek Realm Masters? Lu Yi asked curiously. Yu Xiaotaya pressed her lips together and smiled. Spirit Creek Realm Masters have no right to found a sect. Lu Yi started flushing as he felt that he was so ignorant. Yu Xiaotaya went on to say, In Bingzhou we have 10 first-tier sects and they're collectively called 1 palace, 2 temples, 3 sects and 4 clans. 1 palace refers to Auspicious Cloud Palace. 2 temples are Yama Temple and Rainbow Temple. 3 sects are Righteous Sect, Green Jade Sect and Rasho Sect. 4 clans are Infinity Clan, Scarlet Moon Clan, Northern Profound Sword Clan and Sky Origin Clan. Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge respectively occupy half of them. There are many Divine Ocean Realm Masters in each sect. Lu Yi recalled that third senior brother told him that Green Jade Sect was one of the top 5 sects in Bingzhou when it came to comprehensive power. At that time he thought that the sect was indeed highly ranked, but he hadn't expected that it was actually so powerful. There were more than 1,000 sects in Bingzhou, so the Green Jade Sect was truly incredible if it could rise above others and become one of the top 10 sects. This time, in order to launch an attack on Evil Moon Valley, Grand Sky Coalition has sent a deputy coalition leader. He is from Righteous Sect. Is the deputy coalition leader surnamed Pang? Lu Yi nonchalantly asked. I'm not sure. How do you know? I just heard it from somewhere. Lu Yi did not explain it in detail. It seems that Evil Moon Valley is pretty formidable. 2 out of 10 first-tier sects, Righteous Sect and Green Jade Sect, have come together to destroy Evil Moon Valley. Yu Xiaotaya replied with a smile, that's not how you should judge their power. Although Evil Moon Valley is fairly powerful, it's still not comparable to a first-tier sect. I think it should be around 5th tier or 6th tier. Although 2 top sects have come together, not everyone in the first-tier sects is a top cultivator. You're right. Lu Yi agreed with her. Yu Xiaotaya went on to say, besides the 2 first-tier sects, we still have some other sects. The test is almost over. Anyone with a jade tablet has a chance to join one of those sects. Brother Lu, you mustn't miss this chance. Aptitude and talent tests were just to pick out people who could cultivate. Joining one of those sects to cultivate and learn new techniques was the real opportunity. It wasn't that these sects lacked disciples. First-tier sects like Righteous Sect and Green Jade Sect were never lacking disciples. They had somewhat agreed upon such a way to take in disciples. For people like Lu Yi and Yu Xiaotaya who had been rescued, even though the world was big, they had nowhere else to go. Therefore, Grand Sky Coalition had to help them settle down and help those with the aptitude to cultivate to join one of the sects. They wouldn't suffer any losses anyway. Perhaps they could even find some highly talented people. Lu Yi put on a smile. I guess no sect will take in someone like me who has only 1 leaf. You should look on the bright side. Yu Xiaotaya consoled him. Your advantage is that you've been enlightened. There are about 10 sects that have come over. I'm sure you'll be able to join one of them. Thanks for your kind words. Chapter 15, Peng Dahai and Lu Ye's Sincerity. You have to be careful when selecting a sect. If you manage to join a proper sect, your wish might be granted, a voice was suddenly heard saying from the side. Lu Yi and Yu Xiaotaya turned around in shock, only to see that a fatty had appeared beside them when they were not paying attention. Currently he was looking at them with a smile, and his eyes were small because of his chubby face. He was the one who had registered the slaves and examined their identities previously. Lu Yi was stunned because he didn't even realize when the fatty had come over. Senior brother? Yu Xiaotaya hurriedly saluted him with a solemn expression. Although she had unlocked some spiritual points, a cultivator like the fatty was still a powerful figure to her, which was why she was anxious. Lu Yi saluted him as well. I heard you chatting happily, which was why I came over to have a look. Do you mind? With an amiable expression, the fat cultivator clapped his own bulging stomach with one hand. We wouldn't dare to. Yu Xiaotaya quickly waved her hands. Although she was nervous, she remained clear-headed as she realized that this was a chance to get some information from him. Senior brother, what did you mean when you said that? Although she knew more about the cultivation world than Lu Yi, her knowledge was limited. Certainly, she wasn't comparable to a formal cultivator from Grand Sky Coalition like the fat cultivator in this regard. Of course I mean it literally. Do you want to know more? The grin on the fat cultivator's face widened. Even though he was replying to her, his gaze was actually fixed on Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't understand why the fatty was staring at him, but he could feel that the latter was ill-intentioned. However, since it had something to do with his future, he still decided to reply in a respectful manner. Senior brother, please enlighten us. If you want to know, the fat cultivator hospitably clapped Lu Ye's shoulder. That'll depend on how sincere you are. How sincere I am? Lu Yi arched his brow as he recalled that the first time he met this fat cultivator, the latter was staring at the storage bag on his waist. No way. It can't be. He's a cultivator with profound cultivation, so it's unlikely that he has his eye on a nobody like me. However, the meaning behind his words is obvious. Anyone who isn't a fool would understand it. After a moment of silence, he decided to lift his hand and snuck it under the storage bag on his waist, only to see that the fat cultivator slightly opened his eyes and widened his grin. After that, he lowered his hand, and the cultivator's expression became normal. Then he lifted his hand again, and the cultivator also widened his eyes. After doing it for a few times, he could finally confirm that the truth was exactly what he had imagined. The fat cultivator couldn't take it anymore as he had never seen someone like Lu Yi who so brazenly tried to mess with him. Displeased, he swung his sleeve and uttered, "It seems that you don't want to know." Right after he turned around, he felt a weight in his hand. Lowering his head, he realized that there was a bottle of Qi blood pills in his hand, and Lu Ye's expression was that of a man who had some of his flesh cut off. The corners of the fat cultivator's mouth twitched. Is this how you show me your sincerity? What the hell is this? I did not come all the way here for this rubbish. Senior brother, what do you want then? Lu Yi asked. Unable to take it anymore, the fat cultivator directly revealed his intention. The mineral ores. Lu Yi asked curiously, why is someone as powerful as you interested in those mineral ores? The fat cultivator explained, you may not be aware that the mineral ores that are excavated from the Evil Moon Valley's mine are all exquisite and rare items. Moreover, if you want to get some information from me, you have to pay a price. We're not friends, so there's no reason for me to tell you anything for free. You're right. Lu Yi nodded in agreement as he randomly fished out a mineral ore from his storage bag and passed it to him. The fat cultivator did not immediately take it. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and shook his head. I don't see your sincerity. But it's huge. Lu Yi pointed at the washbasin-sized mineral ore. It was the largest mineral ore in his storage bag. Ignoring him, the fat cultivator started humming a song. Lu Yi couldn't help but click his tongue. With a conflicted expression, he put down the mineral ore on the ground and took out one more mineral ore. He had been inside the mine for more than a year, so he knew a thing or two about these mineral ores. Although he wasn't sure their exact value, he reckoned that the ones that were easily found were normally cheaper. Although the two mineral ores he had taken out were huge, they were not rare inside the mine. In fact, they were easily found. There were only a small number of mineral ores in Zhou Cheng's storage bag, which were about 5 to 6 pieces, and they were the most common ones. On the other hand, not only were there a lot of mineral ores in Manager Yang's bag, but there were also a lot of rare ones. The fat cultivator finally sported a smile when he saw the second mineral ore. Brat, don't think that I'm taking advantage of you. It's just that I find you to be likable, which is why I've come all the way here to give you some advice. I Peng Dahai from Righteous Sect, am quite famous in the cultivation world in Bingzhou. Normally, I wouldn't bother to give other people advice even if they wanted me to. Seeing what the fat cultivator was doing in broad daylight, and that he even claimed to be from Righteous Sect, Yu Xiaotaya felt that something in her heart had broken into pieces. Lu Yi also found it unbearable. Are you sure you are from Righteous Sect? He's not righteous in any way. As he spoke, he fished out the third mineral ore. However, Peng Dahai's eyes remained narrowed, apparently still not content with what he saw. The corners of Lu Ye's eyes twitched as he had the urge to pry open the fatty's eyes to make him see clearly. Unfortunately, he was no match for him. When he took out the fourth mineral ore, he selected the precious yuan metal. Peng Dahai's brows twitched as he kept a smile on his face. Lu Yi clapped his hands and pointed at the 4 mineral ores on the ground. Is my sincerity enough now? A smiling Peng Dahai did not respond to him. All right. There's no choice then. Lu Yi heaved a sigh, and as Peng Dahai and Yu Xiaotaya stared at him in shock, he crouched down and put the first mineral ore back into his storage bag. Then he looked up at Peng Dahai and asked, is it enough? Peng Dahai widened his eyes and stared at him in disbelief. At the same time he was flustered. Yu Xiaotaya was also stunned by Lu Ye's action as she didn't understand what he was trying to achieve. Then Lu Yi put the second mineral ore back into his bag and lifted his head before asking, is it enough? Peng Dahai seemed to have the urge to scold him, but he refrained from doing it to show that he had the demeanor of a top cultivator. However, his expression suggested that he was exasperated. When Lu Yi was reaching out to the third mineral ore, he felt a grab on his shoulder. He lifted his head, only to see that Peng Dahai was glowering at him and saying through clenched teeth, enough. That's enough. Chapter 16, Peng Dahai's Advice. A moment later, Peng Dahai took the 2 mineral ores and uttered, Brat, you're pretty interesting. A flabbergasted Yu Xiaotaya was standing on the side. Seeing that rather than getting angry, Peng Dahai was grinning from ear to ear, she didn't understand what was on his mind. Since Lu Yi had shown enough sincerity, Peng Dahai uttered in a straightforward manner, a cultivator has to cultivate for life, so when you're starting out, you'd better select a direction based on your attribute or talent. Certainly, I'm not talking about the talent that you were tested just now, but your compatibility with a particular cultivation faction. A cultivation faction? Lu Yi sensitively caught the most important point, but he was doubtful. Isn't he supposed to give us advice on how to select a sect? Why is he talking about cultivation factions? That's right. I'm going to talk about cultivation factions. Peng Dahai nodded. There were a lot of strange cultivation factions in the cultivation world of Jianghu in the past, but only a small number of them remain to this day. There are 6 main cultivation factions, which are body tempering, combat, spells, medicine, ghost, and the external cultivation faction, which encompasses refining pills, drawing talisman papers, setting up arrays, and making weapons. Certainly, some smaller cultivation factions have survived, but they're not commonly seen. You'll find out about them if you happen to come across them. It can be said that 99% of the cultivators belong to one of the 6 cultivation factions, and it has determined the area they have to work on. If you've chosen the right cultivation faction, it'll be much easier for you to cultivate. For example, if someone is born to be strong and burly, he'll choose the body tempering cultivation faction. If someone is excellent at spells, he'll go down the path of spell cultivation faction. If someone doesn't like to kill or fight with other people, he can learn to refine pills or save lives. They're all suitable choices, so choosing the right cultivation faction is important. If someone wants to learn how to wield a sword but he's joined 100 Flower Valley, no one can teach him anything. Lu Yi and Yu Xiaotaya nodded repeatedly as they listened to Peng Dehai's introduction. Even Yu Xiaotaya had never heard of such information. Based on what you've said, different sects place emphasis on different cultivation factions, right? Lu Yi could somewhat grasp what Peng Dehai was saying. Have I ever said that? Peng Dehai was shocked. You just said that people from 100 Flower Valley don't teach their disciples how to use a sword. You're quite clever. Peng Dehai gave him an approving look. He had never expected that Lu Yi could deduce something from what he had said. Normally, there wouldn't only be a single cultivation faction in a sect. There are 2 to 3 at the very least. Some of the sects even have 4, 5 and even more cultivation factions. For example, the 10 first-tier sects have all the major cultivation factions. However, there is an exception. Northern Profound Sword Sect only has 1 cultivation faction, which is Combat Cultivation Faction, and they can be pretty extreme. At the mention of the sect, his chubby face twitched as though he had recalled some unpleasant memories. He paused for a moment before continuing to say, although a sect is made up of a few cultivation factions, they'll still emphasize a particular one. This situation is prevalent in the lower-tier sects. That's because they don't have enough energy and resources to focus on so many cultivation factions at the same time. For example, we have some people from Burning Moon Mountain with us this time, and they're focused on Pill Cultivation Faction, which is a part of external cultivation. The pills they've produced are famous in Bingzhou. People whose main attribute is fire are in an advantageous position if they want to join Burning Moon Mountain because fire attribute spiritual power is needed to refine pills. He took a look at Lu Yi when he said the last sentence, so it was apparent what he was trying to say. Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Yi asked, "Is this what you mean that we should choose a cultivation faction based on our own attribute?" That's right. Peng Dehai nodded. People whose main attribute is gold are generally more aggressive, so they can go with combat, spell and body tempering cultivation factions. Wood is all about vitality, so people with this attribute can go with body tempering, medicine, spells, pills and even arrays. People whose main attribute is water are soft and tolerant of all things in the world, so they can go with all sorts of cultivation factions. People with a fire attribute are violent, so besides medicine and ghost cultivation factions, they're compatible with the rest. People with an earth attribute are generally strong, so they can go with body tempering. The path you want to take not only depends on your interest but also your attributes. The mortals have a saying that the biggest mistake a man can make is going down the wrong path, and it's true for cultivators as well. Now that everyone has gone through the test, someone will distribute some stuff to all of you. It has got something to do with whether you will stay or go, so you have to choose carefully. Before you join any sect, you'd better find out which cultivation faction the sect is focused on and whether it will clash with your own attribute. Got it? Lu Yi nodded with a serious expression and cupped his fists. Thanks, senior brother. Peng Dehai might appear to be greedy, but after taking 2 mineral ores from Lu Yi, he indeed gave him some useful information that the latter hadn't heard of before. Hence, his information was worth the 2 mineral ores. Then Peng Dehai waved his hand. It's just common knowledge. You've rarely come into contact with other people, which is why you don't know. Senior brother, since my main attribute is fire and my supporting attribute is gold, which sect should I go to? You. Peng Dehai sized him up and grinned. I think you'll not be accepted by any sect. Lu Ye's expression darkened in an instant. Then why did you tell me so much just now? An elated Peng Dehai replied, I've heard that there's one guy whose talent is only 1 leaf, which is why I've come over to see a rare creature like you. Do you know that you're the first one with a single leaf that I've seen over the years? Ah. All his flesh was convulsing when he laughed. Lu Yi had the urge to pounce on him and beat him to a pulp. Who is the bastard that exposed my talent to everyone? Bad news does spread around quickly. Just when Lu Yi was about to explode, Pang Dehai suddenly stopped laughing and uttered to him in a lowered voice, "If I were you, I'd lower my expectation and not be irresolute. By doing so, you may stand a chance to have your wish granted." Upon finishing his words, he turned to look at Yu Xiaotaya and said, smiling, "Young girl, do you need my advice?" Certainly, Yu Xiaotaya badly needed that, so she quickly asked, "Senior brother, which sect do you think I should join?" "Do you love to fight and kill?" Pang Dehai questioned. Yu Xiaotaya shook her head like a pellet drum, as no girls like to fight and kill. "Go to 100 Flower Valley then," Pang Dehai uttered. "Most of them focus on medicine, so they don't need to go to any battles. Furthermore, even if they're captured, they'll not be treated harshly." 100 Flower Valley? Yu Xiaotaya fell into her thoughts for a moment before she saluted him. "Thanks, senior brother." Her main attribute was wood, so 100 Flower Valley did suit her. Pang Dehai must be aware of that, which was why he gave her this advice. After Pang Dehai left, Lu Yi remained in the same spot with a terrible mood. Yu Xiaotaya wanted to console him, but she did not know what to say, so she decided to change the topic by uttering, "Brother Lu, there's something I don't understand." "What is it?" "Senior brother Pang did not take your mineral ores when there were 4, but why did he accept them after you took away 2 ores?" Lu Yi nonchalantly explained, "To him all 4 ores belonged to him, which was why he didn't treasure them. Only after losing them would he understand that they were valuable." Upon hearing that, Yu Xiaotaya fell into her thoughts as she felt that he was right. Certainly, it had something to do with the fact that 2 mineral ores that Lu Yi had taken back were worthless. The valuable mineral ores were the ones that were left behind. Chapter 17, Applying for a Sect. Pang Dehai had said that someone would give them something and tell them to make a choice. As a cultivator from Righteous Sect, there was no doubt that he knew what would come next. As expected, not long after he was gone, all those who had passed the test and possessed the jade tablets were gathered together. More than 1,000 slaves had been saved, but at this moment only more than 100 people were left, which was 10% of the original number. All of them were standing there in silence. A cultivator walked over and passed a piece of paper to every one of them. Lu Yi took it and had a look, only to see that the names of 10 sects had been written on the paper. Righteous Sect was at the top while Green Jade Sect came next. There were also other sects that Lu Yi had never heard of. Nevertheless, he saw Burning Moon Mountain and 100 Flower Valley, which Pang Dehai had mentioned. These were supposed to be the sects that had come over to launch an attack on Evil Moon Valley. The tier of each sect was marked behind the name. There was no doubt that Righteous Sect and Green Jade Sect were first-tier sects. The tiers of other sects were wildly different, which were mostly 4th to 7th tier. Behind the tier of each sect, there was also a note that stated the cultivation factions that the sect focused on, which was the information Pang Dehai had talked about. At that instant, Lu Yi was somewhat grateful to Pang Dehai. Without his introduction, he wouldn't have been able to understand what was written on the paper. Just when he was poring over the information, a cultivator in the front of the crowd suddenly said, "If you want to join any sect, just take a pen from here and draw a circle around the name of the sect. You can choose 3 sects at most. However, which sect you'll eventually join will depend on your luck and the people in charge of taking in disciples for the respective sects. If you're lucky, you might be able to join one of the 2 first-tier sects." After he finished speaking, the place fell into silence for a moment. Soon someone asked, "Senior, do you mean that while we're selecting a sect, the sect will also choose us?" "That's right," the cultivator replied dispassionately. "So, don't expect instant success. If your aptitude and talent are not good enough, it'll be pointless for you to choose first-tier sects." Another person asked, "What if all 3 sects don't take me in?" "Then you're not meant to cultivate, and you'll be handled together with those without the aptitude to cultivate." Upon hearing that, the people who had intended to try their luck became alerted. Many of them had the intention of choosing both first-tier sects. However, if they really did that, the outcome would be disappointing. Be it Righteous Sect or Green Jade Sect, they were strict when it came to taking in disciples. If these people were rejected by those 2 sects, they would only have one chance left. If the last chance also slipped through their fingers, they would miss this opportunity to become a cultivator. To people like Lu Yi and the others, joining one of the sects would be the best outcome, so no one wanted to miss this chance. At that instant, all of them became serious. On the other hand, as Lu Yi was holding the paper and listening to the cultivator, his expression turned awkward. Why does it look like we're applying for a university? After we were tested for our talent, the third senior brother from Green Jade sect gave us an introduction to the sect. Then the jade tablets we obtained were like test results. These sects are just like universities and cultivation factions are like courses. Now we're all applying for our desired universities. We also have to choose our top 3 universities. As for the sects written on the paper, the top 2 are undoubtedly the best universities. 4th to 5th tier sects are like average universities, while 6th to 7th tier sects are like below average universities. When Lu Yi saw the last name, he was stunned. Why is there also a diploma mill here? The last sect on the list was Crimson Blood sect, which was a 9th tier sect. He did not notice it at first. The situation was pretty clear by now. The more than 100 people here who had passed the test had to pick 3 sects out of the 10. Although it wasn't so difficult, there was some competition in secret. If too many people chose a particular sect, a large number of candidates would be knocked out. Clenching the jade tablet in his hand, Lu Yi secretly heaved a sigh. His one-leaf talent had put him in a disadvantageous position, but he still had to give it a try. Since his main attribute was fire and his supporting attribute was gold, he had a plan in his mind. There was a desk in front of the cultivator who spoke earlier. Some pens and an ink slab had been put on the table. Then some people stepped forward and picked up the pens to draw on their papers. After that, they passed the papers and their jade tablets to the cultivator. Soon, half of the more than 100 people were done with it. Yu Xiaotaya walked over and asked, "Brother Lu, have you made a decision?" "Well, yeah." She went on to say, "Why don't we go together? You'll go first. I still need some time." Lu Yi had actually made a decision, but when he thought about his one-leaf talent, he felt diffident. There were 10 sects and more than 100 people. On average, each sect could accept more than 10 people. However, that was just the ideal allocation. Lu Yi was certain that Righteous sect and Green Jade sect wouldn't take in many disciples. Each of them would accept 2 to 3 people at most. In other words, the other sects had to accept more people. Lu Yi did not even think about applying for one of the first-tier sects. However, if the competition was too intense, he would still be knocked out even if he applied for those 6th to 7th tier sects. He had arrived at Jianghu more than a year ago, but he had spent the past year as a mining slave for Evil Moon Valley. Although he had been enlightened, he couldn't even find the second spiritual point. So, how was he going to cultivate? Nevertheless, it would be a different story if he could join a sect. By then he could ask one of the top cultivators from the sect to give him some guidance. Whatever the case, he wouldn't want to miss this chance, even if his starting point was worse than that of the others. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward and picked up a pen from the desk. First of all, he drew a circle around the name of Crimson Blood sect. It was a sect with the lowest tier. Lu Yi reckoned that he was probably the only one who would choose it. Hence, this was a safe choice for him to ensure that he could join a sect. After that, he attempted to draw a circle around the name of Burning Moon Mountain. However, as soon as the tip of his pen came into contact with the paper, he suddenly recalled what Pang Dehai had said to him. The fatty told him that he should lower his expectations and should not be irresolute. Only by doing so could his wish be granted. At that time he didn't understand what Pang Dehai meant. He thought that it was just a piece of advice for him. However, now it seemed that there was a hidden message in his words. Furthermore, Pang Dehai did not have any high hopes for him. When Lu Yi asked him which sect to choose, he directly told Lu Yi that none of the sects would choose him. After all, he was a cultivator from Righteous sect. Although he was greedy, there was no reason for him to mess with Lu Yi. In other words, even if Lu Yi also chose other sects, he probably wouldn't get into any one of them. Then he closed his eyes as he knew that every decision at the crossroads of life was utterly important, especially the one right in front of him. Suddenly, he lifted his head and gazed at the cultivator before asking, "Senior brother, what if I only choose this sect?" The cultivator looked curiously at him because no one had chosen Crimson Blood sect before Lu Yi did, and it could be expected that no one would pick the sect after him. That was because the sect was of the lowest tier. What the cultivator hadn't expected was that not only did Lu Yi choose Crimson Blood sect, but he had also asked such a question. The cultivator stroked his mustache and grinned. You'll find out about it after you do it. Chapter 18, Elder Tang's Dilemma. To lower his expectation, Lu Yi should probably choose the lowest tier sect. To show that he wasn't irresolute, he should only make one choice. If Lu Yi wasn't mistaken, that was what Pang Dehai meant when he said those words to him. The most important question for Lu Yi now was whether he should trust him. After giving it a thought, he made up his mind and put down the pen on the table. Then he passed the paper and his jade tablet to the mustachioed cultivator. "Senior brother, I've made a decision." The cultivator arched his brow. "Do you need more time to think it over?" Lu Yi looked down and uttered, "There's no need." His talent was indeed outrageously low, so it was pointless for him to choose other sects. In that case he would rather place all his hopes on Crimson Blood sect. Pang Dehai did not have a reason to mess with him. After all, he had given him 2 mineral ores. All right. The mustachioed cultivator nodded before he stored Lu Yi's paper and jade tablet. Then he took a look at the tablet. "Oh, you are Lu Yi the One Leaf." "My name is just Lu Yi, senior brother." The corners of his eyes twitched. "All right, Lu Yi the One Leaf." The mustachioed cultivator smiled at him as he emphasized, "One Leaf." At that instant, Lu Yi had the urge to scold him. He already had a nickname before he even ventured into the cultivation world, so how was he going to face other people? Also, who had spread the news that his talent was only 1 leaf? A moment later, the mustachioed cultivator stored all their papers and shot into the sky. Then he turned into a beam of light and flew towards the middle of a mountain in the east. There were many palaces in that location. The palaces were the residences of those cultivators from Evil Moon Valley, but they had become a temporary base for those from Grand Sky Coalition now. Many cultivators kept entering and leaving the base. There were also a lot of items that had been collected and pending allocation. The mustachioed cultivator directly flew towards the innermost palace. There was already a female cultivator waiting outside the palace. Seeing him, the woman asked, "Is everything ready?" The mustachioed cultivator replied, "All the papers are here. Just give them to me. The representatives are talking about retreating from this place. After they're done with the discussion, I'll pass them the papers." "Are we going to retreat so soon?" The mustachioed cultivator was shocked. The female cultivator replied, "Those from Thousand Demon Ridge have reacted quicker than we expected. Some of their sects are gathering together, so we have to leave this place quickly." Upon hearing her explanation, the mustachioed cultivator nodded. Although many people from Grand Sky Coalition had come over, they were in the territory of Thousand Demon Ridge after all. If they got into a war again, the other party could continuously summon more people, which would put Grand Sky Coalition in a disadvantageous position. Since Evil Moon Valley had been destroyed and they had gained a lot of benefits, it was the right time to leave. After passing the pile of papers to the woman, the mustachioed cultivator quickly left the place. The female cultivator waited outside the hall for a moment before a loud voice could be heard coming from inside. "Come in." Upon hearing that, she quickly pushed the door open. There were only 10 people in the hall who were the representatives of the 10 sects that had come over to destroy Evil Moon Valley. The person at the front was an upright-looking and authoritative person, who was Pang Zhen from Righteous Sect. He was also the deputy coalition leader of Grand Sky Coalition. He was the most powerful cultivator among these people as he was in the Divine Ocean realm. The woman walked up to Pang Zhen and respectfully put down the pile of papers before saying, "I'll take my leave now." After she was gone, Pang Zhen flipped through the pile of papers and picked out only one. Then he passed the rest to the representative of Green Jade Sect. For Lu Yi and other people, every piece of paper carried their future and dreams. However, to people like Pang Zhen, these papers were not worth their attention. Every time they attacked the territories occupied by Thousand Demon Ridge, they would save some people, and taking in the ones with the aptitude and talent to cultivate was just something they had agreed upon. Each of these sects had thousands of disciples. If a person's aptitude and talent were not particularly outstanding, no one would bother to spare them a glance. Apparently, among the people that had been saved this time, no one was worth their attention. As the more than 100 papers passed through the hands of these representatives, the number of the papers decreased. When the papers were in the hands of 100 Flower Valley's representative, he picked out more than 10 people. Just when he was about to pass the papers to the next one, he seemed to have discovered something interesting as he looked at an old man at the back of the row. Elder Tang, someone has chosen Crimson Blood Sect. Upon hearing that, Pang Jin, who was speaking to the representative of Green Jade Sect, couldn't help but lift his head. Are you serious? He had just randomly picked one person out of more than 100 people, so he did not pay attention to the other candidates. Other people appeared surprised as well. Someone even said with a smile, "It seems that this person is pretty astute compared to the others." Judging from his words, it was as if choosing Crimson Blood Sect was an incredible decision. The person at the back of the row who was called Elder Tang was the old man who had brought Lu Yi out of the mine. Upon hearing that, Elder Tang was surprised as well. Their sect had joined many such operations before, but no one had selected their sect even though those who had been saved were given 3 choices. That was because Crimson Blood Sect was of the lowest tier. Any ambitious and aggressive people wouldn't choose this sect. Although he was surprised, Elder Tang still waved his hand. You're aware that we don't take in any disciples. If it weren't because of the coalition's rules, the name of Crimson Blood Sect wouldn't even have appeared on the paper. Upon hearing that, the representative from 100 Flower Valley uttered, I'm afraid you can't reject him, Elder Tang. He has only chosen Crimson Blood Sect, and no one else has picked your sect. A shocked Elder Tang extended his hand. Let me see it. After taking the remaining papers from the representative of 100 Flower Valley, Elder Tang pored over the papers and realized that, just like what the representative had said, the person had only chosen his sect. Lu Yi. Gazing at the name on the jade tablet, Elder Tang immediately recalled the young man that he had come across in the mine, so he was surprised that the young man had chosen his sect. The representative from 100 Flower Valley uttered, according to the rules in such a situation, it's mandatory for you to accept this person. There was indeed such a rule in the coalition. Grand Sky Coalition would give 3 chances to those who had been saved. However, if a person only chose one sect, the selected sect had to take the person in. The prerequisite was that no one else had made the same choice. This rule was to give those who were determined to cultivate a chance. Only a small number of representatives from the sects were aware of this rule, so there was no way that those former slaves could find out about it. This guy, Elder Tang, appeared helpless. The fact that Lu Yi had chosen his sect seemed to have put him in a tight spot. Elder Tang, it's time you took in a disciple. The representative from 100 Flower Valley persuaded him, then he changed the topic. Although this guy has been enlightened, his talent leaves much to be desired. So what if his talent is low? It doesn't mean anything. You all have cultivated for years, so haven't you come to this realization? Have you ever seen someone with 1-leaf talent? That's terrible. How was he even enlightened? Since he's made such a decision, there's no reason for Crimson Blood Sect to turn him down. I'm worried that those from Cinnabar Heart Sect will. At the mention of Cinnabar Heart Sect, all of them fell silent as if there was something that had stopped them from talking about it. Rules are rules. If those from Cinnabar Heart Valley are not happy with it, they can come at me. Pang Jin, who had remained silent for a long time, suddenly landed a slap on the table. Elder Tang, just take him in. Although a person with 1-leaf talent isn't worth nurturing, this might be a chance to save your sect. Elder Tang clenched Lu Ye's jade tablet in his hand for a moment before he uttered, I'll think about it. Chapter 19. The result. After making a decision, Lu Yi was finally at ease. He had always been an optimistic man. When he was captured by Evil Moon Valley and became a mining slave, he was able to accept the truth quickly. Presently, things wouldn't go any worse. The worst he could get was losing the chance to join any sect. Since the results would be ready soon, the people who had applied for their favorite sects did not go away. Instead, they remained in the same place and waited quietly. On the other hand, the cultivators inside the valley became busy all of a sudden as they flew in the sky and moved between the peaks. Lu Yi did not know what they were doing, but there seemed to be an emergency. However, he was just a budding cultivator whose fate was yet to be determined, so he wasn't in any place to worry about it. When the mustachioed cultivator, who had collected their papers earlier, reappeared half a day later, Lu Yi knew that the results were ready. The mustachioed cultivator walked up to them with a list of names in his hand, and upon making sure that everyone had their focus on him, he yelled, Righteous Sect, Chui de Yuan. When a burly young man heard his name, he was startled for a moment before he leaped into the air and exclaimed as excitement was written all over his face. The people around him shot him envious looks and his friends congratulated him. Without stopping, the mustachioed cultivator ignored the commotion and went on to announce, Green Jade Sect, Lu Tianyi Dong Peng. Rarewood Mountain Zhaowen Lin Tenganai, Gao Rui. Burning Moon Mountain. He wasn't speaking in a loud voice, but no matter how rowdy the people were, his voice could be clearly heard by everyone. As the sects and names were announced, those who heard their names became over the moon because it meant that they would not have to become mining slaves again and had the capital to change their fates. Unlike in the past, they would no longer be powerless to resist oppression. At the back of the crowd, Lu Yi was quietly listening to the announcement with a calm expression. Unlike the anxious people around him, his composure seemed out of place. Just like what he had predicted, the first-tier sects did not take in a lot of disciples. Righteous Sect only accepted one person while Green Jade Sect only took in 2 people. They had taken in disciples for the sake of doing it. The 4th to 7th tier sects were the ones that accepted most people. The lower tier the sect was, the more people they would accept. One of the sects had even taken in more than 20 people. Yu Xiaotaya's name was mentioned as well, and she was going to join 100 Flower Valley with some other people. She was so agitated that her face started flushing, but there was no one who could share her joy. More sects had been announced, and those who hadn't got their names mentioned became increasingly fidgety. Finally, after the last name was announced, the mustachioed cultivator put away the paper and uttered, Those who have been accepted by the respective sects should wait on the same spot. Your senior brothers and senior sisters will come over and take you with them. I hope that after you join the sects, you'll cultivate diligently and aspire to join forces with me to battle against our enemies one day. Senior brother, was that the last? Someone asked in a shaking voice. Apparently, his name hadn't been mentioned. There were 10 people whose names had not been mentioned, including the one who uttered earlier. It meant that they had lost the chance to join a sect and start cultivating. At this moment, most of them were crestfallen and one woman even started sobbing. Lu Yi was among the 10 people, but he did not appear dejected at all. He had made a decision by choosing only the lowest tier Crimson Blood sect. Since he wasn't even selected in this case, it meant that there wouldn't be any positive outcome no matter what choices he made. He had heard that a cultivator without a sect could become a rogue cultivator. However, without a sect's protection, it'd be difficult for the person to cultivate on their own. The upside was that he was free and no one would restrict him. At the thought of this, he realized that it was actually a good option. Furthermore, he still had the skill tree, which was an unfair advantage that the others did not possess. While he was in his wild thoughts, the mustachioed cultivator lifted his head as his gaze traversed the crowd and fixed on a particular spot in the distance. In that direction, an old man was standing there as he stared fixedly at Lu Yi. He was none other than Elder Tang. He had already appeared when the mustachioed cultivator started making an announcement as he secretly observed Lu Yi. Due to some special reasons, Crimson Blood sect had not taken in any disciples in the past 30 years. If he accepted anyone at this point all of a sudden, he would get on the nerves of some people. However, if it was this disciple whose talent was only one leaf, it seemed to be all right. With such terrible talent, he was destined to be unable to achieve anything in the future, and it wouldn't alert some particular people. Elder Tang did not want to take in any disciple, but he couldn't reject the coalition's rule, so he was in a dilemma. That was why he decided to personally come over to observe Lu Yi. There was no doubt that Lu Yi was a little special among the more than 100 people. Those who heard their names would exclaim in surprise, and those who did not have their names mentioned would become dejected. However, only he was standing there in silence throughout the process. Recalling the first time he met Lu Yi inside the dark mine, Elder Tang heaved a sigh, and under the mustachioed cultivator's attention, he nodded gently. He could not ignore the coalition's rule, so he decided to accept Lu Yi for now. In the future he could make a request with his friends and send him to one of the sects. Upon getting Elder Tang's reply, the mustachioed cultivator put on a smile and gazed at the person who had asked him a question earlier. By the way, there's one more sect. With a solemn expression he yelled, Crimson Blood sect, Lu Yi. Lu Yi's mind was already elsewhere when he heard his name. After he was startled for a moment, he lifted his head and gazed at the mustachioed cultivator. As their eyes met, the mustachioed cultivator uttered with a smile, Congratulations, Lu Yi the One Leaf. Is he not done with it yet? The corners of Lu Yi's eyes twitched. The mustachioed cultivator went on to say, All right, it's over. Those whose names have not been mentioned follow me. Senior brother. Lu Yi raised his hand and shouted. The mustachioed cultivator turned around. What? Staring at him, Lu Yi asked, "Senior brother, what's your name? What's your realm?" The mustachioed cultivator touched his mustache and looked curiously at him. "What's wrong? Do you want to beat me up?" An emotionless Lu Yi replied, "I wouldn't dare to. I'm just grateful to you for what you've done for me." "You're quite ambitious." The mustachioed cultivator giggled. "Listen up then. I'm Lishan from Righteous Sect, and I'm a 7th Order Cloud River Realm Master. Got it?" "He's also from Righteous Sect." Lu Yi nodded. "Got it? All right. Cultivate diligently from now on, Lu Yi the One Leaf." Then Lishan led away those whose names had not been mentioned. At that instant they were all regretful. If they had known this would be the outcome, they would have chosen Crimson Blood Sect. At the very least, they would stand a chance to join the sect, which was much better than the helpless state they were in now. However, they were not aware that if they had also chosen Crimson Blood Sect, Lu Yi would not have been accepted. Crimson Blood Sect had not taken in any disciple for the past 30 years. If it weren't because of the coalition's rule, Elder Tang wouldn't have agreed to it. Chapter 20 Boarding a Ship. The cultivators from the respective sects came over and took the new disciples away, so the number of people present slowly decreased. Yu Taya left with a female cultivator from 100 Flower Valley. Before that she had bid Lu Yi farewell. In just 1 hour all 100 people were gone, leaving only Lu Yi behind. 2 hours later the people from Crimson Blood Sect were still nowhere to be seen. Lu Yi wondered what was holding them up. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to look for a clean place and took a seat with his legs crossed before he attempted to unlock the second spiritual point. His first spiritual point had been filled and he had mastered the Golden Liberation Technique, which he had obtained from Manager Yang. However, since he couldn't find the second spiritual point, his progress was held up. Yu Taya had told him that this was a common problem facing cultivators who had just started out. That was because cultivators like them did not have enough spiritual power to locate their own spiritual points. There were 2 ways to solve this problem. One of them was to try their luck and slowly explore it. The other way was to ask a cultivator who was at least in the Cloud River realm to give them some guidance. This was the main reason Lu Yi wanted to join a sect. During his time in the mine, he had made several attempts to locate his second spiritual point but to no avail. If he could join a sect and ask a senior to lend him a hand, it would save him lots of trouble. However, no one from Crimson Blood Sect had yet to appear. Since Lu Yi had nothing to do, he decided to try his luck. It would only take him some spiritual power, but if he was lucky enough to locate the second spiritual point, his power would increase significantly. 2 hours later, he opened his eyes with a frustrated expression. It seemed that luck truly had nothing to do with him. He had failed in his attempt again. Fortunately, he had been given enough food recently and he still had some chi blood pills, so he had ample vitality in his body. He just had to refine some vitality to make up for his losses. At this moment, more cultivators were moving around the valley. It seemed that they were going to gather in the same place, and judging from this situation, it was apparent that they were going to retreat. Before Manager Yang passed away, he had told Lu Yi that Grand Sky Coalition couldn't stay in this place for a long time as they would have to retreat in just 1 to 2 months. It seemed that what he had said was true. Hence, if Manager Yang could kill Lu Yi and hide inside the secret passageway, he would have stood a chance to escape from death's door. However, he had never expected that a commoner like Lu Yi had the guts to set him up by bringing him to a place where he was engulfed in Yuan Metal Force Field, causing him to be unable to use his power. He still did not understand how he ended up getting killed by someone like Lu Yi. Just then, someone could be heard shouting from a nearby place. Lu Yi turned to look at the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged cultivator floating in the air. Spiritual power could be seen undulating around him as a thing appeared from his palm. There was still some distance between Lu Yi and the cultivator. Before he could make out what it was, he would soon see a sight that he would never forget. The thing that flew out of the middle-aged cultivator's palm expanded along with the wind as it turned into a gigantic object in a short time and hovered in mid-air. It was a huge ship that was floating in the air. The ship had 3 floors and was 300 meters long. Its entire body was dark, so it was difficult to tell what material it was made of. The outline of the ship was smooth and the things that were embedded around the ship gave off an eerie feeling. Lu Yi had never seen anything as bizarre as this before, so he was rooted to the spot. In fact, it wasn't the only ship. Not long after the middle-aged cultivator made a ship appear out of thin air, more ships continued to appear. Following that, someone shouted, "Everyone from the various sects board the ships now." Then, the cultivators from different sects who had gathered in the same place turned into colorful beams of lights and shot towards the ships. Looking from afar, the sight was truly magnificent. After recovering from his shock, Lu Yi could feel the emotions in his heart undulate. He had been in this place for more than a year. Although he was aware that this was a cultivation world, he had spent most of his time with mineral ores. Furthermore, the people around him were all lowly mining slaves who could lose their lives at any moment. Hence, he had never expected cultivation techniques to be displayed to him in such a colorful manner one day, which was beyond what he could comprehend. It also made him clearly realize that this world was different to the one he came from. It's magnificent, right? Just when he was dazzled by the splendid sight, someone was heard speaking next to him. Lu Yi subconsciously grunted in response, but he soon realized something and turned his head, only to see an old man standing beside him when he wasn't paying attention. With a faint smile, the old man ran his fingers through his beard. As he gazed at the ships that were floating in the air, he said slowly, "These are Grand Sky Coalition's flying dragon boats, which are useful in occupying cities and destroying fortresses. So, they would only use these ships when it's absolutely necessary." Looking at the old man's profile, Lu Yi recognized that the old man was the one who brought him out of the mine. Recalling how others called him, he immediately saluted him. "Elder Tang." In response, Elder Tang put on a smile and beckoned to him. "Let's go." "Where are we going?" Lu Yi was puzzled. Elder Tang pointed at one of the ships. "We should board a ship now." Lu Yi replied hesitantly, "But I have to wait for my senior brothers and senior sisters from Crimson Blood Sect." All of a sudden, he realized something. "Are you from Crimson Blood Sect?" There was no reason for Elder Tang to look for him and even ask him to board a ship, unless he was from Crimson Blood Sect. "I was held up by some urgent matters. Did you become anxious from all the waiting?" Elder Tang asked amiably. "He's really from Crimson Blood Sect." "No, I didn't." Lu Yi was slightly excited. Earlier, it was handsome senior brothers and soft-spoken senior sisters who came over to fetch the other people. However, when it was Lu Ye's turn, it was an old man from Crimson Blood Sect that had come over. With that said, the old man was a kind-hearted person. That was because he had helped Lu Yi unlock the restraining lock on Zhou Cheng's storage bag. Although Lu Yi wasn't sure about how powerful Elder Tang was, he didn't have the right to reject him if the latter wanted Zhou Cheng's storage bag. Nevertheless, the old man only took a bottle of Dragon Tiger pills as his pay and gave the rest to Lu Yi. "Let's go." Elder Tang smiled and leaped into the air. Then, Lu Yi felt that he was engulfed in a warm aura before he was sent flying towards one of the flying dragon boats alongside Elder Tang. After they landed on the deck, Elder Tang directly walked into the boat while Lu Yi followed him. There were many rooms inside the boat. At this moment, many people who were the cultivators from various sects were passing through the corridors. When they saw Elder Tang, they all saluted him in a respectful manner, which amazed Lu Yi. Crimson Blood Sect was just a 9th-tier sect. According to what Yu Xiaotaya had told him, Elder Tang was supposed to be a Cloud River Realm Master. If he was in the real Lake Realm, his sect would rank higher than 9th tier. Hence, it seemed that even though Elder Tang wasn't so powerful, he was respected by most people. Does it have something to do with his age? When the young man and old man reached the innermost place, they stopped in their tracks in front of a door. Elder Tang waved his hand, after which a light flashed across the door. Then he pushed the door open and entered the room. Lu Yi followed him closely and closed the door. Upon entering the room, Lu Yi looked around and realized that it was a simple bedroom with minimal decorations. There wasn't a bed or a table, as the only piece of furniture there was in the room was a futon on the ground. There was a window that could not be opened. The rounded window frame was sealed off with a transparent glass, so the view outside could be seen clearly. Chapter 21: Opening the Book in the Wrong Way. Inside the room in the flying dragon boat, Lu Yi kept looking around. When he came to his senses, he realized that Elder Tang was already seated on the futon. Hence, he quickly walked over and took a seat in front of him. Sometimes, fate was truly intriguing. When Lu Yi met Elder Tang in the mine, he could not have expected that he would join the latter's sect one day. Whatever the case, he finally had a place to stay from now on. At the thought of this, he felt warm in his heart. He was left with no choice when he decided to join Crimson Blood sect. However, if Elder Tang was also in the same sect, it wasn't so unacceptable after all. "I'm Tang Yifeng," Elder Tang uttered. "The 10th sect master of Crimson Blood sect." Upon hearing that, Lu Yi was startled. Although he didn't know much about the cultivation world, he understood what a sect master was. Previously he had speculated that Elder Tang held an important position within Crimson Blood sect, but he had never expected that the latter was actually the sect master. Therefore he quickly saluted him. "Sect master." Elder Tang nodded. "Although I've taken you on as a disciple, we do have some rules in our sect. At the moment you're just a disciple on paper, not a formal one yet. You have to go through some tests first. I'll not talk about the tests now as you'll find out about it after you join our sect. Furthermore, given your cultivation now, you're still far from being able to take part in the tests." Lu Yi listened carefully and nodded. "I understand." Previously, the mining slaves had to go through some tests if they wanted to join Evil Moon Valley, so Lu Yi wasn't surprised to hear that from Elder Tang. Besides him, those who had been selected by the various sects were also not formal disciples yet. Every sect had their own tests to examine the disciples' temperament, morality and other aspects. Only by passing the tests could they be considered formal disciples. Crimson Blood sect is located on Mount Ao in Bingzhou. The sect has been around for 1,000 years, and we've nurtured a total number of 63,662 disciples. As for Divine Ocean Realm Masters, there are. As Lu Yi listened to Elder Tang's narration, the history of the sect seemed to be unfolding like a scroll right in front of him, allowing him to understand the basic information of the sect. At this moment he still didn't understand what these numbers meant. When he realized how incredible those numbers actually were in the future, he would be amazed. A moment later, Elder Tang stared at him and uttered, "If there's anything you want to know, just ask me straight away." Lu Yi randomly asked a question that he was curious about. "Sect Master, why didn't I see other senior brothers and senior sisters from our sect during the attack on Evil Moon Valley?" He didn't notice when Elder Tang went over to fetch him. However, upon learning that Elder Tang was the sect master of Crimson Blood sect, he immediately realized something. Elder Tang seemed to be the only one who had come to this place. Otherwise he wouldn't have been the one to fetch Lu Yi. Any disciple could do the job of welcoming a newbie, so it wouldn't require a sect master to personally show up. "Well," Elder Tang coughed into his fist. "The thing is, we don't have many people in the sect." Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Yi replied, "It means that not many people have joined our sect, and it's on the decline currently." That seemed to be the case as a 9th-tier sect was already at the bottom of the cultivation world in Jianghu, so it was difficult for them to recruit any disciples. For example, of the more than 100 mining slaves that had been rescued, only Lu Yi had chosen Crimson Blood sect, and the reason he did that was due to Pang Dehai's advice. "Well, you're not wrong to say that." Elder Tang appeared helpless. "Then how many disciples are there in the sect now?" Elder Tang uttered, "Change a topic." "Huh. Don't you have any questions regarding cultivation?" "Yes." Lu Yi nodded hurriedly. "Currently my first spiritual point is full, but I can't find the second one to unlock it. Please give me some guidance." Elder Tang nodded gently. "It's a common problem facing new cultivators. However, if you want to unlock the second spiritual point, you have to obtain a suitable cultivation technique first. I do have a manual." As Lu Yi spoke, he started taking off his clothes, and under the shocked Elder Tang's attention, he fished out his second storage bag from his undershirt. This was Manager Yang's storage bag. Before Lu Yi decided to leave the secret passageway, he had hidden it under his undershirt. There were many valuable things inside the bag, so he was worried that others might have their eyes on it. Since he had joined Crimson Blood sect, it wasn't necessary to hide it from the sect master anymore. After taking a look at the storage bag on Lu Yi's waist and then the one the young man had just fished out, Elder Tang immediately understood that Lu Yi had killed more than one person from Evil Moon Valley in the mine. "You're such a cunning man," he remarked. With a smirk, Lu Yi took out a book from Manager Yang's bag and passed it to Elder Tang. "I've obtained Golden Liberation Technique from an Evil Moon Valley's cultivator, so I'm not sure if I should cultivate it." "Since this is a cultivation technique, you can definitely cultivate it. What are you worried about?" Elder Tang took the book and opened it. "This is a technique from an Evil Moon Valley's cultivator after all, so I'm worried that it might be some kind of evil technique." Lu Yi was unable to finish his words because he suddenly heard some strange noises coming from Elder Tang. In this serene room, the noises sounded unpleasant to the ears. While the corners of Lu Yi's eyes twitched, Elder Tang appeared excited. The noises became increasingly loud as some rhythmic moaning could be heard. There were also some strange conversations. If anyone outside the room heard it, they would think that the people inside the room were engaging in some kind of underhanded activity. Unable to take it anymore, Lu Yi leaned closer to take a look at the book in Elder Tang's hands. As Elder Tang infused his spiritual power into the book, the characters on the pages seemed to have come to life. The noises that Lu Yi could hear were from this book. It wasn't until this moment that he finally realized that he had taken out the wrong book. There were 3 books in Manager Yang's bag in total. One of them was Biographies of Sword Saints, and the other was Golden Liberation Technique. The last book was the one that was in Elder Tang's hands. Lu Yi had randomly fished out a book, but he hadn't expected that this was the one he had taken out. When he went through the book in the past, he realized that the drawings were impeccable and the characters on the pages appeared vivid. However, it had never crossed his mind that the book was actually so amazing. Did I open it in the wrong way previously? That realization made him stunned. While he was in a dazed state, Elder Tang suddenly closed the book. At that instant all the images and noises disappeared. As their eyes met, Lu Yi uttered, "Sect Master, this book?" A solemn Elder Tang replied, "This is a manual of dual cultivation technique which is pretty useful. However, you're still too young to learn it." "No, Sect Master. This isn't my book. I obtained it from an evil Moon Valley's cultivator," Lu Yi hurriedly explained. Elder Tang nodded. "All right. You're still very young, so I'll keep it for you now. I'll give it back to you when you become older." For some reason, Lu Yi found Elder Tang's words familiar. Elder Tang had kept the amazing book, but there didn't seem to be any storage bag around his body, so Lu Yi wasn't sure where the old man had stored the book. Chapter 22, A Cultivation Technique is Neither Good Nor Evil. Elder Tang broke the silence by uttering, "Where's the golden liberation technique that you've just mentioned?" Lu Yi quickly took out the manual from the storage bag and passed it to him. After taking the book, Elder Tang went through it and nodded gently. "This is a common yellow rank cultivation technique. If you can cultivate it to the full, you'll be able to unlock 27 spiritual points." Lu Yi could understand what Elder Tang meant by 27 spiritual points, as he had seen that when he was poring over the manual previously. If he could cultivate it fully, he would be able to unlock 27 spiritual points. However, he didn't know what the old man meant by yellow rank, so he voiced his doubt. Elder Tang explained, "There are 360 spiritual points in total, which are in sync with the macrocosmic orbit. There are countless cultivation techniques in Jianghu, and the number of spiritual points that can be unlocked is different depending on the cultivation technique. Depending on the number of spiritual points that can be unlocked, cultivation techniques are graded into different ranks, which are Heaven, Earth, Black and Yellow. Only Heaven rank cultivation technique can allow the cultivator to unlock 360 spiritual points. For Earth rank cultivation techniques, it's 180 spiritual points and 81 spiritual points for Black rank cultivation techniques." Then he pointed at the golden liberation technique in his hand. The lowest rank is this kind of yellow rank cultivation technique, and they're the most commonly seen. Upon hearing Elder Tang's explanation, Lu Yi finally had a better understanding of the different ranks. So, this golden liberation technique is just a piece of trash in Jianghu. It's no wonder that Manager Yang would bring it with him. Fortunately, he did not take it as some kind of treasure. Otherwise, he would have become a laughing stock. The different ranks of cultivation techniques not only determine the number of spiritual points a cultivator will eventually be able to unlock, but they'll also create a huge difference between the cultivator's powers when they're in the same realm. Also, it'll have a huge impact on a cultivator's future. Are you saying that a cultivator who has cultivated a higher rank cultivation technique will be more powerful and have a brighter future? Lu Yi asked. That's right. Elder Tang nodded. Do you understand the reason behind it? Please enlighten me, Lu Yi uttered humbly. Elder Tang gave it a thought as though he was trying to come up with a clearer explanation, for he hadn't told anyone about it for a long time. A moment later he asked, Do you know the different realms? Spirit Creek, Cloud River, Real Lake and Divine Ocean realms, Lu Yi replied. He had heard it from Yu Xiaotaya. What does Spirit Creek mean? Recalling what Yu Xiaotaya had told him, Lu Yi went on to say, to unlock enough spiritual points so that our own spiritual power will be able to flow through the points and form into a cosmic orbit. It's called Spirit Creek Realm because we aim to make our spiritual power flow as smoothly as a creek. That's right. Elder Tang ran his fingers through his beard. How many spiritual points are considered enough, then? Lu Yi was unable to answer the question. A smiling Elder Tang pointed at the golden liberation technique in his hand and uttered, if you cultivate this technique, you'll reach First Order Spirit Creek Realm by unlocking 9 spiritual points, then 18 points for the Second Order Realm and 27 points for the Third Order Realm. Lu Yi immediately realized that something was amiss. Aren't there supposed to be 9 orders for Spirit Creek Realm? You'll only be able to reach Third Order Spirit Creek Realm by cultivating a yellow rank cultivation technique, which is why it's the lowest rank. If you cultivate a black rank technique, you'll reach 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm. If you cultivate an earth rank technique, you'll reach 9th Order Spirit Creek Realm. As for a heaven rank technique, 12th Order? Lu Yi was shocked as he had never heard of 12th Order Spirit Creek Realm before. Elder Tang shook his head with a smile. It's still 9th Order. A puzzled Lu Yi asked, why? Elder Tang explained, that's because different cultivation techniques correspond to different numbers of spiritual points even in the same realm. For example, by cultivating Golden Liberation Technique, you'll only need to unlock 9 spiritual points to reach First Order Spirit Creek Realm. However, if you cultivate a Heaven Rank Cultivation Technique, you'll need to unlock 18 points to reach the same realm. A cultivator who has cultivated an Earth Rank Technique will reach 9th Order Spirit Creek Realm by unlocking 180 points. However, for a cultivator who has cultivated a Heaven Rank Technique, he'll only reach 6th Order Spirit Creek Realm after unlocking 180 points. Lu Yi could somewhat grasp the idea. You mean if we cultivate a high-rank technique, we'll need to unlock more spiritual points to reach the same realm as compared to a lower-rank technique? That's right. In that case, we cannot judge how powerful a cultivator is based on the realm he is in, right? A cultivator who had cultivated an Earth-rank technique would reach 9th Order Spirit Creek Realm after unlocking 180 spiritual points. However, he wouldn't be a match for a 7th Order Spirit Creek Realm Master who had cultivated a Heaven-rank technique, because the latter had unlocked more than 180 points. At that instant, Lu Yi suddenly understood what Elder Tang had told him earlier. In that case, even if 2 people were in the same realm, their powers were not on the same level if their cultivation techniques were of different ranks. The rank of the technique would also affect a cultivator's future. Sect Master, since Heaven-rank cultivation techniques are so good, why doesn't everyone cultivate them? What's the point of having Earth, Black and Yellow rank cultivation techniques? Is it very difficult to obtain a Heaven-rank technique? A smiling Elder Tang replied, although it's difficult to find a Heaven-rank technique, even a rogue cultivator will be able to obtain one if he's determined enough. The reason not everyone is going for Heaven-rank techniques is that every cultivator has their limitations when it comes to the number of spiritual points they can unlock. What do you mean? When you're a new cultivator, it's extremely difficult to unlock any spiritual points. However, as your own number of spiritual points and power increase, it'll be much easier for you to unlock the points until you reach your limit. Once the limit has been reached, it'll be difficult for you to unlock more points. So, it'll be pointless even if you have a better technique. It's useless for a cultivator, whose limit is 180 spiritual points, to cultivate a Heaven-rank technique. Hence, you have to cultivate according to your own capabilities. I see. Lu Yi finally understood it. Moreover, it's actually better to cultivate a yellow-rank technique when you're just starting out. Because it's easier? That's right. You'll reach First Order Spirit Creek Realm by unlocking 9 spiritual points. However, if you cultivate a Heaven-rank technique, you'll need to unlock 18 points. By allowing your spiritual power to pass through your points earlier and becoming a Spirit Creek Realm Master, you'll be more efficient at cultivating. Hence, be it the rogue cultivators who are without any support or the disciples from the major sects, they'll start with a yellow-rank technique. After they cultivate the technique fully, they can still change to another technique. In fact, Elder Tang didn't tell him the whole story regarding changing the cultivation technique. Only those rogue cultivators who didn't have a solid foundation and the disciples from small clans would start with a yellow rank technique. Although there were no drawbacks in changing the cultivation technique, it would still be troublesome. Those with a powerful background would choose to cultivate either a black or earth rank cultivation technique. That was because be it yellow, black or earth rank, a cultivator would only need to unlock 9 points to reach First Order Spirit Creek Realm. There was no difference between the three. A cultivator would only make a shift to heaven rank technique when necessary after he unlocked all the points and reached his limit. Those who were not capable could only attempt to achieve a breakthrough. However, Elder Tang was concerned that Lu Ye's talent was only one leaf, so the latter probably couldn't unlock many spiritual points throughout his life. Therefore, a yellow rank technique was enough for him. Certainly he did not point it out, nor did he look down on Lu Yi because of that. As a sect master he did not show any impatience when teaching Lu Yi, who was a disciple on paper. As for your worry that this might be an evil technique, Elder Tang lifted his head and stared solemnly at him. You have to remember that only people can be categorized as good or evil, not a cultivation technique. Whatever the technique, it's for people to cultivate. It is the human heart that makes something good or evil. There are sly people within Grand Sky Coalition, and there are also upright people in Thousand Demon Ridge. I'll remember it, Lu Yi replied respectfully. Chapter 23, Spiritual Points Barrier and Residue. Didn't you learn such things from Mystical Sky Sect? During the conversation, Elder Tang realized that Lu Yi knew little about cultivation, which was why he was curious. It was difficult for Lu Yi to tell him the truth, so he replied, I was young and naughty in the past, so I didn't pay attention to the seniors' teachings. A smiling Elder Tang uttered, That's fine. You're still young, so you can start working hard from now on. Yes. Elder Tang lifted his hand and pointed one finger at Lu Ye's abdomen. Your first spiritual point is full now. If you want to unlock the second one, feel it carefully. Upon hearing that, Lu Yi quickly straightened up. Feeling Elder Tang's finger on his abdomen, he realized that an external force was penetrating his body. It was Elder Tang's spiritual power, but it was very gentle, so it wouldn't cause any harm to Lu Yi. The force passed through Lu Ye's source spiritual point and clustered in a nearby spot. Lu Yi was familiar with the spot as it was the second spiritual point for Golden Liberation Technique. He had failed in his previous attempts to locate it, but Elder Tang was able to find it with ease. It was the benefit of joining a sect and getting some guidance from a senior, which could allow a new cultivator to save a lot of time and energy. The period of time when a cultivator was just starting out was most crucial. If he could unlock more spiritual points quicker than the others, he would be in a more advantageous position. This is the second spiritual point of Golden Liberation Technique. You can try to lead your own spiritual power to this point, Elder Tang uttered. Lu Yi quickly followed the old man's advice and led his ample spiritual power from his source spiritual point to the second one. However, he could clearly feel there was a barrier in front of the point which fended off his spiritual power. Every spiritual point has its own barrier. You can only unlock the point by breaking through the barrier. No one can help you, so you have to give it a try on your own. Given Elder Tang's power, he could easily help Lu Yi shatter the barrier. However, if he really did that, he might cause some irreversible damage to the young man's spiritual point. Hence, he could only help Lu Yi locate the spiritual point but not break the barrier for him. It was the first time Lu Yi learned that there was a barrier in front of every spiritual point. He had managed to unlock Source Spiritual Point with the help of Skill Tree. Recalling what had happened, he realized that there was indeed something that had broken apart. Now, it seemed that the thing that had been shattered was the barrier. Elder Tang's spiritual power did not remain on the same spot as it went on to flow through Lu Ye's body. It would take a long time to break through a barrier. He had helped Lu Yi locate the second spiritual point, and the rest depended on the latter's hard work. A moment later he retracted his hand and uttered, I've left some leads in 8 of your spiritual points following Golden Liberation Technique's cultivation route. Every time you unlock a new spiritual point, you'll immediately feel the location of the next one. After you unlock all 8 spiritual points, you should make your spiritual power flow through the source spiritual points and the other 8 points following the cultivation route, and you'll become a Spirit Creek Realm Master. Thanks, Sect Master. Lu Yi saluted him. A smiling Elder Tang replied, just go on cultivating for now. It'll take some time before we reach Mount Ao. Yes, Lu Yi replied and just continued cultivating on the same spot. Since the sect master was right in front of him, he could ask the old man to give him a hand if anything went wrong. After confirming the location of the second spiritual point, Lu Yi became energized as he activated his spiritual power from the source spiritual point and tried to break through the barrier of the second point. He wondered what the barrier was made of. Every time he tried to crush it, he could feel that it would become looser. Nevertheless, it felt terrible trying to shatter the barrier. Every time he hit the barrier with his spiritual power, it felt like his spiritual point was smacked with a hammer. It would still be alright if it was just 1 or 2 times. However, after several attempts, he realized that his second spiritual point felt sore. Furthermore, it would take some spiritual power every time he wanted to shatter the barrier. It was then he understood why the sect master said that breaking through barriers was difficult for a new cultivator, but it would become increasingly easier as the cultivator's power increased. If a spiritual point was likened to a bucket, then spiritual power was like the water inside the bucket. Presently, Lu Yi only had a bucket of water. If he had 2 to 3 buckets, he would have more spiritual power to use, and it would significantly increase his speed of breaking through the barrier. He might even be able to achieve it in one go. 1 hour later, he realized that he couldn't mobilize his spiritual power anymore as the water in his bucket had almost dried up. Hence, he took out a bottle of qi blood pills from Zhou Cheng's storage bag and dropped 2 pills on his palm. "Did you always use those to assist your cultivation?" Elder Tang suddenly asked. Lu Yi quickly replied, "Yes." His chest tightened when he saw that Elder Tang's expression appeared awkward. "Sect Master, is there anything wrong with these qi blood pills?" Elder Tang frowned. "Did those from Evil Moon Valley tell you they're qi blood pills?" "Aren't they?" Lu Yi was shocked. He had consumed these pills before, and they indeed could help restore his vitality. What were they if they were not qi blood pills? Elder Tang took Zhou Cheng's storage bag and dropped all the bottles on the ground before examining them one by one. Then he passed a bottle to Lu Yi. "These are the real qi blood pills." Lu Yi took the bottle to have a look and realized that the spirit pills inside it were indeed different from the ones he had consumed before. He had examined these pills in the past, but since he couldn't recognize what they were, he didn't dare to take them as he pleased. He had never expected that the pills he had been consuming were not qi blood pills. The real ones were in a different bottle. "What are these then?" Lu Yi pointed at the bottle of pills that he was about to take just now. "They're the residue from refining qi blood pills," Elder Tang explained. "Not every attempt to refine pills will be successful. If it fails, it'll become residue, which is practically useless. However, some residue still retains some medicinal efficacies. These are the things that are left behind after failed attempts to refine qi blood pills." Lu Ye's expression darkened when he heard Elder Tang's explanation. It was no wonder that he always felt there was a char taste when he consumed these pills in the past. He thought that it was the original taste of qi blood pills, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. He had been taking the residue from failed attempts to refine pills, which was why it had a strange taste to it. Why did the Evil Moon Valley's cultivators bring this stuff with them? Elder Tang was puzzled. "It's for the mining slaves." Lu Yi explained the mechanism of exchanging contributions for rewards in the mine. Upon hearing that, Elder Tang took the residue. "You can't have it anymore as it'll affect your cultivation." A nervous Lu Yi asked, "How does it affect me?" "Every drug in the world is slightly poisonous. The spirit pills we use for cultivation contain pill poison as well. The lower quality the pills are, the more poison they contain. In fact, the residue from refining pills is the most poisonous. That's why even though you can rely on spirit pills to help with your cultivation, you can't be overly reliant on them. If you take too many pills, a lot of pill poison will accumulate in your body. The consequences could range from turbid spiritual power and difficulty in using spells to irreversible damage to your foundation and power." Lu Yi was terrified upon hearing that. Previously, he had consumed 200 to 300 pills that were made from the residue. If it was as serious as what Elder Tang had said, he was basically doomed. After a gulp, he asked anxiously, "Sect Master, are there any guidelines on the dosage we can refer to when using pills to help with our cultivation? How do we know how much pill poison we've accumulated?" Elder Tang replied, "Just observe your spiritual power. Just like what I had said, when too much pill poison has been accumulated, your spiritual power will become turbid. To a cultivator, the purer his spiritual power is, the easier it is for him to cultivate and battle against other people, and vice versa. I could see that your spiritual power is pretty pure, so you don't have to worry about it." When he helped Lu Yi locate his second spiritual point just now, his spiritual power had passed through Lu Ye's points, so he was clear about whether the latter's spiritual power was pure. Upon hearing that, Lu Yi felt awkward. Chapter 24: The Joy of Cultivating Through the Use of Spirit Pills. The sect master might be unaware of Lu Ye's situation, but Lu Yi himself was well aware of his own situation. Putting aside the fact that he had successively redeemed more than 30 of those Qi blood pills residue from Manager Yang and consumed them over the past year, he had also consumed about 200 to 300 of those pills in the span of 10 or so days during the period he had spent inside the cave. Under normal circumstances, taking so much residue into his body would surely have caused great hidden dangers to himself. So, why did the sect master claim that his spiritual power was still fairly pure? On the other hand, the sect master couldn't have been mistaken about something like this. Lu Yi might not know how high his cultivation was, but he was a 9th-rank sect master. He should be in the Cloud River realm at the very least. In other words, there really was nothing wrong with Lu Ye's spiritual power. But how was that possible? The first thing that came to mind was the skill tree. Even when Lu Yi had been in the mines, he had the vague feeling that the skill tree wasn't something as simple as the host for the spiritual patterns. It would now seem that the purity of his spiritual power was also related to the skill tree. There was simply no other explanation for the current situation otherwise. Unfortunately, this wasn't something he could tell the sect master so easily. After considering it for a bit, he asked, "Sect master, how do you cure a person who has accumulated too much pill poison in their bodies and caused their spiritual power to become clouded as a result?" Naturally, they have to stop cultivating and slowly remove the pill poison from their bodies. This process will take a very long time to complete. Therefore, an excessive reliance on spirit pills during cultivation will not increase your cultivation speed. On the contrary, it will have the opposite effect. But you don't have to worry. Appropriate use of the spirit pills as a supplement is not a problem. The key is moderation and knowing your limits. I understand. Your cultivation is still fairly shallow at this moment, so it is understandable for you to borrow the help of spirit pills to aid your cultivation. But why aren't you using the spirit-restoring pills when you already have them? Why do you choose to use the Qi blood pills to refine your vitality into Qi instead? You must know that even though both spirit pills can assist you in your cultivation, the latter's main function is to replenish one's Qi and blood, as well as consolidate one's energy. He was surprised. I can't tell which are the spirit-restoring pills. He had taken out the Qi blood pills to consume them out of habit. All he wanted was to recover his spirit energy as soon as possible to break through the barrier of his spiritual point. He had not thought much about what he was doing. Elder Tang burst into a peal of laughter before pushing a bottle over to Lu Yi. This bottle contains the spirit-restoring pills. Although these are the lowest-ranked spirit-restoring pills and their quality is poor, it's just right for your use. Lu Yi tipped a single pill from the bottle and studied the appearance of the spirit-restoring pill carefully. As I expected, Manager Yang had some spirit-restoring pills in his possession. I've seen something similar in his storage bag. It's just that I didn't dare to consume them lightly. Now that he had the sect master's guidance, he confidently swallowed the spirit-restoring pill in his hand and calmly refined it. After consuming the spirit pill, you need to guide the pill power so that it doesn't remain stagnant and cause complications down the road. The sect master's voice rang in his ears. This was the reason why the sect master had said that the lowest-ranked spirit-restoring pill was just right for his use. With his cultivation of only one spiritual point, he would not be able to guide the dense power of the pill power in time if he had consumed a better quality spirit pill. Once too much pill power had been accumulated in his body, it would have a huge negative impact on his cultivation. After listening to the sect master's teachings, he did as he was told. A warmth slowly seeped out of his lower abdomen. It was the pill power of the spirit-restoring pill being released and converted into the spiritual power used by cultivators. Following his guidance, the spiritual power converted from the pill power slowly poured into his source spiritual point. His source spiritual point, which had almost dried up completely, gradually filled up again. The medicinal efficacy of the spirit-restoring pill was incomparably better than the residue of the Qi blood pills that he had been consuming before. In the first place, spirit-restoring pills were more suitable for cultivation than Qi blood pills. Moreover, what he previously consumed was the residue formed from the failed attempts of Evil Moon Valley's cultivators in refining spirit pills. It had required a process of refining his vitality into Qi to transform his vitality into spiritual power. Therefore, it was only natural that it was utterly incomparable to what he was experiencing now. It wasn't until this moment that he truly realized the joy of cultivating through the use of spirit pills. His nearly dried-out source spiritual point was filled to the brim again in less than half a day, but the pill power of the spirit-restoring pill was still in effect. Thus, he hurriedly guided the spiritual power in his source spiritual point to charge at the barriers of his second spiritual point repeatedly. At one point, he vaguely felt as though something inside his body had broken and the spiritual power that had been blocked before suddenly flowed onward without any hindrance. His second spiritual point had been unlocked. The spiritual power brimming in his source spiritual point gently flowed into his second spiritual point, which gave him a very comfortable feeling. Be that as it may, some of the spirit-restoring pill's medicinal efficacy still remained. A very long time passed before he sensed that the medicinal efficacy of the spirit-restoring pill was completely consumed. Only then did he open his eyes again. He was about to report his achievement to the sect master when he realized that the sect master was nowhere to be seen. The sect master had left at some unknown point in time. Nevertheless, Lu Yi wasn't too bothered by the sect master's departure. The sect master was a sect master after all. He would surely be busy with his own affairs. Besides, he had already helped Lu Yi locate the positions of the next few spiritual points. All that came afterward was for Lu Yi to follow the steps he was taught and work hard in his cultivation. Lu Ye's goal was to unlock his spiritual points according to the training course laid out by the cultivation method as soon as possible. After all, he could only be regarded as a proper cultivator once he unlocked those spiritual points with his spiritual power and reached the Spirit Creek realm. He also intended to test whether his previous conjecture regarding the skill tree was correct. Thus, he did not stop to rest as he took out another spirit-restoring pill and consumed it. The dense pill power was converted into spiritual power, which filled his spiritual points under his guidance. 2 days later, he had consumed almost 6 spirit-restoring pills and filled his second spiritual point to the brim. He was startled by the speed. It had taken him more than 10 days just to fill up his first spiritual point when he first achieved enlightenment. However, the same process now only took 2 days to complete. The gap was simply too wide. It could be seen that the medicinal efficacies of the spirit-restoring pills were truly nothing like those residues, even if it was only the lowest quality spirit-restoring pill. He suddenly thought of Yu Xiaotaya. At the time, Yu Xiaotaya had told him that she had spent more than 20 days to fill up her first spiritual point when she first achieved enlightenment. In addition, she had consumed a spirit-restoring pill at the time. It was something a cultivator of Evil Moon Valley had given to her. In comparison, his cultivation speed was clearly abnormal. What he could be certain of was that it had something to do with the skill tree. Unfortunately, he had no means of figuring out what the exact connection between the two was at the moment. In any case, it was a good thing for him. He could probably unearth the secrets of the skill tree once his cultivation foundation had gotten much stronger in the future. The sect master did not reappear again. Meanwhile, Lu Yi had already cultivated for 2 days. He was not tired, but he was starving. Ever since he achieved enlightenment, his appetite had grown. He had already noticed this point when he had been in the mines. It was just that having a good appetite at his age was a good thing. The more he ate, the more vitality he would have. It wasn't convenient for him to leave in search of food. Fortunately, Zhou Cheng's storage bag still contained some food. He was not too picky about what he ate, so he took them out and ate them with some clean water to wash it down. After he had his fill of food and drink, he continued cultivating. He broke through the barrier of his third spiritual point half a day later. 2 more days after that, he filled his third spiritual point to the brim. The entire process consumed 6 spirit-restoring pills just like before. Although he wanted to continue cultivating, he was struck by a wave of drowsiness the moment he relaxed his mind. He knew that he had been cultivating for too long. He had no choice but to rest for now. Taking out some bedding from the storage bag, he lay down to sleep and soon fell asleep. Chapter 25 Sneak Attack. Lu Yi was gently awakened by the sect master. When he opened his eyes, he saw the sect master standing next to him and quickly got to his feet. Sect master. He rubbed his eyes and slapped his cheeks, which immediately cleared the drowsiness from his eyes. It's time to get off the boat, the sect master said with a smile. The dozens of sects that made up the Grand Sky Coalition had departed Evil Moon Valley together, but it was only natural that everybody was returning to their respective homes now that they were back on Grand Sky Coalition's territory. Several sects had already left earlier. Lu Yi gathered up his bedding and stuffed it back into his storage bag. Then, he tidied up his appearance before leaving the cabin with the sect master. They soon arrived on the deck. Somebody was waiting there for them. It was a tall and broad middle-aged man with a majestic appearance. Lu Yi did not know this man. Upon a closer look, he felt as though this middle-aged man seemed to be giving off a powerful militant vibe. The sect master stepped forward to speak with that middle-aged man. A moment later, the middle-aged man turned around to look at Lu Yi, who was standing beside the sect master. Being able to enter the Crimson Blood sect is your good fortune. You have to do your best to cultivate well. Don't ruin the Crimson Blood sect's reputation. Lu Yi quickly responded. Yes. The sect master cupped his fists. Then this old man will be taking his leave. Please? The middle-aged man stretched out his hand. The sect master turned his palm over and took out something from somewhere. He casually tossed it into the air, and a two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage appeared on the deck with a flash of light. The two horses pulling the carriage were completely snow-white and very handsome. Snorting lightly, they shifted their hooves restlessly. Before Lu Yi could get a good look, his body floated over to the carriage. The sect master had picked Lu Yi up with his spiritual power. Release the array. The middle-aged man shouted loudly. Following his command, a gap opened up in the flying dragon boat's defensive array. A burst of wind roared in, causing the clothes of everybody standing on deck to flap about wildly. The sect master and that middle-aged man cupped their fists and exchanged greetings. Afterward, the two horses pulling the carriage raised their heads and neighed, clusters of light appearing around their hooves. They then rushed out through the gap in the defensive array and sped off into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Watching the two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage disappearing out of sight, the middle-aged man turned around and strode toward the cabin. He left only one sentence behind, "Bring that bastard Pang Dahai to me." Yes. Several cultivators from the Grand Sky Coalition responded with gleeful smiles on their faces as though enjoying another person's misery. They might not know what Junior Brother Pang had done to upset the Deputy Coalition leader, but from the look of the Deputy Coalition leader, Junior Brother Pang was probably going to lose a few kilograms. Meanwhile, Lu Yi was excitedly observing and touching anything and everything inside the two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage. His eyes were filled with wonder. He had arrived at Jianghu more than a year ago now, but it wasn't until recently that he realized that the Jianghu he thought he knew was not the true face of this world at all. There were many things about this world that he could never have imagined. Take the flying dragon boat for example, or the two-wheeled horse-drawn carriage. The huge gaps in cognition had truly driven one point home. This was a world of cultivation. Joining the Crimson Blood sect had finally given him the capital to step into this world of cultivation. Moreover, the splendor of this world was slowly showing itself to him, bit by bit, as his cultivation continued to increase. How could he have seen such wonders if he had spent his entire life in the mines? These two horses, they aren't living creatures? He stood on the cowl and reached out to touch the butt of the horse in front of him. He discovered that it did not feel like flesh and blood. Rather, it felt as though he was touching a piece of metal. It was cold and cool to touch. Upon a closer look, he realized that the two horses did not give off the aura a living creature should have. It was just that they were so vivid and lifelike that they gave off the illusion of being alive. On the other hand, the carriage behind him was open-aired. There was a large umbrella on top of the carriage. That umbrella spun in the wind, releasing rays of light that hung down like threads and blocked the high winds when they were traveling through the sky. The sect master was sitting in the carriage. He laughed when he heard those words. These were created by a golem master for transportation purposes. A golem master. Lu Yi was curious. It's a kind of external cultivation. They excel at making tools. I'm sure you will get the opportunity to meet them in the future. Lu Yi stopped asking questions. He enthusiastically looked around a bit more before entering the carriage and taking his seat. The carriage was very spacious. It could easily fit 3 to 5 people without issue. Naturally, he was not so stupid as to sit next to the sect master. He was familiar with the basic etiquette of showing respect to his master. Therefore, the position he took was the seat in front of the sect master so that he was facing the sect master. "How did your cultivation go?" the sect master asked. "It went well," Lu Yi replied. He had confirmed something during that period of cultivation. He didn't seem to be affected by any major hidden dangers of overdosing on spirit pills while cultivating. Over the past few days, he had consumed more than 10 spirit-restoring pills and managed to unlock his third spiritual point. Leave aside the rate of efficiency for other people when it came to their cultivation. At the very least, it was impossible for them to consume spirit pills as continuously as him. The situation the sect master had mentioned regarding pill poison accumulation, which would ultimately lead to the clouding of one's spiritual power, had not occurred in him. It was possible that he had yet to reach the threshold. He had only consumed more than 10 spirit-restoring pills after all. This point would require further observation before he could form any conclusions. He was considering whether to mention the fact that he had unlocked his spiritual points. While he was hesitating, he heard the sect master speaking. Which path do you intend to choose out of the 6 factions? The so-called 6 factions was, without a doubt, the information that Pang Dehai had mentioned before. Lu Yi had never considered this question before. At the moment, it could be said that he had only just been exposed to the world of cultivation. He was ignorant of everything. How could he decide on the path he wanted to take in the future? Thus he asked, "Sect Master, what do you think?" Elder Tang reached out his hand and stroked his beard. "Your body is not that strong and you do not have any unique talents. Therefore you are not suited to the body-tempering cultivation faction. Out of the 5 elements, your primary attribute is fire, which is supplemented by the gold attribute. Hence, you are unsuited to the medicine cultivation faction and ghost cultivation faction. The only ones left are the combat cultivation faction, spell cultivation faction, and external cultivation. Speaking of external cultivation, every cultivator actually knows something or other about external cultivation, so it can be regarded as a supplementary cultivation. There's no need to specialize in it." Lu Yi understood. In other words, the only suitable paths for this disciple are the combat cultivation faction and the spell cultivation faction. "That's correct." "Sect Master, which path did you take?" he asked curiously. Elder Tang chuckled. "This old man is in the spell cultivation faction, but you don't need to imitate me. It's a step-by-step process to determine the path you want to take. You need to ask yourself this question. I'm asking you this question now just to give you an idea. I'm not trying to force you into making a decision in a hurry. Once we return to Mount Ao." Lu Yi was listening to the sect master's teachings when he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. Immediately after that, he heard a loud explosion that left his ears ringing. As his vision spun, he saw a ball of flames burning in midair out of the corner of the eyes. He looked in that direction and discovered that it was a 2-wheeled horse-drawn carriage that was on fire. He did not know what kind of attack that carriage had encountered, but it had fallen apart completely. The 2 horses that were pulling the carriage had also broken into pieces and scattered in the air. Lu Yi shook his head. He had the feeling that the 2-wheeled horse-drawn carriage that was burning was identical to the one he had been riding in previously. The realization suddenly dawned on him. That's the carriage I was riding in before. It's just that it encountered an unknown attack. It wasn't until this moment that he discovered he had been pulled out of the carriage by the sect master and was currently floating in midair. There was a bright light glowing around the sect master, and he was enveloped in that light. Concurrently, the sect master was casting a cultivation technique and coldly studying his surroundings with an extremely solemn expression. Chapter 26, Official Disciple. We've been ambushed. Even though Lu Ye's head was spinning, he quickly understood the truth of the matter and couldn't help feeling anxious as a result. He was only a 3 spiritual point cultivator. How could he cope with a situation like this? A yellow ray of light suddenly shot out from the hill below them. It was aimed directly at the spot where Lu Yi and the sect master were standing. That yellow ray of light was steady and extremely fast, arriving in front of them in an instant. The sect master's hair, beard, and clothes were flapping wildly in the wind. He quickly drew a circle in the air, his spiritual power surging at the tips of his fingers. A spiritual power shield visible to the naked eye immediately formed. It was circular in shape, forming a barrier behind the sect master and Lu Yi. There were countless exquisite runes in the shield that were swimming about like tadpoles. There was a loud boom. The yellow ray of light slammed into the shield and was firmly blocked by the shield. However, it gushed forward like a spring, blasting toward them continuously. The sect master glared at it furiously. Spiritual power fluctuated in his palm as he maintained the spiritual power shield, stuck in a stalemate with that yellow light. Having never seen such a mysterious fighting scene before, Lu Yi was utterly stunned by the sight for quite some time. While the yellow light and the spiritual power shield were clashing against each other, the sound of something kicking off against the ground on the other side rang out deafeningly. He turned his head to look in that direction only to see a figure as burly as a steel tower soaring into the sky and rushing toward this direction. Below the figure, a small hill shattered to pieces. It had obviously been crushed by that man. The man lunging toward them was enveloped in a blood-red light as though his blood was evaporating from his body, which made him look extremely brutal. Meanwhile, the sect master was casting spells and wrestling with the yellow light at this moment. The burly cultivator clearly wanted to make use of this opportunity to rush forward. His speed was extremely fast and he arrived within 100 meters of the sect master. The sect master changed the cultivation technique he was casting. The spiritual power shield that had been contending with the yellow light immediately turned in a different direction slightly. The yellow light hit against the spiritual power shield, but the shield that was as smooth as a mirror deflected the trajectory of that yellow light and directed it toward the burly figure instead. The burly figure clearly never expected something like that to happen. By the time he saw the yellow light shooting toward him, it was already too late to avoid the attack. He could only let out a roar and put up his arms in front of him. In the next moment, the burly figure was enveloped in the yellow light. He staggered from the impact, a burnt smell coming from his flesh and blood. Lu Yi almost couldn't help cheering at the sight. Although he couldn't see the dangers during the short exchange with his eyesight, the sect master's attack gave off an inexorable vibe. It was an extremely light yet sophisticated movement. However, he was enveloped by a huge sense of horror immediately afterward. His whole body instantly went cold as though all the blood in his body had frozen over. Before he could figure out what was going on, the sect master let out a groan. A glimmer of blood appeared in front of his eyes and the scent of blood filled his nostrils. The world spun dizzily. By the time Lu Yi returned to his senses, he lowered his head to look with a shocked expression. It was because a 30-centimeter-long wound had appeared on the sect master's abdomen. The flesh around the wound was curled. A trace of something green surrounded the edges of the wound, wriggling like maggots. He did not know when the sect master had gotten injured nor who had injured the sect master. At this moment, the sect master's spiritual power poured out. He desperately escaped in a certain direction at a great speed, bringing Lu Yi with him. Howling gusts of wind whistled in Lu Ye's ears. He was safe and secure with the protection of the sect master's spiritual power. It wasn't until this moment that he saw how many people had attacked the sect master. One of them was the burly figure he had noticed earlier. There was also a thin man. That person was probably the sneak attacker who had shot out that yellow ray of light just now. That person was still casting cultivation techniques non-stop while in pursuit, interfering with the sect master's escape. Fortunately, the sect master was able to resolve those attacks. No. There's a third person. There was a flickering figure in the air behind the sect master, chasing after him relentlessly. That figure looked like a ghost and was hard to see properly. Judging by the slim figure, it was probably a female. Every time her body appeared, the distance between her and the sect master closed a little more. They would not be able to escape successfully if this situation continued. The cultivation technique cast by the thin man had greatly interfered with the sect master's speed. Not to mention the sect master was injured. At this point, how could Lu Yi not understand that the sect master had been injured by the woman with the flickering figure? The three people had a clear division of labor. The thin man who was casting the cultivation techniques was tasked with exhausting the sect master. The burly man was tasked with distracting the sect master. The real assassination was supposed to be carried out by the woman hiding in the shadows. It was just that they had underestimated the sect master's strength. Despite such an elaborately planned ambush, the sect master not only managed to survive but also had enough strength to keep Lu Yi safe. The situation at the moment was obviously very bad for the sect master. If he had been alone, he would have been able to escape even if he couldn't have won against those three. This was the Grand Sky Coalition's territory. He would only have needed to hold on for a while. Help would have come eventually since he had already sent out a message for help the moment he had been ambushed just now. Unfortunately, he had to take care of Lu Yi and was unable to exert his full strength as a result. He was going to be surrounded by those three in less than 10 seconds at this rate. Lu Yi will most certainly die if a fight breaks out between us. Just the impact from a fight between cultivators of our level alone is not something he can withstand. He is completely reliant on my protection to remain safe and sound. I'm afraid I can only take a gamble at this point. Having made up his mind, he asked, Lu Yi, have you ever heard of the Spirit Creek battlefield? Lu Yi quickly replied, no. He did not know why the sect master was asking about this for no reason while they were on the run. It was a pity that he had honestly never heard of the Spirit Creek battlefield before. His understanding of this world was simply too shallow. There's no other option even if you've never heard of it. The sect master sighed. While fleeing, he took out a jade slip and pressed it against his forehead. Immediately afterward, he took out an engraved block. The engraved block was square in shape. It was difficult to determine what material it was made out of. Light was flowing across the engraved block. It was easy to tell that it was an extraordinary item at first glance. He shouted, Tang Yifeng, the 10th sect master of the Crimson Blood sect, respectfully invites the heavens to witness the acceptance of Lu Yi from Bingzhou as an official disciple of the Crimson Blood sect. May the heavens witness this. While speaking, he sprayed a mouthful of blood onto the engraved block. The engraved block that was already flashing with light became even more radiant than before. Something seemed to fall out of the sky and landed on the engraved block. Give me your hand, he shouted. Lu Yi hurriedly reached out his hand. The sect master lifted the engraved block and pressed it against the back of his hand. With a loud bang, he felt as though his entire body had been hit hard by a sledgehammer. He immediately felt dizzy. Survive. I will send somebody to search for you. The sect master's voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he felt the sect master stuffing something into his arms. When the three people chasing after them in the rear saw what was happening, they immediately increased the intensity of their pursuit. That thin man continuously shot out rays of yellow light, forcing the sect master to dodge desperately. Borrowing this momentum, the ghostly figure of the woman swiftly drew closer to the sect master. She looked like she was about to take action. At this moment, the sect master's figure suddenly fell downward and crashed into the trees on the mountain. This mountain was barren and overgrown with weeds, but he seemed to be very familiar with this place. He accurately found a dilapidated palace among the weeds as tall as a human. With a great swish of his sleeves, the weeds flew apart and revealed the true appearance of the palace. Upon seeing this palace, the thin man's expression darkened. Stop him quickly. The three of them had been hunting the sect master silently all this while with a posture that indicated they were going to kill him. However, they panicked at the sight of the palace. Chapter 27, Thinking of Escaping After Stroking the Tiger's Whiskers? The thin man, who was proficient in casting cultivation techniques, quickly cast different cultivation techniques while shouting furiously. Spell after spell continued to shoot out in the meantime. On the other hand, the burly man moved as quickly as lightning with an overwhelming aura while the figure of the slender woman flickered in and out of sight. The three of them formed an encirclement in an instant and lunged toward the sect master and Lu Yi. The sect master flipped his hand over. Several small banners appeared out of thin air. He shouted, Go! The small banners flew away in all directions and concealed themselves in the void. Rise, he shouted again. The spiritual power in his body surged violently. Immediately following that, a transparent curtain of light formed a semicircular shape that covered the entire palace. Mysterious spiritual patterns flowed across the curtain of light. The cultivation technique cast by the thin man blasted against the curtain of light, causing ripples to form on its surface. The burly man's figure slammed against the curtain of light, and several spiritual patterns on that curtain of light immediately shattered. The woman with the flickering figure showed herself too. Her face and hands were painted with strange patterns, which masked her original appearance. It made her look rather ghostly. She was holding a dagger in her hands that resembled a spirit snake. She slashed at the curtain of light aggressively, and more spiritual patterns shattered. An array. That thin man's eyes contracted at the sight. The information had not mentioned that Tang Yifeng was proficient in arrays. However, the speed at which Tang Yifeng had set up the array undoubtedly showed that he was very skilled in array cultivation. 3 seconds, the burly man shouted. The meaning behind his words meant that he could break the array in 3 seconds. This was an array that the sect master had set up in a hurry after all. Being able to withstand the attacks of 3 cultivators on the same cultivation level for 3 seconds was already an extremely remarkable achievement. As soon as those words rang out, the burly man poured his chi into his dantian. Then he slowly threw a punch. It might have looked extremely slow, but his arm steadily swelled and thickened. Inside the array, the sect master ignored all three people standing outside. He dragged Lu Yi over to the center of the dilapidated palace. There was something similar to a crystal pillar that was as tall as a human and as thick as a bucket standing there. "Put your hand on that and activate your spiritual power," he shouted. Although Lu Yi did not know the purpose of doing so, he knew that the sect master would not harm him. Hence, he quickly did as he was told. The moment his hand covered the top of the crystal pillar and he activated his spiritual power, the figure of the sect master, who was standing in front of him, began to blur without warning. He couldn't help feeling as though he was getting further and further away from this world. "Once you enter, find a place to hide immediately. You must survive. Also, never tell anybody that you are the disciple of the Crimson Blood sect." The sect master looked at Lu Yi with a look of guilt in his eyes. Lu Yi opened his mouth to speak but could not hear his own voice. The figure of the sect master in front of him was becoming more and more blurred. Even the world became blurred. When he came back to his senses, the sect mazer was no longer in front of him again. Even his position had changed. Crack. The array shattered. The moment the array broke, the burly man rushed at the sect master with great vigor. He blasted out with a punch and secretly thought to himself, "I did it." In the next instant, a violent wave of chi swept out. The already dilapidated palace fell into further ruin. Only the crystal pillar remained safe and sound. The burly man's eyes contracted abruptly. He was staring at the sect master. The sect master's shirt was in tatters, which in turn revealed a well-defined and muscular chest. Moreover, he had single-handedly caught the burly man's punch. The sight caused the corners of the burly man's eyes to twitch in response. How is this possible? It was public knowledge that Tang Yifeng of the Crimson Blood sect was in the spell cultivation faction. However, he was unlike a practitioner of the spell cultivation faction at this moment. That was clearly the body-tempering cultivation faction. Moreover, the level of cultivation he was revealing right now was by no means as simple as the information had reported. Mission failed. The information was wrong. Retreat. The thin man proficient in cultivation techniques let out a shout. The slender woman, who had lunged at the sect master, did not hesitate whatsoever and swiftly retreated. The target of their mission was gone. It was obviously not cost-effective to fight Tang Yifeng to the death. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was accompanied by a muffled grunt. Several bones in the burly man's fist that had been caught in the sect master's hand were broken and crushed. Even so, the burly man was extremely stubborn. He didn't even make a single sound. In the next moment, a fist struck at him from an unexpected position and hit him severely on the chin. He was thrown into the air and golden stars spun in front of his eyes. "Are you thinking of escaping after stroking the tiger's whiskers?" The sect master's gaze was lowered. He had appeared in midair while he was speaking. Then he kicked out at something. Something crashed into the ground. The slender woman, who had concealed her figure and fled into the distance, had been kicked in the middle of her escape. Her screams rang out as she fell out of the sky and crashed into the mountains. Afterward, the sect master raised his hand again. A rope-like treasure flew out and curled toward the thin man. A short while ago, Pang Jin sat in the cabin of the Flying Dragon boat. There was an obese figure kneeling in front of him. It was none other than Pang Dahai. He was pinching his ears with both hands, looking extremely pitiful. Pang Jin slammed his hand on the desk and roared furiously. "You stupid idiot! Do you know what you have done?" Pang Dahai looked very aggrieved. "I was only giving some pointers to Lu Yi and directed him to choose Elder Tang's Crimson Blood sect. Isn't that all? Don't you know that that violates the rules of the coalition?" Pang Jin was even more livid than before. When Pang Dahai had been giving advice to Lu Yi and Yu Xiaotaya, he had done it in front of many people. Other people might not know what they had been talking about, but many people had witnessed it. An investigation would easily reveal that the blame lay on Pang Dahai's head. Over the years, Elder Tang had accompanied the Grand Sky Coalition on many missions and rescued many enslaved people. However, those who had the aptitude and talent for cultivation seldom chose the Crimson Blood sect when the time came for them to choose their sects, much less choose only the Crimson Blood sect. An exception had occurred this time around. Therefore, Pang Jin had found this matter to be rather suspicious and wondered if somebody had secretly taught them something. In the end, his investigation revealed the culprit to be his own family member. Well, what now? Why don't you deal with me according to the rules of the coalition, uncle? Pang Dahai glanced at Pang Zhen, blinking his small eyes. You bastard. If not for your mother, I would have slapped you. Pang Zhen raised his hand to slap Pang Dahai as he spoke. Pang Dahai couldn't help shrinking back slightly. Seeing that Pang Zhen wasn't planning to hit him, he smirked again. Pang Zhen became more and more irritated at the sight of his smug, smiling face. Fuming for a while, he said, "Thank goodness you knew where to draw the line. That brat only has one talent, so he won't become too accomplished in the future." According to Elder Tang, he planned to send the boy to another sect the moment he got the chance. I hope it won't cause too much trouble. Pang Dahai frowned. Uncle, the Crimson Blood sect has not taken in any disciples for more than 30 years now. The sect will be deposed off according to the rules of the coalition if they don't take in any disciples soon. Elder Tang and senior sister Shui Yuan are good people. I only gave Lu Yi some advice because I couldn't bear watching without doing anything. But, uncle, what on earth happened back then? Why does everybody want to suppress the Crimson Blood sect to this point? Don't ask what you shouldn't know. Don't forget, this is a very complicated matter. It's not something a Cloud River Realm master like you can intervene in. Don't act according to your own assumptions on your own in the future. Yes. He quickly responded, knowing that the catastrophe had passed him by. Then he slowly stood up from the ground. Who allowed you to stand? Pang Zhen raised his gaze. Thud, Pang Dahai knelt smartly. Pang Zhen gave Pang Dahai an angry look. He was just about to reprimand Pang Dahai some more when he scowled suddenly. Lowering his head, he looked at the thumb ring on his thumb. His expression changed drastically in the next moment. Afterward, he stood up abruptly and rushed out anxiously. 10 seconds later, a beam of light landed on the mountain to reveal a figure. It was Pang Zhen, who had rushed over as quickly as he could. He had not hesitated in the slightest, rushing here as soon as he received the message from Elder Tang. Lifting his gaze to look around, he saw that the mountain was a mess. There were traces of battle everywhere. The corpse of a burly man lay by the side with a huge gaping hole in his chest. It looked as though somebody had killed him with a punch. On the other side, a woman's body who was covered in strange patterns appeared to be twisted and distorted in a strange direction. She was also embedded on a mountain wall. There was another person under Elder Tang's foot. His head had been smashed to pieces and his brains were splattered all over the ground. Meanwhile, Elder Tang was topless. The qi in his body was churning and his spiritual power was boiling. The corners of Pang Zhen's eyes twitched involuntarily. Chapter 28 Spirit Creek Battlefield. 1 Body Tempering Cultivator, 1 Spell Cultivator, and 1 Ghost Cultivator. These 3 had concealed themselves and launched a sneak attack to kill Elder Tang only to be killed by Elder Tang instead. Pang Zhen quickly organized his thoughts in a short time. Judging from the aftermath of the fight nearby, the 3 people who were killed had been cultivators in the Divine Ocean Realm. As for what level they stood in the Divine Ocean Realm, that remained unknown. Fighting 3 against 1 and still successfully killing all 3 in such a short period of time. It would seem that the conjecture that I've held for all these years is true. The cultivation of this old man in front of me is not as simple as it seems on the surface. He used to be one of the 3 most outstanding people in Jianghu after all. Were they targeting you? Pang Zhen broke the silence. Elder Tang slowly shook his head in response. They were targeting the boy. He originally thought that those 3 were after him. Only during their confrontation did he realize that their target was actually Lu Yi. The main target of that female ghost cultivator, who was the most hidden among the 3, had been Lu Yi. She also very nearly succeeded in killing him. The sect master had received the wound on his abdomen in order to protect Lu Yi from the attack. In the end, that spell cultivator even claimed that they had failed their mission once Elder Tang sent Lu Yi away. That one sentence undoubtedly said it all. That can't be. Pang Zhen furrowed his eyebrows. Where is the boy? He did not see the young man named Lu Yi anywhere. I sent him into the Spirit Creek battlefield. Only then did Pang Zhen notice the crystal pillar in the middle of the ruins. He exclaimed in surprise, a divine opportunity column? This is the ruins of White Dragon Courtyard which was destroyed 100 years ago? Entry into the Spirit Creek battlefield required the use of a divine opportunity column. However, the Divine Opportunity Column was a gift from the heavens that was usually erected in various sects of all shapes and sizes. Not surprisingly, there were also many Divine Opportunity Columns scattered across the wilderness. If one were to look back in time, they would see that these forsaken Divine Opportunity Columns each represented the annihilation of a sect. The Divine Opportunity Column was made from an extremely durable material. It was also protected by the heavens. Hence, it was very difficult to destroy and would be preserved for many years, even long after the sect it originally belonged to had been wiped out. If anybody wanted to re-establish a sect in this location, they would only need to respectfully request the heavens to obtain the ownership of the Divine Opportunity Column for their own use. It was just that no sect had been established in this place during the 100 years that had passed since the destruction of the White Dragon Courtyard. Therefore this place had been deserted all this while. Peng Jin was a native of Bingzhou. Not to mention he was also the deputy sect master of the Righteous Sect and the deputy coalition leader of Grand Sky Coalition. He only needed to ponder a little to know which sect had left this Divine Opportunity Column behind. This is going to be troublesome. He furrowed his eyebrows together. The Divine Opportunity Column could certainly send somebody into the Spirit Creek battlefield. It was just that there was only one result if a cultivator entered the Spirit Creek battlefield without going through the Divine Opportunity Column of their respective sects. They would be sent to a random spot on the battlefield. The Spirit Creek battlefield was extremely vast. It was practically as large as a continent. Now that that boy named Lu Yi had been sent into the battlefield, nobody could determine his current whereabouts. Even if Peng Jin dispatched several hundred cultivators in the Spirit Creek realm into the battlefield to search for Lu Yi, they could not be sure they could locate his whereabouts. What's more, that boy was only a one spiritual point cultivator. Entering the Spirit Creek battlefield with such weak cultivation was basically a death sentence. The minimum requirement for the major sects to send their disciples into the Spirit Creek battlefield was for their disciples to be in the First Order Spirit Creek realm. Elder Tang, Peng Jin called out. Elder Tang turned around to glare at Peng Jin for a moment before lowering his gaze. Crimson Blood sect has tolerated oppression for 30 years, and yet those people still refuse to give up. This is taking it too far. Peng Jin sighed in his heart. He was also feeling very annoyed inside. The incident today might seem as though it was a simple incident where Elder Tang had been ambushed on the way home, but it actually involved a whole lot more behind the scenes. Not to mention, 3 Divine Ocean Realm Masters had died. These 3 Divine Ocean Realm Masters could not have popped out of nowhere, so who was the mastermind behind them? In the worst case, the cultivation world of Jianghu would be greatly shaken by this incident. He could clearly feel the rage suppressed in Elder Tang's heart. It felt like a volcano that was about to erupt. He had never seen Elder Tang in such a state before. I never said that I was going to accept that boy into my sect. Rather, I was thinking about sending him to another sect to cultivate. Elder Tang gave a cold laugh. But some people are too impatient to even wait for a little while. He turned to look at Peng Jin, an endless rage burning in his eyes. I want to know who is behind this. Peng Jin understood and nodded affirmatively. I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation regarding this matter. The duration from the time Elder Tang left the Flying Dragon boat to the time he was ambushed had been very short. How did the attackers know his whereabouts? And how were they able to plan out the location of the ambush so accurately? It was obvious that there were some dirty dealings going on behind the scenes that nobody knew about. Lu Yi, that boy, Peng Jin hesitated for a moment before he continued, do you need me to gather some people to enter the Spirit Creek battlefield? Elder Tang shook his head sadly. No. In that situation just now, it was impossible for Elder Tang to fight with Lu Yi around. Therefore Lu Yi would have died if he had chosen to keep Lu Yi by his side. In his desperation, he could only choose to send Lu Yi into the Spirit Creek battlefield. Be that as it may, what were the chances of a cultivator who had barely started cultivating surviving in that place? Not to mention that Lu Yi had not entered the battlefield through his sect's own Divine Opportunity Column. Heaven only knew where he would appear inside the battlefield. He would have been turned into mincemeat by now if he had appeared in the territory belonging to any of the sects under the Thousand Demon Ridge. Even if he was fortunate enough to survive, he would still have a hard time doing anything in a place as dangerous as the Spirit Creek battlefield. At this moment, Elder Tang could only hope that Lu Yi was lucky enough to appear in a no-man's land. That was the only way Lu Yi could stand a chance to survive. It went without saying that searching for Lu Yi was a must, but it would not be done through another person's hands. Besides, this matter could not be publicized, or those people with malicious intentions would surely make things difficult for Lu Yi once they learned that a disciple from Crimson Blood sect had entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. If that happened, there would be no other ending but death for Lu Yi. It was precisely with this consideration in mind that Elder Tang had warned Lu Yi at the last second so as not to reveal his identity. Lu Yi sat straddling a tree branch in a large tree so wide it would need several people just to hug its tree trunk. There was an expression of lingering fear on his face. Several dozen sturdy wolves were gathered around the tree beneath him, snarling and baring their fangs at Lu Yi. He neither knew why he had appeared in such a place nor where the sect master had gone. He had simply done as the sect master instructed, placing his hand on top of the crystal pillar. Then the world had gone blurry. By the time his surroundings came into focus again, he had appeared in this jungle. There had been a wolf not too far away. When they encountered each other, the wolf had tried to lunge at him for the kill. In response, he quickly drew a long sword and slayed that wolf with everything he had, only for more wolves to gather around. With no other choice, he could only flee for his life and ultimately ended up climbing this tree. Straddling the tree branch, he looked around. All that entered his vision were those large trees that required several people just to circle its trunk. The large canopies of these trees blotted out the sky, and only a little bit of sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves. Where is this place? Where is the sect master? What about those 3 people who attacked the sect master? Why did I appear in this place? His brain was filled with countless questions. Looking down, he studied the wolf pack surrounding him. It looked like they were not planning to leave anytime soon. Thus, he couldn't help feeling extremely helpless. In any case, the most important thing right now was to figure out where he was and determine his situation. At the very least, he had to learn the name of this place. For that reason, he tried hard to recall the conversation he had with the sect master previously and soon came across a keyword. Spirit Creek Battlefield? The sect master asked me whether I heard of the Spirit Creek Battlefield before. The sect master would not have asked any irrelevant questions at such a critical moment. Following that, the sect master had taken out an engraved block, respectfully invited the heavens to witness something, taken him in as an official disciple, and stamped something on the back of his hand. When that thought flashed across his mind, he hurriedly inspected the back of his hand. Unfortunately, he found nothing. Pondering for a bit, he poured his spiritual power into the back of his hand. A mysterious screen appeared in the next moment. A blue spiritual pattern suddenly emerged from the back of his hand. The spiritual pattern squirmed and changed, quickly transforming into several rows of words. Name, Lu Yi. Identity, disciple of Crimson Blood sect. Cultivation, 3 spiritual points. Location, Spirit Creek Battlefield. Contribution, none. Chapter 29, Current Situation. Lu Yi stared fixedly at the back of his hand, and it wasn't until a long time later that he came to his senses. Looking back at what had happened, he realized that the thing on the back of his hand must have something to do with the fact that the sect master had stamped an engraved block on it. He had no idea what it was. Anyway, there were many things in the world that he wasn't aware of, and he wasn't afraid of facing the unknown. The good news was that he had confirmed his location. He was indeed in the Spirit Creek battlefield. By just looking at the prelude to the battlefield, he began having a premonition. If he wasn't mistaken, only Spirit Creek realm masters had the right to step into this battlefield. He was just a cultivator who had only unlocked 3 spiritual points, so there was no doubt that he was surrounded by danger in this unfamiliar place. He was lucky that he only came across a group of wolves just now. What if he bumped into some cultivators? Since this was a battlefield, there must be cultivators around. Without the need to give it a thought, he was certain that Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge were on the opposing sides of the battlefield. He could understand the reason the sect master had sent him to this place. At that time, the sect master wasn't able to battle against his enemies with him around. If he insisted on fighting with them, a weak cultivator like Lu Yi would end up in a miserable state. The sect master was left with no choice when he sent Lu Yi to this place so that the latter could escape from a perilous situation. The sect master had also stuffed something into his clothes. At the thought of this, Lu Yi quickly snuck his hand under his clothes and found a storage bag. After opening it, he fished out a few bottles and a few piles of talisman papers. There were also some clothes and a jade slip. He meticulously examined every one of them. The bottles contained 2 types of spirit pills, which were chi blood pills and spirit restoring pills. The number of spirit restoring pills was greater than that of chi blood pills. There were about 20 spirit restoring pills in 2 bottles and fewer than 10 chi blood pills in a bottle. On the other hand, he had never seen these kinds of talisman papers before, but he had figured out what they were. As expected, they were spirit talisman papers. Some of the external cultivators were experts in drawing talisman papers. Spirit talisman papers could help a cultivator to cultivate or battle against their enemies. However, Lu Yi didn't have a chance to learn about it, so he had never seen it before. There were many kinds of spirit talisman papers in the storage bag. For example, there were thunderbolt talisman papers that could protect the user, fiery snake talisman papers that could be used to attack the enemies, breathing curbing talisman papers that were of auxiliary use, and shadow reflecting talisman papers that could conceal the user. The uses of each type of talisman papers had been clearly written as if the sect master was worried that Lu Yi wouldn't know how to use them. There were more than 30 of them. Looking at all the stuff, Lu Yi felt warm in his heart. There was no doubt that the sect master had specifically prepared these items for him because the spirit pills and the spirit talisman papers were only suitable for a cultivator at Lu Ye's level. They were useless to the sect master. Furthermore, the clothes were meant for a young man. Looking back at their journey on Flying Dragon Boat, during the several days when the sect master had gone missing, Lu Yi realized that the sect master must have collected these items, which were useful for Lu Yi, from the disciples from other sects. Perhaps the sect master had intended to pass them to him after they returned to Mount Ao. However, since they had come across such an incident on their way back, he had no choice but to give these items to him earlier. There was no doubt that these items were extremely valuable for a person who had just started cultivating. Besides the spirit pills, the spirit talisman papers also looked very expensive. He had never seen any talisman papers in the storage bags of Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng, which went to show that talisman papers were valuable. Nevertheless, the sect master had collected more than 30 of them with different uses and passed them to him. After gently taking a breath, Lu Yi stored everything and picked up the jade slip. If he wasn't mistaken, this jade slip was the one that the sect master had fished out when they were running away from their enemies. At that time, the sect master asked Lu Yi whether the latter had heard of Spirit Creek Battlefield before. Lu Yi replied that he hadn't heard of it, after which the sect master took out a jade slip and pressed it against his own forehead. Perhaps the jade slip contained some information that the sect master wanted him to know. He wasn't able to explain it to him in that kind of perilous situation, which was why he decided to leave the message to him in such a way. Lu Yi activated his spiritual power and infused it into the jade slip. However, the jade slip did not react to his power, which puzzled him. After giving it a thought, he decided to press the jade slip against his forehead just like how the sect master had done it before he activated his spiritual power again. At that instant, a lot of information penetrated his mind, which caused him to fall into a dazed state. Moments later, he lowered the jade slip with a conflicted expression. The information the sect master had left behind for him in the jade slip was about Spirit Creek Battlefield. Jianghu was made up of 9 continents, but they were not the only known areas in the world. Besides the 9 continents, there were also some other spaces. Spirit Creek Battlefield was one of them. No one was certain where exactly Spirit Creek Battlefield was located in Jianghu. In the past, some Divine Ocean Realm masters attempted to explore the secret behind the battlefield, but over the years, no one had managed to obtain any useful clues. In the end, the battlefield remained a mystery. The conflicts between Grand Sky Coalition and Thousand Demon Ridge did not only happen in Jianghu. Their clashes in such spaces were most intense. In order to enter Spirit Creek Battlefield, one had to make use of a Divine Opportunity column, which was the crystal column Lu Yi had seen previously. Basically, every sect had a column like this. Even if the sects were destroyed, the columns would be kept. Over the years, countless sects in Jianghu had been devastated, so there were also an innumerable number of Divine Opportunity columns. After the cultivators entered Spirit Creek Battlefield through their sect's own Divine Opportunity column, they would arrive at a particular area. This area was normally built to be the base for the sect in the battlefield. Some strong cultivators would be stationed here all year round to fend off any intruders. However, if a cultivator did not enter the battlefield through their sect's own Divine Opportunity column, they would randomly appear on a spot in the battlefield. Hence, cultivators would normally go through their sex column to go into the battlefield. They wouldn't choose to use other sex columns unless they got the approval from the respective sect masters. They would be marked with a particular engraved block before they could appear in the bases of other sects. The sect master did not have a better option when he and Lu Yi were in that kind of situation. Although he was aware that there was only a slim chance for Lu Yi to survive if the latter was sent to Spirit Creek battlefield, he still had to give it a try. After checking out the message in the jade slip, Lu Yi finally understood the current situation he was in. Presently he was somewhere in the battlefield, but he wasn't certain about his exact location. That was because the battlefield was as large as a continent. The invisible thing on the back of his hand was a battlefield imprint. Basically, every cultivator that had entered the battlefield had it. The cultivator's background, cultivation and achievements were recorded in the imprint. This thing was also crucial for him to find his way out. His battlefield imprint was marked by the sect master using the Crimson Blood sect's engraved block, so this imprint was connected to the Divine Opportunity column in the Crimson Blood sect's base. By just following the connection, Lu Yi could reach his sect's base in Spirit Creek battlefield and go back to Crimson Blood sect. Chapter 30 The Power of a Talisman Paper. After going through all the clues, Lu Yi had a better understanding of the situation he was in now. There was no doubt that he was in a perilous situation. The biggest problem was that his cultivation was too weak, as even a group of wolves were able to get him trapped on a tree. If he came across any ill-intentioned cultivator, he would be powerless to counterattack. The good news was that with the battlefield imprint, he was certain which direction he should be heading. However, he had no idea how far he was away from the Crimson Blood sect's base. In order to reach the sect's base in Spirit Creek battlefield, he needed to have powerful cultivation. Hence, the most important task for him now was to increase his power. Presently he had many spirit pills with him. If he could absorb and refine all these pills, his power would increase significantly. He couldn't be certain which order in the Spirit Creek realm he would reach, but he would have enough power to defend himself at the very least. With the plan in his head, Lu Yi looked down at the wolves that had gathered around the tree. If he wanted to cultivate, he had to get out of the woods first. Currently, it wasn't a proper situation for him to cultivate. Although these ferocious wolves were not able to harm him, they were making noise, which might attract the attention of others. Hence, there was potential danger. After giving it some thought, he fished out the talisman papers from the storage bag that the sect master had given him, then he picked out a golden wheel talisman paper from the pile. Of the more than 30 talisman papers, only half of them could be used to attack. The rest were either for defensive or auxiliary use. The dozen talisman papers that were meant for attack either had a fire or gold attribute, which were suitable for a cultivator like Lu Yi, whose main attribute was fire while his supporting attribute was gold. The sect master must have taken that into consideration when collecting the talisman papers. Lu Yi did not choose to use the fire attribute talisman papers because he was worried that they would create noise. After all, explosive talisman papers and fiery snake talisman papers just sounded violent. The problem he was facing was that he wasn't sure how to activate the talisman paper, as he had never used one before. Whatever the case, he had to give it a try to get out of trouble. With the talisman paper in his hand, he carefully infused his spiritual power into it. At that instant, the talisman paper started gleaming with a golden glow. Following that, the golden light formed into something like a disc. The washbasin-sized disc was golden and translucent with spiritual patterns swirling on it. Before Lu Yi could understand what was going on, a golden blade that looked like a crescent moon shot out from the disc and disappeared the next moment. Hearing a thud, Lu Yi looked up and saw a deep cut on a tree trunk, which required a few people to encircle it. Asterisk whoosh. Whoosh. Asterisk blades that looked like crescent moons kept shooting out from the golden and translucent disc. At that instant, all the twigs around him were cut off and then fell to the ground. I see. Upon realizing how to use it, Lu Yi quickly adjusted the disc in his hand and aimed at the wolves below him. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Star. The razor-sharp blades broke through the barrier of space and slashed at the wolves that had gathered around. At that instant, blood was splattered everywhere as the flesh scattered around the place. As soon as the blades came into contact with the ferocious wolves, which were as burly as calves, they would be cut into half in an instant. The wolves were apparently flustered as they started dispersing. Lu Yi continuously adjusted the direction as he aimed the blades at the areas where the wolves were most densely gathered. A metallic tang permeated the air as the wolves were killed. Soon, the wolves seemed to have noticed that the situation wasn't in their favor. Therefore, after a howl was heard, the wolves below Lu Yi started running away with their tails tucked between their legs, leaving behind the more than 10 carcasses of the wolves. With the disc in his hand, Lu Yi continued shooting the blades at the wolves as he was overjoyed. Talisman papers were indeed very useful. Just one was enough to allow a cultivator like him, who had only unlocked 3 spiritual points, to kill the beasts with ease. While he was in his thoughts, he suddenly felt exhausted as his heart started pounding against the chest. Then he began seeing stars as he almost lost his balance and fell from the tree. Flabbergasted, he quickly stabilized himself and gasped for air for a moment. After he recovered a little, he looked down and saw that the golden and translucent disc had disappeared. The talisman paper in his hand had turned dim and the patterns on it had become blurred. At that instant, he understood that the talisman paper was no longer usable. But what was wrong with me just now? Upon self-inspection, he found out the truth. All his spiritual power had been exhausted as his 3 spiritual points were empty. The spiritual power that was stored inside had been dried up, which was why he felt so knackered. Then he quickly fished out a spirit-restoring pill and gulped it down before refining it. It wasn't until a moment later that he recovered a little. Certainly, a spirit-restoring pill wasn't enough to help him recover fully. However, before the pill even completely dissolved, he leaped off the tree. The atmosphere around here was too bloody, which might attract even more ferocious beasts. Hence, he had to leave this place as quickly as possible. As for the remaining pill power in his body, he could dissolve it as he ran. It was just that it would be less efficient. He even spent some time cutting some meat off the wolves with his sword before putting them into his storage bag. After this incident, he learned his lesson. He shouldn't be too elated when using a talisman paper, and he had to monitor the depletion of his spiritual power during the most critical moments. He was fortunate that he was only confronted by a group of wolves this time. If he came across any ill-intentioned cultivators in the future, he could only wait for death if his spiritual power was used up. Half a day later, he entered an arid and dark cave. Then he placed a futon on the ground and took a seat on it with his legs crossed. There were plenty of such caves that could serve as a shelter in the wild. Upon inspection, Lu Yi realized that it was supposed to be a cave without an owner. By taking a rest here, he wouldn't have to worry that a beast might come home all of a sudden. The cave was dull, but it wasn't the right time to be picky. If things were going as he had planned, he reckoned that he would have to spend a long time here. He had scanned the surroundings earlier and realized there were no traces left behind by any ferocious beasts. Instead, there were many traces left behind by small animals. That was some good news for him. If he was hungry, he could go out to hunt some animals so that he wouldn't starve. At this moment, many things were scattered in front of Lu Yi as he was counting his assets. Presently, he had 3 storage bags that belonged to Manager Yang, Zhou Cheng, and the sect master. The bags were basically worthless. Every single cultivator Lu Yi had come across before was seen holding one bag. Perhaps some of the cultivators even had more than one. However, he had never seen the sect master using one. Anyway, the sect master must have other means of storing items that he wasn't aware of. There were 25 spirit-restoring pills, 20 of which were given to him by the sect master, while the remaining 5 were obtained from the storage bags of Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng. There were 26 pills previously, but he had consumed 1 after killing the wolves. There were 16 she blood pills in total, half of which were given to him by the sect master, while the remaining pills were taken from the bags of Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng. There were also 8 healing pills. There were about 30 yuan metals of different sizes and some other mineral ores that he had no idea what they were called. Besides that, there were a novella, a copy of Golden Liberation Technique, about 30 talisman papers of different uses, and 5 sets of clothes of various styles. The pills that had been stored in the storage bags of Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng were missing. He reckoned that the sect master must have taken them away when he was cultivating on Flying Dragon boat. Those pills were probably useless anyway. Chapter 31 8 Spiritual Point. For a lowly 3 spiritual point cultivator, these items were undoubtedly a huge asset. I can't use the mineral ores and spirit talisman paper yet. For now, I can only rely on the spirit restoring pills and the chi blood pills to further increase my cultivation. Lu Yi stored the mineral ores along with most of the spirit pills and spirit talisman paper in the storage bag the sect master had given him, then tied the storage bag to his body for safekeeping. Afterward, he divided the remaining items into 2 parts before placing each part in Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng's storage bags respectively. One was tied around his waist for easy access at any time while the other was hidden in his chest area for emergency use. When that was done and over with, he changed into a set of clean clothes. The clothes he had been wearing before were in tatters and there were also bloodstains on them from his fight with Manager Yang. If not for the fact that he had nothing else to wear, he would have tossed them out a long time ago. He suddenly felt incredibly refreshed with new clothes and a new look. All his preparations were in order. Thus, he took out a spirit-restoring pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and began refining the medicinal efficacies. A current of heat soon formed in his lower abdomen. It was the pill power dissolving and transforming into his spiritual power, then pouring into his spiritual points. His spiritual points that were originally only half-filled slowly began filling up. However, he soon noticed something strange. He discovered that there were some strange existences next to him. They were invisible and intangible but omnipresent. Moreover, he could only sense them when he calmed down and focused. It reminded him of the time when he sat on that array disc during the test to determine his level of talent back then. Is this spiritual chi? Absorbing spiritual chi was one of the most important methods of cultivation for a cultivator. The supply of spirit stones could be exhausted. It was also not advisable to consume spirit pills frequently, lest the pill poison accumulated in the body. On the other hand, the efficiency of refining vitality into chi was very low. Therefore, cultivators mostly utilized the method of absorbing the spiritual chi from the world. After all, the spiritual chi was everywhere in the world. It was only a matter of how dense it was. From the time he achieved enlightenment until now, he had only ever sensed the existence of the spiritual chi during the test to determine his level of talent. That was also only due to the atomization of the spiritual chi in the spirit stones on the array disc. He had never felt any trace of the spiritual chi's existence before aside from that one incident. That was not until this moment. Why am I suddenly capable of sensing the spiritual chi's existence now? I'm sure it's not because my cultivation has gotten stronger. There's not much difference between unlocking 1 spiritual point and 3 spiritual points. In that case, is it because the spiritual chi in this place is dense enough to make even me aware of it? Lu Yi quietly cultivated and discovered that the density of the spiritual chi in his surroundings was only slightly less dense than the environment during his test. Even so, it was much better than the environment at Evil Moon Valley or the outside. Is this environment unique to the Spirit Creek battlefield? In that case, it is clearly more advantageous for a cultivator to cultivate on this battlefield. He was starting to gain a vague understanding of what the Spirit Creek battlefield meant to most cultivators. In reality, his guess was correct. The spiritual chi in the Spirit Creek battlefield was indeed much richer than the outside world. Moreover, this was only on the outskirts of the battlefield. If he went to the encampments of the various sects, he would discover that the spiritual chi there was even denser than where he was now. The higher the grade of the sect, the greater the concentration of spiritual chi, and the faster the cultivation progress of a cultivator. That was also one of the reasons why so many new sects have sprung up continuously over the years like mushrooms after the rain. The establishment of a new sect allowed them to obtain a divine opportunity column, which in turn gave those sects their very own territory within the Spirit Creek battlefield. Cultivating in their own encampments in the Spirit Creek battlefield was far more efficient than cultivating in the outside world. In addition, the encampments of the major sects in the Spirit Creek battlefield were not only used for the sole purpose of cultivating but also to grow and produce spirit plants and spirit herbs. Could also be used for other things. It could be said that each sect's encampment in the Spirit Creek battlefield was the most important foundation of the sects. At present, Lu Yi did not know much about the situation on the battlefield. He had simply felt a slight sense of curiosity upon discovering the spiritual chi in his surroundings. Nevertheless, he did not bother cultivating by absorbing the spiritual chi. It was not an efficient method. There was no denying that the most effective method out of all the other methods for cultivation was by consuming spirit pills. One day later, his 3rd spiritual point was filled to the brim again. He took a short break, took out the wolf meat he butchered from before, grilled it, and ate it wholeheartedly. Wolf meat was not delicious. Even if he grilled it, there was still a gamey smell to the meat. However, he knew that it was more important for him to focus on cultivating right now and did not want to waste time hunting. He practically cultivated without pause as he continuously consumed the spirit pills one after the other. Just half a day later, he broke through the barriers of his fourth spiritual point. 3 days later, his fourth spiritual point was brimming with energy. Another 3 days passed and his fifth spiritual point was brimming with energy. Yet another 3 days passed and his sixth spiritual point was brimming with energy. Consuming a large amount of spirit-restoring pills and chi blood pills allowed him to unlock his spiritual points, one by one. By the time he finished all the spirit-restoring pills and the chi blood pills in his possession, he had already reached the 8th spiritual point. Furthermore, only half a month had passed since he began. Unlocking 5 spiritual points in half a month basically meant that he progressed at a rate of unlocking 1 spiritual point every 3 days. If he counted the 3 spiritual points that he had unlocked previously, he was now an 8 spiritual points cultivator. He was only 1 step away from breaking through to the First Order Spirit Creek realm. This cultivation speed was extremely shocking. He was not sure how fast other people progressed in their cultivation, but he was certain they did not progress as quickly as he did. That was because he had consumed too many spirit pills in this half a month's time. At this point he could finally confirm something. He did not experience any major hidden dangers from cultivating by consuming spirit pills. His spiritual power remained as pure as ever. There were no signs of his spiritual power becoming cloudy due to the accumulation of pill poison like what the sect master had mentioned before. He had exhausted his supply of chi blood pills and spirit-restoring pills but had yet to break through to his 9th spiritual point. This made him feel a little uncomfortable. Thus, he tried cultivating by absorbing spiritual chi and was frustrated to learn that the efficiency of cultivating in this manner was very low. It was very difficult for him to incorporate the spiritual chi from his external surroundings into his body. Still, it wasn't to say that there were no effects. He estimated that he might have a chance of breaking through the barrier of his 9th spiritual point after cultivating for 3 to 5 months. Unfortunately, there were too many variables in a period of 3 to 5 months. He had to reach Spirit Creek realm as soon as possible. Only then would he have the qualifications to barely scrape by on the battlefield. Lu Yi secretly lamented that the sect master had not prepared more spirit pills for him. However, this was his misunderstanding. In general, the correct cultivation method for those who were just starting out like himself was to consume 1 spirit-restoring pill every 3 to 5 days. As his cultivation increased, he could then consider increasing the frequency of consuming the spirit pills. The sect master had prepared 20 spirit pills for him in one go. Combined with what he had from before, it would have been enough for him to cultivate for a very long time. Not to mention that he also had some chi blood pills in his possession. Who could have known that he would consume those spirit pills as though he was eating peanuts? He had finished the entire supply in just half a month's time. There was nobody else in this world who could cultivate in this manner. Absorbing spiritual chi or borrowing the power of spirit stones were the most orthodox and safe ways to cultivate for most cultivators. Chapter 32 Tiger. Lu Yi feasted on a large snake beside the dying embers of a fire. That large snake was at least 3 meters long and as thick as his forearm. Its meat was very delicate and tender, which left a lingering fragrance in his mouth. It had been half a month since he exhausted his supply of spirit pills. During this period, the results of his cultivation progress could not compare to before. However, it was better than what he had estimated previously. Judging from his current progress, he would be able to break through the barrier of his 9th spiritual point in another month. The main reason he could achieve such progress was that he had discovered something. The efficiency of refining vitality into chi was greater than absorbing spiritual chi. And where did he obtain that vitality? Without the chi blood pills, he could only obtain it through eating. He had first noticed it when he ate the wolf meat earlier. When he later hunted several other beasts, he found that the meat of these beasts living in the Spirit Creek battlefield was very nutritious. The larger these beasts, the stronger the supplementary effect. He was not very adept at absorbing spiritual chi. It might be due to his low talent, but it was very difficult for him to bring the spiritual chi into his body. On the contrary, it was different when it came to the food he ate. Anything that he could digest would aid in replenishing his blood and chi. Then, he refined the vitality in his body into spiritual power, which could also lead to the enhancement of his strength. For that reason, there was a significant decrease in the number of beasts in the surrounding areas over the past half-month. Lu Yi, who already had an increase in appetite ever since he achieved enlightenment, was eating more than ever now that he had converted to cultivating by refining his vitality into qi. His actions ultimately resulted in not a single beast to be seen within several kilometers of this cave. He had to search for a very long time before he came across this large snake today. Lu Yi was halfway through his meal when the entrance to the cave darkened and a foul stench blew in his face. Lifting his head, he saw a large figure standing at the entrance of the cave. Moreover, a low roar was coming from that direction. He hurriedly got to his feet and took out the long sword from his storage bag. Holding the sword in one hand, he held a fiery snake talisman paper in the other hand while simultaneously drawing upon his spiritual power in secret. He had been living here for a month now. During this period, he had not encountered any other cultivators nor large and powerful beasts. Hence, he had thought that this was a peaceful place. He never imagined he would be disturbed by an unexpected guest today. He had expected such a situation to occur, so he was not that disturbed. He quickly responded to the situation promptly and correctly. This cave was small and narrow. If his opponent dared to rush at him, he could use the fiery snake talisman paper in his hand to teach his opponent a lesson. He still had other spirit talisman papers even if the fiery snake talisman paper was useless against his opponent. In the worst case he could slap a thunderbolt talisman paper on himself. The sword in his hand was not a mere decoration. It wasn't until this moment that he saw what his uninvited guest was. Turned out to be a tiger. The tiger was covered in spotlessly clean fur that was as white as snow. There was the character King on its forehead, and its pale amber tiger eyes were extremely enchanting. When Lu Yi met the gaze of that pair of tiger eyes, he felt his mind sway for a moment and knew that he had run into something very powerful. He had killed many beasts during this period. There had been beasts even bigger than this tiger, but there had never been a beast that gave him such an oppressive feeling as this tiger. He was an 8 spiritual point cultivator now. This was not an ordinary beast. It was most likely a spirit beast with a cultivation base. There was a difference between a spirit beast and an ordinary beast. Spirit beasts were capable of cultivating. It was said that spirit beasts would be able to take on human forms if they unlocked certain spiritual points. That was where the saying, demons who were not enlightened had difficulty taking human form, and humans who were not enlightened had difficulty cultivating, in Jianghu originated from. There were many sects that would take demon cultivators in as disciples. That was because most demon cultivators were physically strong, so they were natural talents born to become body-tempering cultivators. Since Lu Yi did not know much about the cultivation world in Jianghu, it was only natural that he was unaware of this information. The only thing he knew was that he was currently stuck in a sticky situation. He was inside a cave and the tiger was blocking the entrance of the cave. There was no way out of this situation unless he killed the tiger. Unfortunately, he did not know how powerful this tiger was. During their confrontation, the tiger roared at him. It made him even more nervous than before, and he nearly activated the fiery snake talisman paper in his hand. "Boy, are you the one who is going around on a killing spree?" A thunderous voice resounded inside the cave, causing the rocks in the surroundings to come tumbling down from the tremors. Lu Yi couldn't help jumping in shock. He stared at the tiger with an expression of inexplicable astonishment. "Yes, I am the one who is speaking. Stop making a mountain out of a molehill, brat." The tiger spoke again as though it had seen through Lu Yi's doubts. Lu Yi felt his heart sinking to the bottom. This is bad. I seem to have underestimated this tiger's true strength. This guy is capable of human speech. I don't know what cultivation it has, but it seems to be much stronger than me. I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you speaking? The tiger seemed to be bad-tempered. It gave another roar and an even more threatening growl came from its throat. There's nothing to worry about if it's a blessing. But if it's a curse, I won't be able to avoid it anyway. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi could only bite the bullet and deny, "It wasn't me." That tiger lifted its paws and slapped the ground in a fury. The entire ground trembled from the force. Who else could it be if not you? You are the only human within a radius of 10 kilometers in this area. It paced the entrance of the cave, but its eyes never left Lu Yi. This is my territory. How dare you willfully slaughter my food without my express permission? It seems you don't want to live anymore. Lu Yi felt his scalp go numb, suddenly feeling as though he was towing the line between life and death. Nevertheless, he finally understood the reason the tiger had come looking for him. This area was its territory, so all the beasts he had killed so far were the food in its territory. He had killed so many during the past half-month that it had caught the tiger's attention and it came looking for clues as a result. "Speak. How do you plan to resolve this matter?" the tiger asked. At this point, Lu Yi was not in as much of a panic as he had been before. Although it was strange that a spirit beast was here to negotiate terms with him, it was still better than the other party coming to kill him without any warning. Frowning, he asked, "I've already eaten everything. How do you want me to resolve this matter?" The tiger stared at Lu Yi steadily and said, "Hand over all your spirit pills and I'll consider this matter over. If you dare to refuse, this place will become your grave today." "I ran out of spirit pills." Lu Yi shook his head. "Why would I kill beasts for their meat if I still had spirit pills?" The tiger said, "Spirit stones will work too." "I don't have spirit stones either. The sect master didn't prepare any spirit stones for me. Maybe he thinks that I won't be able to use them?" "You don't have this and you don't have that. It looks to me that you are begging to die." It was obvious that the tiger was rather irritated. Lu Yi sighed. "I really don't have any." "Then what do you have in your storage bag?" the tiger roared. "Some spirit talisman papers and a bottle of healing pills," Lu Yi replied honestly. "What a poor bastard." The tiger couldn't help sneering. "Hand me the healing pills and I'll let this matter go." "Why do you need the healing pills?" Lu Ye's expression was a little strange. "Why do you care? Give them to me quickly." "Fine," Lu Yi reluctantly replied. He took out a bottle of healing pills, pondered for a moment and slowly placed it on the ground. "Toss it here," the tiger instructed. Lu Yi glanced at the tiger. "Why don't you come and get it yourself?" "I told you to toss it here." Lu Ye's attitude had angered the tiger. It let out a fierce roar in response. "Fine." Lu Yi lifted his foot and kicked the bottle on the ground over to the tiger. At the same time he activated the fiery snake talisman paper in his hand. As the spiritual chi in his body surged, the spirit talisman paper transformed into a red light and shot toward the tiger like a fire snake. That wasn't all. He stomped down and lunged forward for the kill with the sword in hand, his figure resembling thunder and lightning itself. Chapter 33 Not Enough Power? Compensate with a spirit talisman paper. In the beginning, Lu Yi believed that he had encountered an amazing and ferocious creature. However, he discovered that the tiger might not be as powerful as he originally assumed after actually interacting with it. The tiger stood at the entrance to the cave, seemingly not daring to go too deep into the cave. If it was very much stronger than him, then it would not have wasted so much time on words. That was the first reason. The second reason was that it had asked him for spirit pills. When that request fell through, it backed down and asked for spirit stones in place of the spirit pills. When that didn't work out either, it decided to ask for the healing pills instead. It gave him a vibe that it did not want to leave this place empty-handed. From this, Lu Yi came to a conclusion. The tiger was imposing indeed, but it was most likely all show and no substance. Taking out the healing pills and placing them by his feet was his final test to confirm his suspicions. Sure enough, the tiger was unwilling to approach him and simply asked him to throw the healing pills over. Having determined that the tiger was not as powerful as he had imagined, he felt a great sense of relief. What he had to do now was very simple. I'm going to kill the tiger and eat its meat. There was no denying that this was a spirit beast with a cultivation base. Killing and eating it would surely bring more benefits compared to eating many ordinary beasts. Perhaps, it would fall on this tiger to help him unlock his ninth spiritual point. Lu Yi had never been one to play on the safe side of things. Otherwise he would not have led Manager Yang to the mine filled with the Yuan metal force field back then. Although he would take precautions against potential dangers, he would also try his best to grasp all the potential opportunities that might exist. The fiery snake talisman paper activated and flames writhed about, striking toward the tiger. At the same time, he lunged forward with his sword in hand. However, he felt his shoulders sinking down the moment he made his move. It felt like something was pressing down on him, causing his body to dip downward. He almost fell to his knees as a result. The attack was accompanied by a sharp shriek in his ears. In the next instant he felt somebody smashing viciously at his head with a hammer. He felt dizzy and stars danced in front of his eyes. Holding his sword in one hand, he forcibly propped up his body to prevent himself from falling while simultaneously calling upon the spiritual power in his 8 spiritual points to protect himself. The surface of his body instantly burned with a layer of flames. There was a trace of gold mixed in with the flames. According to his 5 elements, he was primarily fire attribute supplemented by gold attribute. Therefore, the spiritual power in his body would reflect the properties of these 2 elements. A blood-curdling scream rang out. The weight pressing down against his shoulder vanished immediately. He was still feeling rather dizzy, but he had recovered considerably. Rather, what surprised him was that he had been ambushed. Moreover, the one who launched a sneak attack on him was not the tiger but somebody else. He had been lurking in the deepest part of the cave while the tiger blocked the entrance to the cave. From the start until the end, he had been communicating with the tiger. There were no signs of anybody else around them. Hence, he had not expected a sneak attack coming from behind him. It was fortunate that the sneak attacker was not very strong. He had simply activated his spiritual power to protect himself and was able to force the opponent back as a result. When that scream rang out, Lu Yi abruptly turned his head and caught a glimpse of some unknown thing sinking into the rock wall and disappearing from view out of the corner of his eye. Nevertheless, he did not have the leisure to investigate the identity of his sneak attacker. That was because the tiger had lunged at him, accompanied by a foul stench on the wind. The fiery snake talisman paper had failed to kill the tiger and only managed to burn the opponent's fur to a crisp. It could be seen from this that the tiger really did have a cultivation base. It was obviously too late to use another spirit talisman paper at this point. He had missed the best opportunity to make his attack. Thus he could only slash out fiercely with his sword. At the same time, he drew upon his spiritual power and enchanted the long sword with the spiritual pattern, Sharp Edge. During this period, he had used the long sword that once belonged to Manager Yang to kill many beasts. It was a pity that he had never learned any swordsmanship before, so he basically just used the sword to slash and hack at his enemies. The long sword enchanted with Sharp Edge was incredibly sharp. During Lu Ye's fight against Zhou Qing before, he had sliced his opponent's sword of the same quality in half in one swing. Unfortunately, this tiger's bones seemed to be tougher than Zhou Qing's sword. Lu Yi slashed his opponent across the shoulder blades but couldn't cleanly slice through his opponent's body. Instead, he lost his balance due to the strong kickback. He staggered backward and pulled out his long sword, causing tiger blood to splash everywhere. Before he could do anything else, he felt a numbness spreading out in his chest. The tiger's claws had swiped at him, taking a layer of flesh with it. The pain did not negatively affect him, but sharpened his mind and cleared his head instead. Fighting against a tiger in this narrow cave was extremely perilous. He could lose his life at any time. Even so, he felt calm and confident after their exchange of blows. That was because his conjecture was correct. This tiger's cultivation was not as advanced as he had assumed. It wasn't an opponent he couldn't win against. As long as he performed well, killing the tiger and feasting on its meat was just a matter of time. The tiger roared and rushed at Lu Yi again. An unearthly screech suddenly rang out in the cave at the same time, disrupting his concentration. That was the tactic employed by the enemy hiding in the shadows. Be that as it may, he ignored the enemy hidden in the shadows and focused solely on the tiger's movements. When his opponent lunged through the air at him, he lowered his body, kicked at the ground, and slid his body out from under the tiger's body. As the two figures passed each other by, Lu Yi stabbed his sword upward with all his might. That attack landed on the tiger's tender abdomen. He initially assumed that this attack would pierce through the tiger's stomach and intestines. Who could have known that the other party's abdomen would suddenly glow with a faint golden light? Even enchanted with Sharp Edge, the sword only managed to slice through the protective layer of light. He failed to seriously injure his opponent. When he got to his feet again, the positions of both parties involved in this fight had been reversed. He was originally standing in the depths of the cave while the tiger blocked the entrance of the cave. The situation was the other way around now. Furthermore, he realized something through this exchange of blows. Even though the tiger was not that powerful, it was not that weak either. The tiger was probably slightly stronger than him. It was just that he had a weapon in his possession. In addition, the fact that he could bless his weapon with a spiritual pattern gave him a slight advantage. Be that as it may, the situation would inevitably end with a loss for both sides if this fight dragged on for much longer. The moment that thought struck him, he reached his hand into his storage bag and took out a spirit talisman paper. Since I don't have enough strength, I can just compensate for my lack of strength with a spirit talisman paper. The 30 spirit talisman papers that the sect master prepared for me is not just for display. I have no plans on saving them for later. Besides, when else should I use them if not now? Before he could activate the spirit talisman paper, a crisp voice rang out urgently. We surrender. Have mercy. Lu Yi scowled deeply. Hearing such words at such a critical moment would undoubtedly dampen his fighting spirit. His spiritual power surged in the hand that was holding the spirit talisman paper as he shouted, "Show yourself." In the depths of the cave, a figure slowly walked out of the rock wall next to the tiger. That figure was not a physical entity. It was more like a congregation of spiritual power instead. After walking out, that figure slowly solidified and gradually became no different from ordinary people. It turned out to be a slender and beautiful girl dressed in a white dress with black hair hanging down to her waist. A mole at the corner of her eye added a hint of seductive charm to her appearance. She looked around 16 or 17 years old. The girl stood next to the tiger after revealing herself, staring at Lu Yi timidly with an expression as though she was feeling guilty over making a mistake. Lu Yi frowned. What are you? Chapter 34 Lu Yi who has no common sense. With Lu Ye's insight he could not tell whether the strange girl was a human or a ghost. Nevertheless, judging from her performance just now, the possibility that she was human was very low. She was capable of appearing behind him and launching a sneak attack on him undetected. Moreover, her body seemed neither tangible nor intangible. Being able to move about freely within the rock walls of the cave was clearly not something a human could achieve. It was his first time encountering something as strange as this girl. Consequently, he couldn't help feeling extremely wary toward her, especially since she seemed to be in cahoots with the tiger. Although he currently held a geographically advantageous position, any carelessness on his part could lead to a disastrous ending. In his opinion, he was holding the initiative right now. The best outcome was for him to activate the spirit talisman paper and kill the tiger quickly. However, he did not know how to deal with that mysterious girl and was stuck in a dilemma as a result. His question seemed to trouble the girl. She hesitated for some time before she replied, "My name is Yi. I didn't ask for your name." Lu Yi waved the spirit talisman paper in his hand. The threat behind his words was self-evident. His actions made the tiger lower its body and let out a low growl. The girl called Yi hurriedly comforted the tiger. In this situation where they were at his mercy, it was in their best interest to cooperate obediently in order to survive. She asked rhetorically, "Have you ever heard of the saying, 'the ghost who helps the tiger hunt'?" He nodded in response. She continued, "Some tiger spirit beasts will awaken to a divine power as they grow up, which allows them to transform the souls of the recently departed into a ghost that will help the tiger hunt other prey." "So, are you a ghost?" He frowned at those words. The saying, "the ghost who helps the tiger hunt," was something he had heard of before, but it was just an old saying. He never imagined that there would be such a strange explanation behind that old saying in this cultivation world. "No." The girl shook her head, her black hair fluttering behind her. "Are you making a fool of me?" "I'm not." She seemed a little anxious. "Generally speaking, a ghost will be controlled by the tiger demon cultivator who created it. The ghost has neither intelligence nor autonomous thinking. But I am different. Look at me. Aside from the fact that I don't have a corporeal body, I am no different from a living person." "So what the hell are you? A ghost spirit?" She tilted her head sideways. Lu Yi did not bother saying anything. His gaze shifted from Yi to the tiger and back again. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "So, will you also disappear if I killed the tiger?" "Right? No." Yi yelled, seeming to have noticed his murderous intentions. "Don't kill us. We were wrong. We will buy our lives with money." The flashing glow coming from the spirit talisman paper in his hands gradually dimmed and died out. He had nearly activated the spirit talisman paper just now. If it really came down to a fight, he had the confidence to win against the tiger. He originally had some reservations about the girl called Yi, but there was no need to fear her now that he had confirmed that she had a symbiotic relationship with the tiger. Moreover, she was not that powerful. Even when she launched the sneak attack on him before, she had only managed to pull off some small tricks to distract him. She could not actually harm him. Be that as it may, The battle would surely require sacrificing several spirit talisman papers. He was also bound to get injured during the battle. Fighting was not worthwhile if the price he had to pay was too high, especially since he was only one step away from breaking through to the First Order Spirit Creek realm. More importantly, it would only delay him from breaking through to the Spirit Creek realm if he exhausted too much spiritual power here. Therefore, Lu Yi decided to suppress his murderous intent upon hearing the last sentence Yi uttered. He frowned and asked, "Buy your lives with money? What do you have?" What good stuff would a spirit beast living in the Spirit Creek battlefield with a ghost spirit for company have? "Wait for a bit. I'll go and get them now," Yi yelled. Then she shifted her body and disappeared into the rock wall beside her. However, she soon stuck her head out of the rock wall again. "You can't kill Amber. I'll be right back." Amber? Lu Yi glanced at the majestic tiger in front of him that had an aura comparable to that of a mountain, and his facial muscles twitched slightly. Lu Yi and Amber were left facing each other with some distance apart after Yi left. At the same time, Lu Yi kept a watch out for Yi. Although the girl seemed very sincere, he did not know what kind of intentions she harbored inside her heart. Who knew if she would conceal herself in the shadows and ambush him again? His cultivation was still very low right now, so he did not have the means to track or detect her whereabouts. The girl returned quickly. He had only waited for less than 15 minutes when she appeared again. It was just that she walked out from behind him this time around. With his back to the rock wall, he asked the girl to enter the cave. She was holding something in her hands. Lifting those items up, she said, "We'll use this to buy our lives. Please don't kill us." When he saw what she was holding in her hands, he was shocked. Those were several storage bags. A storage bag was something that belonged to a cultivator, so it was very problematic for them to appear in the girl's possession. Moreover, it wasn't just one storage bag. She was holding at least 4 or 5 storage bags in her hands. As expected, this spirit and tiger duo are not a decent pair. Killing and looting others is probably something they do often. "You're mistaken." Seeing the expression on his face, she immediately knew what he was thinking. "Amber is not that strong. I'm sure you noticed after exchanging blows with it. All the cultivators that appear in the Spirit Creek battlefield are in the Spirit Creek realm at the very least. There's no way Amber can kill those people. Then where did those storage bags come from?" It was only logical that he would not believe her so easily. She squirmed slightly. "From scamming others? Those cultivators are very cowardly. They will leave behind their storage bags just by giving them a little scare." He thought back on his previous experience. If not for the fact that I noticed that the tiger was acting strangely or that I truly did not have any spirit pills or spirit stones in my possession, I might have chosen to give up my possessions in exchange for my life. After all, my life is more important than these extraneous items. He had to admit that the tiger's imposing aura was extremely frightening. Most cultivators with low cultivation would lose their bravado the moment those amber-colored tiger eyes fixed on them. Combined with some threatening words, who would still retain any fighting spirit. Little did they know, the one hiding behind the tiger and making threats was just a slender and petite young girl. "Toss them over," he instructed. Yi gave a small grunt of effort as she tossed the storage bags in her hands over to Lu Yi. Lu Yi lifted his foot to pick one up. A quick inspection made his expression darken. The storage bag was locked. The same went for the second, and the third. After inspecting all the storage bags, he lifted his head. "Are you trying to deceive me?" It wasn't as if there was no way to unlock a locked storage bag. It was just that he did not have the means to do so. She looked a little aggrieved. Some guys ran away so quickly that they didn't even undo the restraining lock when they left their storage bags behind. There were some that obeyed our instructions to unlock their storage bags, but we've already used up all the useful things in those. That was the truth. Yi and the tiger had obtained more than just these few storage bags in this jungle over the years, but they had more or less used up all the usable items within the other storage bags. There were only empty bags left, so she didn't bother to bring them. Lu Ye's eyebrows furrowed deeper. "If this is all the sincerity you have, then there's nothing more to discuss. These items are not enough to buy your lives." "How can that be?" She was close to tears, deeply regretting provoking Lu Yi in the first place. The main reason was that she never imagined he would be different from the other cultivators they had met in the past. All the cultivators that appeared in this area were not very powerful. They mostly consisted of rogue cultivators or the disciples of small sects because this place was considered the edge of the Spirit Creek battlefield. When these cultivators encountered a spirit beast that could speak the human language, those with the slightest bit of common sense would be horrified and terrified. That was because a spirit beast that could speak the human language was not something they could afford to provoke. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had no common sense. He did not know what it meant for a spirit beast to speak the human language. Without that preconceived notion, he only believed in his own judgment. Chapter 35: The Barrier-Penetrating Fruit. In retrospect, Yi and the tiger had never shown any intention to attack Lu Yi from the beginning. Rather, Lu Yi was the one who initiated the fight. It could even be said that the only reason they came looking for him was that he had trespassed on the tiger's territory and killed too many beasts. They probably only wanted to chase him away from this place and obtain some benefits from him while they were at it. If he had even the slightest bit of common sense, their plan would have succeeded in all likelihood. Unfortunately for them, things did not develop as they expected. They ended up in a situation where not only did they fail in their original mission, but also suffered an additional loss instead. Moreover, they were stuck inside the cave with him blocking their escape. It was a dilemma indeed. On the other hand, it wasn't as though Lu Yi himself wanted a fight to the death with the tiger. Eating the tiger's flesh might be beneficial to him, but the battle was simply not worth the effort if the price he had to pay was too great. It was just that he had wasted one fiery snake talisman paper. He also received an injury on his chest. Hence, he wanted to obtain some compensation from the other party. These storage bags did not satisfy him. They were locked. Who knew what was inside them? Besides, low-leveled cultivators rarely had anything good inside their storage bags. Not everybody was as wealthy as him after all. You can bring these storage bags to Green Cloud City and ask somebody there to help you open them. I'm sure there will be good stuff inside them, Yi anxiously said. Green Cloud City? He frowned. That's the city where all the rogue cultivators gather. It's only 30 kilometers from here. I can lead you there. No need. The reason he had always remained inside this jungle was that his cultivation was too low. According to his plans, he refused to leave this place without reason until he became a Spirit Creek Realm Master. His refusal to compromise gave her a terrible headache. She beggingly said, "Can't you just let us go? We have reflected on our actions." He responded in an indifferent manner. "You have to pay a price when you make a mistake. My patience is limited. You had better not waste my time with nonsense." She gritted her teeth loudly. "If it really came down to a fight, you won't get out of this unscathed either. I don't believe." "Is that so?" He lifted his hand and took out another spirit talisman paper. She immediately froze and lost her confidence. Staring at the spirit talisman paper, she shrunk back in fear with the dreaded realization that they were up against a difficult opponent this time around. He had to be an important disciple from one of the major sects for him to have so many spirit talisman papers in his possession. Faced with somebody like that, it was no wonder that the storage bags of such low-leveled cultivators did not interest him. She seemed to resolve herself to something and gave a heavy sigh. "There is one more thing. I will fetch it for you." The tiger seemed to understand what she was planning to do and immediately turned toward her with a soft whimper. She forced a smile on her face and lifted a hand to pet its head. "Wait here for me. I'll come back as soon as possible. Don't pick a fight with him while I'm gone." The tiger roared loudly once more, to which she responded with a stern expression. "Behave." The tiger involuntarily lowered its head. She petted it once more. Then she turned around, sank into the rock wall and disappeared out of sight. After her departure, Lu Yi and the tiger continued with their staring contest. From the exchanges between Yi and the tiger, Lu Yi understood that the spirit beast could understand humans. It made sense when he thought about it. How else could Yi work with the tiger to frighten those low-leveled cultivators if it did not understand humans? Time ticked by. In the meantime, his expression gradually became more and more grim. That was because the tiger he trapped inside the cave was becoming increasingly restless and uneasy. It paced the depths of the cave, glancing at him from time to time. As such, he could sense a waft of danger which made him even more vigilant than before. Unfortunately, Yi took a long time to return. About an hour or so went by before she suddenly appeared again. However, there was clearly something wrong with her condition. Her body was slightly translucent and she gave off a very weak feeling. Lu Yi frowned at the sight, wondering whether this girl was simply pretending or if she had really gotten injured. Whatever the case, his attention was quickly drawn to the item in her hand. It was a bright red fruit about the size of a baby's fist. When she brought this fruit into the cave, it filled the entire cave with a strange fragrance. "What is that?" he asked. He might not know what that fruit was, but he instinctively knew that it was something good. She weakly replied, "A barrier-penetrating fruit." "What is it used for?" he asked again. She felt a little puzzled. Logically speaking, it was impossible for an important disciple from a major sect like him to have never heard of something as well known as a barrier-penetrating fruit. This was a precious treasure to any cultivator in the Spirit Creek realm. It was just that she was in poor condition and couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense. Thus, she explained, it's used to penetrate the spiritual points barrier. His eyes lit up at those words. He did not know where she found this fruit, but if it was as she said, then this item was extremely useful for him. He lifted his head and indicated to the girl. "Toss. Bring it over." She shook her head. "I can give this fruit to you. But you must swear a heavenly oath. With the heavens as witness, swear that you won't hurt us again after receiving the fruit." Despite being so weak that she was almost unconscious, she did not forget the situation they were currently in. If Lu Yi decided to harm them after obtaining the fruit, it would be difficult for her and the tiger to leave this place alive. Lu Yi did not understand what a heavenly oath was. However, he had heard about respectfully requesting the heavens to bear witness once before. He more or less understood what he meant, so he nodded in response. "Okay." He paused for a short moment to consider his wording before continuing. "Lu Yi, cultivator of Bingzhou, respectfully requests the heavens to bear witness. If Yi hands me the barrier-penetrating fruit, I will not trouble Yi or Amber again under the condition that they do not actively provoke me or harm me." He originally thought that it was just a simple oath. To his surprise, an invisible and mysterious force came roaring down from the skies the moment the words left his mouth and poured into the battlefield imprint on the back of his hand. That force did not hurt him in any way, but it gave him the strange feeling that it would not end well for him if he violated the oath he just made. This discovery made his heart go cold for a moment. He instantly understood that the oaths in this world were not mere words or casual talk, especially when it came to the heavenly oath which was witnessed by the heavens. After he made the heavenly oath, let out a breath of relief. She floated over to him and handed the barrier-penetrating fruit in her hand to him. "Are you injured?" He took the barrier-penetrating fruit and looked at her. "Yes." She nodded. Turning around, she called out to Amber. "Amber, let's go." As the sturdy and muscular Amber slowly walked forward, Lu Yi gripped the spirit talisman paper tightly and retreated out of the cave. A short while later, Amber walked out of the cave. Plunged into Amber's body and vanished out of sight. Turning around, the tiger roared at Lu Yi. Afterward, it disappeared into the jungle and out of sight in a few strides. Looking in the direction the tiger had disappeared, Lu Yi pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. The entire experience he went through this half a day had been very weird to him. Fortunately, the end results were not too bad. He looked at the barrier-penetrating fruit in his hands and his expression became excited. If this thing works like how Yi said, then the time for breaking through to the Spirit Creek realm is just right before my eyes. Chapter 36. What a cute rabbit. Lu Yi was in no hurry to take the barrier-penetrating fruit. He did not know whether it was real or fake, so he did not dare to rashly consume it. His battle with the tiger might have been short, but that short moment of confrontation had been extremely dangerous and he was injured in the process. He had been in a standoff against the tiger just now, so he had not had the time to check on his injuries. Finally removing his clothes at this moment, he discovered that the flesh and blood on his chest was a total mess. There were several immensely deep claw marks across his chest, and his blood had long since dyed the front of his clothes crimson. Fortunately, he was no longer just an ordinary person now. During his confrontation with the tiger, he had consciously urged his spiritual power to seal his wounds. Therefore, the blood lost was not too serious even though the wound looked extremely hideous. He moved his muscles a little and confirmed that there were no broken bones. Then he let out a breath of relief. It would be much easier to handle if it was only a flesh wound. He still had 8 healing pills in his possession which had very good restorative effects. Taking out the bottle with the healing pills, he poured one out and swallowed it. After that, he took out another one, crushed it with his fingers and evenly applied the powder to the wound on his chest. The agony that followed made him grit his teeth and grin in pain. Once he was done with that, he put his clothes back on, sat down cross-legged and refined the pill power of the healing pill. He felt much better after one night passed. The wound had begun to heal and knit, so it probably wouldn't take more than a few days to recover. During that interval, he polished off the large snake he had been eating before to replenish his energy. When day broke, he came to the watering hole several kilometers away and easily caught a big fat rabbit. Holding it by the ears, he returned to the cave. A short while later, he sat cross-legged inside the cave. Holding the barrier-penetrating fruit in his hand, he used his long sword to gently slice off a small piece of the fruit, forced the rabbit's mouth open, stuffed the piece of fruit into its mouth, closed its mouth again and gave it a vigorous shake. Only after ascertaining that the rabbit had cleanly swallowed the entire piece of fruit that he let it go. It might have been because of the shock it received earlier, but it simply crouched frozen stiff on the ground. He ignored the rabbit and blocked the entrance of the cave to prevent it from escaping. Afterward, he began investigating the storage bags that Yi had brought over. Neither Yi nor Amber had asked for the storage bags back when they left yesterday. The main reason was that these bags were locked by the restraining lock, so these storage bags were useless to them. The storage bags were covered in dirt as though they had been dug out of the ground. He casually picked one up at random and poured his spiritual chi into the storage bag. However, he distinctly felt that his spiritual chi was unable to penetrate the storage bag. It was being blocked by a strange force. That was the restraining lock. Every storage bag had its own restraining lock, and the key to unlocking it was the owner's spiritual chi. Lu Yi originally had 3 storage bags. One belonged to Manager Yang, one belonged to Zhou Qing, and the last one was given to him by the sect master. Although Manager Yang's storage bag had a restraining lock on it, he had unlocked his storage bag to take his long sword out of the bag before he died. The situation at the time had been such an emergency that he did not have the physical or mental energy to lock the storage bag again. Therefore, all the items inside the storage bag had greatly benefited Lu Yi. On the other hand, the restraining lock on Zhou Cheng's storage bag had been forcefully unlocked by the sect leader. The restraining locks on these 2 bags had remained in an open state all this while. Meanwhile, the storage bag that the sect master had given to Lu Yi was brand new. When Lu Yi obtained it, he had used his spiritual chi to register himself with the restraining lock on the storage bag. Thus, he could freely open and close the restraining lock as long as he poured his spiritual power into the lock. Even if he accidentally lost his storage bag and other people got their hands on it, they would not be able to open it easily unless they had some special way to unlock the restraining lock. Needless to say, he had no special way to unlock the restraining lock. He was simply giving it a try out of boredom. His spiritual power slowly flowed into the storage bag. Feeling the existence of the restraining lock, he repeatedly stimulated his spiritual power and used it to ram against the restraining lock. What? On his 3rd attempt, he felt the restraining lock vanished without a trace all of a sudden. While he was reeling from the surprise, the storage bag in his hand abruptly burst into flames and burned fiercely. He quickly threw the storage bag away from him and watched blankly as it turned into a pile of ash in a very short time. So, it does that too. He frowned. It wasn't until this moment that he finally understood. The restraining lock was not just for protecting the storage bag and preventing strangers from stealing the contents of the storage bag. It could even destroy the entire storage bag at critical moments. It was a bit like the principle of, better to destroy everything than to let another person have it. Looks like I really can't mess around without a special way of unlocking the restraining lock. Ruining a storage bag was a trivial matter, but if some of these restraining locks had any dangerous restrictions hidden in them, he might be wounded as a result. Therefore, he put the remaining storage bags away and checked on the rabbit's situation. There was nothing wrong with the rabbit. It was still alive and kicking, looking extremely adorable. He grabbed the rabbit by the head and gave a brutal twist. There was a cracking sound. Such a cute rabbit will certainly taste delicious. He had confirmed that the barrier-penetrating fruit was not poisonous even if it did not have the properties to break through his barrier. Therefore, it totally put his mind at ease. Walking over to the spot where he cultivated, he took out a floor cushion and sat down cross-legged. Then he took out the barrier-penetrating fruit and bit into it. The juice flooded his mouth with a fragrance that lingered on his tongue. It was surprisingly sweet. Lifting his eyebrows in amazement, he polished the barrier-penetrating fruit off cleanly in several bites. The fruit did not have any seeds. It was similar to a small tomato. Reminiscing about the flavor, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and quietly perceived its effects. Nothing changed at the beginning. However, he soon felt a current of heat in his lower abdomen. The feeling was similar to when he consumed the spirit pills while cultivating. The difference was that the pill power of the spirit pill would transform into spiritual power or vitality whenever he took the spirit pills. In contrast, the heat produced by the barrier-penetrating fruit was neither spiritual power nor vitality. It was a force that he had never felt before. The current of heat accumulated in his lower abdomen. Thus, he tried to guide it into his source spiritual point. The process was very smooth. The heat then flowed from his source spiritual point into his second spiritual point, then his third spiritual point, followed by his fourth spiritual point. Very quickly, it entered his eighth spiritual point and continued to rush toward his ninth spiritual point. In the next moment, he felt the barrier of his ninth spiritual point rapidly melting away like snowflakes under the sun. The discovery shocked him. Every time he unlocked a spiritual point in the past, it had required great effort for him to guide his spiritual power and use it to ram against the barrier of the spiritual point, again and again. Moreover, every impact he made felt extremely uncomfortable. It was almost as if somebody was using a small hammer to strike at the location of his spiritual point. It would inevitably give rise to a feeling of soreness when it happened many times. But now there was no impact and no discomfort. The barrier of his spiritual point had rapidly dissolved when touched by the medical efficacy of the barrier-breaking fruit. Comparing the two, the barrier-breaking fruit was certainly a blessing for a cultivator to achieve enlightenment. No wonder EE had given him such a strange look when he asked her about the use of the barrier-breaking fruit. It would seem that the barrier-breaking fruit was not an unknown item. Perhaps, every single cultivator was aware of this spirit fruit's existence. Chapter 37, 9 Spiritual Points Connect and Spiritual Power Turns into a Stream. The entire process didn't take longer than several dozen seconds. When the barrier on Lu Ye's ninth spiritual point fell apart, his spiritual power that had been blocked out all this time began gurgling into it. At this point, he only needed to penetrate his ninth spiritual point with his spiritual power and allow his spiritual power to form a microcosmic orbit inside his body to break through to the spirit creek realm. That was the ultimate goal of all of his hard work for the past month. However, he discovered that there was still a lot of the barrier-penetrating fruit's medical efficacies remaining even though quite a lot had been consumed. If he left that energy alone, the remaining medical efficacies would be wasted. That would be the barest minimum. Who knew what possible side effects it might have on his cultivation in the future? This fruit was definitely not something that could be obtained easily. It would be a pity to just let the effects go to waste. Therefore, he only hesitated for a moment before he began stimulating his spiritual power again to try and locate his 10th spiritual point. The sect master had only helped him locate his spiritual points up until his 9th spiritual point previously. That was because the sect master believed that it would take him at least 2 to 3 years to cultivate to the level of a first-order spirit creek realm with his talent of only 1 leaf, even if he had a sufficient supply of spirit pills. The sect master was not looking down on him. It was just that his level of talent was too low, so the efficiency of cultivating was very poor. The sect master simply never imagined that he would be able to unlock his spiritual points all the way to the 9th within the short span of a month. Furthermore, this situation was only due to a lack of spirit pills. If he had enough spirit-restoring pills, his speed would have been even faster. Even without outside help, he could locate the position of his spiritual points with his own spiritual power reserves at this point. It just was not as effortless as how the sect master had done it. During this period, he had been taking the time to study the golden liberation technique. Hence, he had an idea of where the next few spiritual points were located. As long as his luck was not too bad, locating the position of his spiritual points would not be a problem. After working hard for an hour or so, he finally located the position of his 10th spiritual point. He hurriedly guided the remaining medical efficacies of the barrier-penetrating fruit toward his 10th spiritual point. The barrier around his 10th spiritual point swiftly dissolved just as the previous occasion. A few dozen seconds later, the barrier around his 10th spiritual point fell apart. Unfortunately, not much of the barrier-penetrating fruit's medical efficacies remained. He continued to locate the position of his 11th spiritual point. More than an hour later, he blew out a long breath and opened his eyes. He could no longer feel the medical efficacies of the barrier-penetrating fruit. The current of heat in his lower abdomen was gone too. In the end, he failed to break through the barrier of his 11th spiritual point. Even so, he had managed to weaken the seal by a lot. It would be very easy for him to break through the barrier when he was cultivating in the future, so it was not without gain either. A single barrier-penetrating fruit had allowed him to unlock 2 spiritual points and weaken the barrier of his 11th spiritual point. The gains he obtained from this were enormous. He suppressed the impulse to immediately break through to the Spirit Creek realm. That was because he had a faint feeling that even though he had a chance to succeed in breaking through to the Spirit Creek realm, it would be far easier to achieve if he first filled his newly unlocked spiritual point to the brim. Now that he had reached this point, he was no longer in a rush to move forward. Walking over to the side, he peeled and cleaned the dead rabbit, lit a fire, and feasted on the rabbit meat. Over the course of the next few days, he hunted the nearby beasts on a massive scale. His appetite every single day was extremely astonishing. Everything he ate was transformed into his vitality, which would in turn be refined into qi and poured into his 9th spiritual point. Approximately 6 days later, Lu Yi sat cross-legged inside the cave. Although he had eaten a lot of beast meat recently, his body was no fatter than it had been 6 days ago. On the contrary, he seemed even thinner than before. Even the clothes that used to be fitting on his body had become considerably looser. This was the result of refining his vitality into qi. Too much of his vitality had been refined into spiritual power, and those effects were reflected on his body. Be that as it may, he did not feel any discomfort even though he had gotten thinner. Instead, he felt as though he had gotten stronger. The compact muscles on his body were very distinct. Lean and muscular were the most apt descriptions for his body. In addition, he also finally filled his 9th spiritual point to the brim. After working so hard for so many days, he couldn't help feeling excited now that the day of harvest was upon him. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. Following the training course recorded in the Golden Liberation Technique, he first stimulated the spiritual power in his source spiritual point and poured it into his 2nd spiritual point. Next, he gathered the spiritual power in his 2nd spiritual point and poured it into his 3rd spiritual point. Then, he gathered the spiritual power in his 3rd spiritual point and poured it into his 4th spiritual point. He repeated this process all the way until his 9th spiritual point. The 9th spiritual point was located close to the source spiritual point. Once his spiritual qi poured into his 9th spiritual point, he guided his spiritual qi back to his source spiritual point. His spiritual qi ran through his 9 major spiritual points and formed a closed circle. That was the microcosmic orbit. If he compared the spiritual power stored in his spiritual points to a pool of stagnant water, then it now became a flowing stream. The spiritual power in his body flowed from his source spiritual point to the 8 other major spiritual points and back again to his source spiritual point in an endless cycle. A different feeling struck him all of a sudden. Even so, he didn't stop there. He continued to guide his spiritual power and unceasingly executed the microcosmic orbit in an endless cycle. The speed of his spiritual power flowing through his 9 major spiritual points became faster and faster. It kept increasing until it reached a certain limit. At that moment, a buzzing sounded in his ears and his vision went as white as snow even though his eyes were closed. Immediately following that, the blankness retreated. His hearing and vision cleared up, and his entire being was filled with a sense of invigorating exhilaration. A wave of qi visible to the naked eye suddenly spread out in all directions with him as the center, causing sand and stone to fly about inside the cave. He had broken through to the Spirit Creek realm. He did not open his eyes in a hurry. Instead, he quietly perceived his current condition. He was no longer guiding the flow of his spiritual power at this moment, but his spiritual power continued to flow through his 9 major spiritual points. It was gurgling happily like a little stream, unceasingly executing the microcosmic orbit in an endless cycle. That was a sign that he had become a Spirit Creek realm master. Unless he died, exhausted his spiritual power, or had his spiritual points destroyed, the spiritual power in his body would never stop flowing throughout his body from now onward. Slowly opening his eyes, he lifted a hand and activated a little bit of his spiritual power. A faint but radiant light surged from the palm of his hand. It was the light of his spiritual power. However, his spiritual power currently gave him a very different feeling from how it had been in the past. His spiritual power reserves might not have increased from before, but it was unmistakably more destructive than before. He was acutely aware of that fact. His strength had more than doubled compared to before. If he were to fight that tiger again right now, he was confident he could defeat it even without the help of a spirit talisman paper. After pondering over it for a moment, he understood the reason behind it. He might have unlocked many spiritual points in the past, but he could only utilize the spiritual power in one of his spiritual points at a time. Once the spiritual power in that spiritual point was spent, then he could only utilize the spiritual power in another spiritual point. He was unable to activate 2 or more spiritual points at a time. Now that his 9 major spiritual points were connected and his power flowed through the microcosmic orbit, the spiritual power he could utilize was no longer limited to the spiritual power of one spiritual point. He was now capable of utilizing the spiritual power of all 9 spiritual points. While the difference in destructive power might not be as much as 9 times more powerful, there was still a 2-fold increase in power at least. As for his 10th spiritual point, although he had unlocked it lay within the scope of the second-order Spirit Creek realm. It was temporarily not connected to the same system as the 9 other spiritual points in the first-order Spirit Creek realm, so it could not give him much of an increase in terms of power. At the most, it would only increase the total reserves of his spiritual power in the future. In conclusion, the Spirit Creek realm was a process of transforming one's cultivation from a quantitative change to a qualitative change. Once a person unlocked enough spiritual points and allowed their spiritual power to penetrate these spiritual points and activate the microcosmic orbit, their strength would increase in huge leaps and bounds. Prior to this change, the largest effect of achieving enlightenment was increasing their spiritual power reserves. It would not directly increase their strength. That was basic common sense in cultivation. Every cultivator would have a senior teaching them in the beginning stages of their cultivation. Unfortunately, Lu Yi had been stranded in the Spirit Creek battlefield without any support. There was nobody who could teach him all of this. Thus, he could only rely on himself to explore and gain insight into these matters. Chapter 38, Leaving. After becoming a Spirit Creek realm master, Lu Yi discovered something extremely interesting. His perception of the spiritual qi in his surrounding environment had gotten more acute. The spiritual qi in the Spirit Creek realm was much richer than the outside world. Even if he were in the state of cultivation, he would not have been able to sense the existence of the spiritual qi in the outside world. But, in this place, he basically only needed to calm his mind to sense the spiritual qi in his surroundings. Now that his 9 spiritual points had turned into a stream, he realized that he could distinctly perceive the spiritual qi in the world around him just by focusing slightly. He didn't even need to consciously try to perceive the spiritual qi. That was undoubtedly a huge improvement compared to before. Does that mean I can cultivate by absorbing spiritual qi now? When the thought crossed his mind, he immediately became excited. If that's true, then my cultivation will surely progress much smoother than before. Let's give it a try right now. An hour later, he stopped his current attempt at cultivating with a moody expression. The situation was no different from before. He did not know what was wrong with his body, but he found it very difficult to guide the spiritual qi in the world into his body. Going by this cultivation speed, it would be impossible for him to fill up his 10th spiritual point without at least half a year's time. Looks like the one-leaf result I received when testing for my level of talent was not without reason. By this point, he was starting to gain a vague sense of understanding regarding the method a cultivator absorbs spiritual qi. He was not supposed to absorb it through his mouth but through his body. In that state of cultivation, all the pores on a cultivator's body would perform a mysterious kind of breathing that guided the spiritual qi in the world into their body and transform it into their spiritual power. Unfortunately, he was unable to use this type of cultivation method. Standing up, Lu Yi felt that it was time for him to go outside and take a look around. The sect master sent him into the Spirit Creek battlefield more than a month ago. He was lucky enough to arrive in this jungle where he never encountered any enemy that was too powerful for him to handle even though he had been here for so long. The only ones that came looking for trouble before were Yi and the tiger, and they suffered a huge loss because of him. However, one could not always be so lucky in life. If he continued to remain hiding here, he would eventually meet a strong and invincible cultivator. He would have no power to resist if that were to happen. He had progressed from a 3 spiritual point cultivator to a first-order Spirit Creek Realm Master in a period spanning slightly more than a month. He also unlocked his 10th spiritual point. Thus, it was a tremendous growth on his part. While it was undeniable that his cultivation was still very low, he more or less had some means of protecting himself now if he supplemented his strength with the Spirit Talisman papers that the Sect Master had given him. As for where to go, he planned to look for that tiger and the young girl. He recalled hearing some interesting information from that girl during their last encounter. 2 days passed by in a rush. Lu Yi found the snow-white tiger sprawled out on the floor of a cave in a deep sleep. The moment he walked into the cave, a half-translucent shadow floated out of the tiger's body and stared at him warily. "What is your purpose for coming here?" It was none other than the ghost spirit that called herself Yi. She had looked extremely weak when she left that day. Almost 10 days had gone by since then, but her body remained in a semi-translucent state. She was unable to form a corporeal body. It would seem that the injury she received from before had been rather severe. The slight movement she made immediately woke the sleeping tiger. It stood up and growled at Lu Yi. Lu Yi did not take another step further into the cave, lest he agitated the spirit and the tiger. Besides, he couldn't do anything to this pair with the heavenly oath in place anyway. He said, "Don't panic. I'm only here to ask about something." "What do you want to ask?" Yi glanced at him. "I heard you mention something about a green cloud city previously. Can you tell me more about it?" "Are you planning to go to Green Cloud City?" "Yes." He was unable to cultivate via absorbing spiritual qi. On the other hand, refining his vitality into qi was not a viable long-term method, and he had almost killed all the beasts living in the nearby areas. At the end of the day, cultivating via consuming spirit pills was his source of happiness. Green Cloud City sounded like a trading place where all the cultivators gathered together. He planned to take a look around. Who could know? He might even be able to obtain some spirit pills there. Even in the worst-case scenario, going there would widen his knowledge of this world. He had been cultivating behind closed doors ever since he entered this cultivation world. That was not a good thing. "I see." She tilted her head to the side pensively before sticking her tongue out at him. "I won't tell you. If you want to know about it, then find it yourself." She had suffered such a terrible grievance at his hands before. How could she willingly and obediently work together with him? With the heavenly oath in place, he couldn't do anything to her as long as she and the tiger did not actively provoke or harm him. So what was there to fear? He gazed at her calmly for a moment, then turned around to leave. His actions left her feeling a little dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that he was walking away so readily. Hesitating for a moment, her figure shifted and she floated over to his side. "But if you beg me, I might tell you if I'm in a good mood." He glanced at her, getting a full taste of how bad her personality was. "Come on. Hurry up and beg me. If you don't, then I won't tell you." "What about?" She floated about in front of him with a grin on her face, feeling as happy as a butterfly. "I forgive you if you admit that you were wrong?" He stopped in his tracks, took out his long sword from the storage bag hanging at his waist, and slowly drew his sword out of its sheath. "What are you doing?" Yi was so frightened that she paled considerably. She instantly lost her confidence and hid behind the tiger. Likewise, the tiger crouched low in a position to pounce and gave a low growl. Sticking her head out from behind the tiger, she spoke a warning with a stern expression. "You better not mess around with the heavenly oath binding you. Otherwise you will die a horrible death." Lu Yi ignored her, simply pointing his sword at the void in front of him. Pouring his spiritual power into the sword, the long sword flashed with a stream of light. He murmured softly under his breath, "I've decided." "What did you decide on?" She was utterly baffled by his words and actions. "From today onward, I'm going to kill 10 beasts a day. I'm going to continue until not a single beast exists in this area." He spoke in a sonorous tone. After saying that, he rubbed his stomach. "I'm hungry." Clink. His sword slid back into its sheath and he strode forward. She was taken aback by his words for a moment. Then her expression became bitter. Meanwhile, the tiger turned to look at her and rolled its eyes in a human-like manner. "Wait, senior brother." She chased after his leaving figure while shouting at him. 15 minutes later, Lu Yi studied the map that was drawn on the ground like a bunch of squiggly lines. Yi was pointing out the directions to him in front of him. This is Green Cloud Mountain. Green Cloud City is located right at the foot of this mountain. We are here right now. Head east from this place. You will come to a small river after 10 kilometers. Cross the river and you will arrive at a rocky forest after 5 kilometers. Proceed another 10 to 15 kilometers and you will arrive at Green Cloud City. He scowled so deeply that furrows appeared on his forehead. He impatiently snapped, "Just point me in the direction I have to go. Don't tell me words like north, south, east, or west." "This way." She decisively reached out and pointed in a certain direction. Chapter 39, Division of the Battlefield. An hour later, Lu Yi stood up and headed in the direction of Green Cloud City. Yi floated in midair behind him, sending him off enthusiastically. For Yi and the tiger, Lu Yi was an unwelcome guest who had barged into their territory. He had killed so many beasts recently that it was affecting the stability of this area. That was the reason why they had gone to pick a fight with him previously. If he continued to stay in this place, it might not take long before all the food in this area was wiped out. They would have needed to find another place to live if that happened, but there were many other spirit beasts in this mountain range. Recklessly barging into another territory would mean that they would have to face unknown dangers. Therefore, she immediately cooperated obediently upon learning that sending him away was a good thing. Otherwise, she would never have been this docile. Needless to say, he had given them a warning before he left. He threatened to return again if he failed to locate Green Cloud City smoothly or they gave him false information. In this regard, she patted her flat chest and guaranteed that everything she told him was the absolute truth. As Lu Yi traveled toward his destination, he thought back on all the information that Yi had revealed to him. It wasn't just information on Green Cloud City. He later also asked her about many things regarding the Spirit Creek battlefield. It wasn't easy for him to encounter somebody he could communicate with yet was easy to manipulate. It was only natural to make the best use out of it. Meanwhile, Yi also told him everything she knew without reservation. Although the jade slip he received from the sect master had contained some information on the Spirit Creek battlefield, the situation at the time had been too dire. The sect master also had no idea where he would arrive upon entering the battlefield, so the information he left inside the jade slip had not been detailed. On the contrary, the information he obtained from Yi was much more suitable for his current situation. According to Yi, the Spirit Creek battlefield was an extremely vast area in the shape of a circle. There was only one state which could be further subdivided into 3 major areas. The outermost circle was known as the outer circle, the middle circle was known as the inner circle, and the innermost was known as the core circle. The abundance of the spiritual qi in the world increased the deeper one went into the Spirit Creek battlefield. There were certain special areas as well as mysterious resources that could be found too, such as rare mineral veins and rare spirit fruits. These were the cultivation resources that cultivators fought desperately to obtain. All the major sects in Jianghu had their own bases in the Spirit Creek battlefield. The higher the tier of a sect, the closer their bases were to the center of the battlefield. For example, the bases belonging to the first tier, second tier, and third tier sects were located in the core circle. Meanwhile, the bases of the fourth tier to sixth tier sects were generally scattered around the inner circle. Lastly, the sects in the 7th tier and up occupied the area that made up the outermost circle. Needless to say, the sects on this tier made up for most of the total forces. That was why the outer circle also happened to be the most extensive area. The good news was that Lu Yi was currently located within the outer circle. Be it in terms of spiritual qi density or resource output, this place could not compare with the other 2 places. Hence, it was unlikely that he encountered any particularly powerful Spirit Creek realm master in this place. The bad news was that he did not know the exact location of the Crimson Blood sect's base. The Crimson Blood sect was a 9th tier sect. So, they were definitely somewhere in the outer circle. If he was lucky, the Crimson Blood sect's base was located not too far away from him. If he was unlucky, the Crimson Blood sect's base might be located directly opposite his current location. They might be separated across the entire length of this circular-shaped land. If that were the case, he was bound to pass through the entire Spirit Creek battlefield if he were to move forward according to the battlefield imprint. he would be required to enter the inner circle and the core circle. He just barely had enough strength to protect himself in the outer circle as a first-order Spirit Creek Realm Master. As such, he would surely face a disastrous ending if he had to enter the inner circle and the core circle. There would surely be as many powerful Spirit Creek Realm Masters in those areas as there were clouds in the sky. Hence, the best solution was to take a curved path and travel along the outer circle so as to avoid encountering enemies that were too powerful. The two factions in Jianghu, the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge, were in constant conflict with each other. Many sects had risen and fallen in this war. It could be said that all the cultivators in Jianghu grew up amidst the flames of war and devastation. Basically, the disciples of every sect, regardless of the faction they came from, would be thrown into the Spirit Creek battlefield to hone and train themselves once they reached the Spirit Creek realm. Even so, the gap in power between a First-Order Spirit Creek Realm Master and a Ninth-Order Spirit Creek Realm was simply too great. Even those disciples of the first-tier sects did not have much of an advantage when their cultivation was still low. Therefore, the inner circle and the core circle were not suitable for cultivators with low cultivation to hone their skills. Consequently, a tradition was derived from this situation. All sects would send their disciples with low cultivation to the outer circle. These disciples would hone their skills in the outer circle so as to allow the talents to emerge through competition. It went without saying that the disciples were sent to the outer circle via the Divine Opportunity Column. The Divine Opportunity Column had all sorts of functions after all, one of which was the ability to transport a person to a fixed location. After paying a certain price, the large and medium sects in the core circle and the inner circle would borrow the power of the Divine Opportunity Column to send their disciples with low cultivation to the bases of the allied small sects so that those disciples could gain some experience in the outer circle. In return, these large and medium sects would ensure the safety of these small sects on certain occasions, such as when the bases of these small sects were raided. That was why the relationship between the various sects in Jianghu were fairly close-knitted. Oftentimes, a large sect would offer protection to 10 or more small sects, while a small sect might also be allied with several large sects. After digesting all of this information, Lu Yi finally had a clearer understanding of his current situation. He had to admit that his luck was pretty good. The place he arrived in after the sect master sent him into the Spirit Creek battlefield was located in the outer circle, which gave him a surviving chance in this entire ordeal. As for Green Cloud City, it turned out to be more than one city. The entire Green Cloud Mountain was very big, and there were several cities located at the foot of the mountain. All of these cities were known as Green Cloud City. The city was a gathering of cultivators from all over Jianghu, including cultivators from both the Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge. The city was without a leader. It was a place where cultivators gathered on their own. It was also a place for them to trade and rest. Therefore, it was generally much safer within the city. That reason being that a rash move within the confines of the city could easily cause a huge war between the two factions. There had been several precedents whereby the grievances of one or two people ultimately led to a chaotic battle between several thousands of people. The deaths and casualties were countless. Ever since those incidents, anybody who dared to cause trouble within the city would immediately be besieged to death by the nearby cultivators. That was basically an unwritten rule that almost all of the cultivators within the city abide by. Naturally, if a person had the ability to quietly get rid of somebody else without anybody noticing, then there was nothing for that person to fear. It was just that the cultivators in the outer circle had low cultivation. Who could pull off such a feat? That was undoubtedly good news for Lu Yi. He was only a First-Order Spirit Creek Realm Master who just barely qualified to enter the Spirit Creek battlefield. It wasn't far from the truth to say that he was among the group with the lowest cultivation in this entire battlefield. It would not benefit him in any way to pick a fight with anybody. Following the directions given by Yi, he first crossed a small river and then passed through a rocky forest. After that, he continued onward until he reached the foot of the mountain. An area covering several kilometers stretched out before him. Various buildings of all shapes and sizes dotted the area that appeared in his field of vision. He had arrived at Green Cloud City. Chapter 40 Green Cloud City and the Local Wealthy Man. There were no fixed entrances or exits in Green Cloud City. Lu Yi came down from Green Cloud Mountain, joined the stream of people going in and out of the city, and naturally blended into the crowd. The hustle and bustle of the city washed over him. Cultivators brushed past each other as they came and went on these intricate maze-like streets. He could not believe that so many cultivators could gather together in such a tiny city. After all, he had not even seen a single person on Green Cloud Mountain before. No, I did see a half-person. It was not that strange when he thought about it. No matter the sect, the number of cultivators at the bottom rank would always be the largest. Besides, the outermost part of the Spirit Creek battlefield happened to be where the cultivators at the lowest ranks gathered. He was unable to tell which faction these cultivators belonged to just by looking at their appearances. Nobody would swagger about with information on their origins engraved on their foreheads after all. He couldn't even tell how high or how low the cultivation of these cultivators were. In the beginning he had found it rather strange. The Grand Sky Coalition and the Thousand Demon Ridge were two opposing factions. Their brains had been turned to mush from the countless wars and conflicts. Both sides regarded each other as sworn enemies, so how were the cultivators from both factions able to coexist peacefully? It wasn't until he arrived at this place that he understood the reason. Everybody had no idea which faction the other belonged to. Therefore they could only remain alert toward strangers at best. They could not act out rashly even if they were all clustered together. The cultivators who came and went were dressed in all kinds of colorful clothes, which dazzled him. Some of the women cultivators were dressed so lightly that they exposed a lot of their fair skin. It was truly a beautiful sight to enjoy. I never knew that the atmosphere in Jianghu is so open-minded. This assumption was his misunderstanding. Jianghu was a very large world. The cultures and customs of the people across the land were very different. The customs in some of the places were simply like that. It wasn't as though their manner of dressing light was equivalent to them being open-minded. "Boy, move aside." A deep voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned around to look. What entered his vision was a muscular chest covered in a large mass of black hair. Under his gaze, the two pectoralis major muscles even quivered intentionally. It gave off a feeling of explosive power. He slowly lifted his gaze and saw an unimaginably muscular figure standing behind him. His head only reached up to the other party's chest. In addition, that person had two curved bull horns on his head. Lu Yi couldn't help staring in dumbfounded amazement. Two billowing waves of heat spurted from the nostrils of the burly figure. He looked down at Lu Yi. "You're blocking the way." Thus, Lu Yi hurriedly jumped to the side with one hand pressed against the hilt of his sword. However, his wariness vanished swiftly. That was because a petite girl was standing next to the burly bull-horned man. The key point was that the girl had two furry ears sitting on top of her head. They looked like cat ears. She was probably the burly bull-horned man's companion. Meow! The woman gazed at Lu Yi in amusement and gave a soft cry. She winked at him in an insanely seductive manner. Wow! Lu Yi felt as though flowers were blooming in his heart. Under his reluctant gaze, that burly bull-horned man and the cat-eared woman quickly disappeared into the crowd. "They are demon cultivators that have not completed their transformation." A voice suddenly sounded beside Lu Yi. Lu Yi turned to look in the direction of the voice only to see a chubby figure standing beside him. That person was looking at Lu Yi with a huge smile on his face, and his eyes were slightly squinted from his smile. His clothes were inlaid with gold and jewels. There were also several jade rings on his fingers. He did not look like a cultivator. Rather, he seemed more like a local wealthy man. Demon cultivators? Lu Yi lifted his eyebrows at those words. He had heard of demon cultivators before. The sect master once mentioned that many demon cultivators held a natural physical advantage which made them suitable for entering the body-tempering cultivation faction. There were many sects that would accept these demon cultivators as disciples. It was just that he had never seen a demon cultivator before, so he couldn't help being fascinated when he saw one for the first time. Yes. But their spirit beast characteristics will slowly disappear once their cultivation improves a little more. Buddy, you seem to have an interest in cute and furry spirit cultivators. When the local wealthy man spoke, he reached up and made a gesture above his head with two fingers to indicate ears. Lu Yi hesitated for a moment before he replied, "It's my first time seeing one." "I see. Buddy, you must be a rogue cultivator, right?" The local wealthy man asked with a chuckle. The reason for this inference was mainly that Lu Yi was all on his own. Generally speaking, disciples from a sect would never enter the Spirit Creek battlefield alone. They would definitely travel together with a few of their sect members so that they could take care of each other. Likewise, the two demon cultivators just now were part of the same sect. Lu Yi gave a casual response. I guess. The sect master had warned him that he should never reveal his identity as a disciple of the Crimson Blood sect to anybody, so he would not mention it so carelessly. The local wealthy man let out a sigh. It's not easy to be a rogue cultivator. I was also a rogue cultivator, so I understand your situation very well. He changed the topic and laughed. Buddy, you should visit the Divine Trade Association if you have an interest in cute stuff. As long as you can afford it. Anything can be discussed. Lu Yi replied sternly, you're mistaken. I'm not that kind of person. I understand. The local wealthy man nodded repeatedly. Of course, you can also visit the Divine Trade Association if you are looking to purchase any spirit pills, spirit artifacts, spirit talisman papers, information, maps, or have anything you want to sell. I guarantee that we can meet all your needs, buddy. Lu Yi was puzzled. What does the trade association do? The trade association seemed to cover a wide range of services. Even so, what bothered him most was that the trade association carried the word divine in its name. It seemed rather unusual. The local wealthy man replied, well, it's a trade association. It's basically a business. We do any business that brings in money. All guests from Jianghu are welcomed. We are happy to receive wealth from any party after all. But don't you worry, buddy. The Divine Trade Association might be a big business, but we have always adhered to the principle of playing fair. No matter what kind of customer comes to us to do business, we will treat them equally. We will never treat our customers differently just because of their cultivation. At this point, Lu Yi finally came to his senses. This local wealthy man was a member of the Divine Trade Association. He probably noticed Lu Yi reacting like a countryman who just arrived in a city, so he came over to establish a friendly relationship to see if there were any business opportunities. I'm very poor. Lu Yi shook his head. The local wealthy man chuckled. A dragon will not be satisfied to swim in shallow waters. You have a special look about you, buddy. I'm sure you'll achieve great things in the future. It doesn't matter if you are poor now, there will come a time when you will flourish. Thank you for the auspicious words. Lu Yi nodded. He did not believe that this person had seen anything about him. If his guess was right, this person would say the same thing to any stranger on the road. Thus, he simply took it as a friendly kindness. Buddy, if you wish to visit the trade association, you only need to head in this direction. It is the most eye-catching building there. The local wealthy man gave Lu Yi some directions and cupped his fists. I won't take up any more of your time then. After saying that, he walked away in a carefree manner. After their conversation, Lu Yi became somewhat interested in the Divine Trade Association. It was undeniable that the local wealthy man had struck up a conversation to attract a potential customer, but he had not given Lu Yi any bad feelings from the start until the end. Even when he believed Lu Yi was a rogue cultivator, his manner of speech had been courteous. It was easy for him to leave a good impression on others. I suppose it won't hurt to go and take a look. Lu Yi did not have the financial resources to buy anything, but he had some things on hand that he could sell. Perhaps he could even exchange them for some spirit pills or something at the Divine Trade Association. Be that as it may, he was in no hurry right now. He had just arrived in this city. It was important for him to familiarize himself with the environment and the atmosphere of the cultivation world. Chapter 41 Setting Up a Stall. Green Cloud City was a small city. There were countless cities like this scattered across the entire Spirit Creek battlefield. Cultivators would always need a place to trade and rest. Their spontaneous gathering in one place tended to result in cities like this coming into being. Everything in the city was very messy since nobody was in charge of managing these cities, especially when it came to the buildings. Buildings of various different styles from all over Jianghu stood scattered around in a disorderly manner, making the city look like a smorgasbord. These buildings were built by the cultivators who lived here all year round. There were a lot of cultivation resources that could be found in the nearby Green Cloud Mountain. Moreover, the safety factor was also pretty high. That was why many low-leveled cultivators were drawn to this place, especially those rogue cultivators that belonged to no sect. Every building was a storefront, selling various cultivation resources. There were also restaurants and tea houses among them. Low-leveled cultivators still needed to eat after all. Moreover, they had greater daily needs compared to ordinary people. It was inevitable that there would be these kinds of livelihoods. Lu Yi walked past the shops looking but buying nothing. The main reason was that he had no money to buy anything. Thus, he gradually figured out how the cultivators traded among themselves. He did not know what currency system was used among the common people in Jianghu. However, spirit stones were generally used for transactions between cultivators. That was the currency of the cultivation world. Spirit stones were of great use to cultivators, whether it be during daily cultivation sessions in battle, or even to prepare talisman paper and set up arrays. That was precisely the reason why spirit stones could be used as a standard of measure in the transactions between cultivators. He had never seen a spirit stone before. The third senior brother of the Green Jade sect had placed some spirit stones on the array during the test to determine his level of talent before, but he had not paid any attention to it at the time. Only now did he learn that spirit stones were a kind of semi-translucent crystal approximately the size of a thumbnail. Furthermore, it could be differentiated by the quality of the stones. It might be that the cultivators here were very weak, hence why only low-grade spirit stones were being used. It could be seen from this that there probably also existed high-grade spirit stones that were of better quality. Pharmacies selling the spirit pills used by cultivators were the most commonly found store throughout the city. Since he had no money, he could only browse around. Even so, he was starting to get a grasp on the general prices after visiting so many shops. Aside from the stores that were selling stuff in the city, there was also a street where many rogue cultivators had gathered. These rogue cultivators set up simple stalls by the side of the road and displayed the wares they wanted to sell at their stalls. Anybody could bargain for the items if they took a fancy to anything. As such, this street was incredibly busy. It was livelier than all the other streets he had strolled through today. There were all kinds of things for sale, which made it seem like an open market. He had seen everything he needed to see after strolling through the city for more than half a day. Thus, he decided to find an unmanned spot along the street, sit down cross-legged, took out a few ores from his storage bag and displayed them for sale. He pondered for a moment, then took out a yuan medal or about the size of a fist. It wasn't that he really wanted to sell these ores. Rather, his main purpose was to figure out how much these items were worth. He was hungry after walking around for more than half a day, so he took out some beast meat to eat. Having hunted many beasts previously, he had roasted them all and stored them into his storage bag. It was enough to sustain himself for a few days. While eating, he observed the cultivators coming and going in front of him carefully. A cultivator's strength in terms of cultivation remained a complete mystery to him. He only knew that those who were qualified to enter the Spirit Creek battlefield had to be in the First Order Spirit Creek realm at the very least. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell how high their cultivation was. That was not a good thing. He was bound to get into disputes with other people in the future. Thus, it would be dangerous for him if he had no way to determine the opponent's cultivation. If he happened to encounter a cultivator he could not win against, he might lose his life before he could even try to gauge his opponent's strength. Therefore, he wanted to try and figure out a clue from his observation so that he would have more means of protecting himself in the future. He studied every single cultivator that passed him by extremely carefully but was unable to figure out anything. "Junior brother, what are you looking at?" Lu Ye's abnormal behavior had attracted the attention of the stall owner next to him. That was a female cultivator with a plump figure. She was wearing a deep green dress. That dress had obviously been washed many times, but it was still fairly neat and clean. Her hair was pushed behind her ears, revealing her slender and fair neck. Lu Yi had not paid any attention to her prior to this. Turning to look at her, he was immediately greeted by the sight of an ample bosom. He withdrew his gaze and shook his head. "I wasn't looking at anything." He took a bite of his dry jerky and washed it down with a sip of water. The female cultivator pursed her lips. "You can't be trying to judge their cultivation, right?" He was surprised. "Was it that obvious?" She laughed. "That's because I was just as dumb and foolish as you when I first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield. Turns out everybody has the same idea." He burst into laughter. "It's not easy being a rogue cultivator. There's nobody to guide you and no elder to protect you. You don't even have a place to stay to shelter you from the elements." She was clearly recalling her precious experiences. Sighing, she stopped reminiscing and pointed out, "You won't be able to see anything just by looking with your naked eye." He asked, "What should I do?" "Now that you're in the Spirit Creek realm, you should have enough spiritual power. Why not try using your spiritual power?" He was stunned when he heard those words. Then he secretly scolded himself for being stupid. He tried doing as the female cultivator had instructed and gathered his spiritual power in his eyes. In the next moment, it felt as though he had opened the doors to a whole new world. The cultivators passing by in front of him were enveloped in a layer of light that was invisible to the naked eye. The light flowed around them slowly. It was an indicator of the spiritual power flowing inside their bodies. At a glance, there was not much difference between the light of each individual. However, a closer inspection revealed that there were some subtle differences. The light around some people flowed faster than the others. It was also unmistakably denser. On the other hand, some people were the polar opposite. He understood immediately, the people whose light was denser and flowed faster had higher cultivation, and vice versa. "Do you see it now?" she asked. He nodded repeatedly in response. She said, "If you can enter a sect, you will learn of these things naturally. Unfortunately, rogue cultivators don't have people teaching them. We can only figure it out ourselves." At this time he saw a few strange people. They did not have the slightest bit of light around them, which baffled him greatly. Hence, he asked the female cultivator about them once they were out of earshot. She replied, "That's normal. They have spirit artifacts that can conceal their aura, or they cultivate some kind of secret technique that slows them to conceal their aura. However, the cultivators who appear in this place are weak. They won't have the energy to practice any secret techniques. So, it's probably due to the former reason." "I see." He nodded in understanding. "Let me give you a piece of advice," she said solemnly. "If you ever run into people like them in the future, run as far as you can. The reason being that they definitely come from a powerful background. They are not people rogue cultivators like us can go up against. Also, this method might be able to give a rough estimate of a person's cultivation. It's not an accurate measure. Only when the other party has made their move can you accurately judge their cultivation from the fluctuations in their spiritual power." He gratefully said, "Thank you for your advice, senior sister." After pondering for a moment, he took out a piece of meat from his storage bag and handed it to her. She burst out in a peal of laughter but did not refuse his kind gesture. Reaching out her hand, she took it from him and slowly began to eat. In any case, it was undeniable that the way she ate was much more elegant than his. Chapter 42: The Divine Trade Association. Lu Yi watched the light surrounding the bodies of the cultivators coming and going in front of him for a while. Then he studied the light around himself. Using himself as a comparison, he managed to roughly estimate the cultivation of these cultivators. Generally speaking, there were more cultivators in the second-order Spirit Creek realm and the third-order Spirit Creek realm. On the contrary, there were fewer of those in the first-order Spirit Creek realm, and most of them were rogue cultivators. It was said that anybody was eligible to cultivate in the battlefield as long as they could achieve the first-order Spirit Creek realm. Even so, most sects would wait until their disciples were a little stronger before letting their disciples leave the base, under the prerequisite that they had the spare capacity to afford doing so. In that way, their disciples would have a higher chance of survival. On the other hand, rogue cultivators had nobody to rely on. The battlefield might be dangerous, but it was filled with opportunities at every corner. They had to start working as soon as possible if they wanted to live in comfort. That was similar to the disparity between a child from a poor family and a child from a rich family. There were also some in the fourth-order Spirit Creek realm, but their numbers were not large. There were usually only 1 or 2 out of dozens of cultivators. Lu Yi even saw somebody who seemed to be in the fifth-order Spirit Creek realm. That person's perception was very keen. He turned to glare at Lu Yi the moment Lu Yi laid eyes on him. Those scarlet eyes of his looked like a pair of beastly eyes, and they gave off an extremely oppressive feeling that gave Lu Yi chills all over his body. After a series of observations, Lu Yi formed a rough spectrum in his mind. He thought back to Manager Yang and Zhou Qing, whom he had killed back in the mines. At the time, he only knew that their cultivation was not that great. He did not know their exact cultivation level. Looking at it now, Manager Yang was probably in the third-order Spirit Creek realm. Zhou Qing, on the other hand, was in the second-order Spirit Creek realm at most. The first had been affected by the Yuan metal force field and could not bring out his spiritual power as a result. The other had been severely injured, which gave Lu Yi an advantage. Both their graves were probably overgrown with weeds by now. Lu Yi did not know if it was merely his imagination. Nevertheless, he had the feeling that the light around his body seemed much clearer than most in the First Order Spirit Creek realm. While he was absorbed in his observations, somebody suddenly crouched down in front of him. That person picked up one of the mineral ores he had placed on display and asked, "How much are you selling this for?" How could he know the market price of this item? He had simply placed these ores on display to gain an understanding of their value. Therefore he had prepared his speech in advance. "Name your price. I'll sell it to you if the price is suitable." At the same time, Lu Yi checked the other party's cultivation. Judging by the light around that person's body, he seemed to be in the Second Order Spirit Creek realm. However, his aura seemed to be much more turbid compared to the others. Then the realization abruptly dawned on Lu Yi. Could this be what the sect master mentioned before regarding the spiritual power turning cloudy? If that's the case, that means this person in front of me has consumed too many spirit pills recently and accumulated too much pill poison as a result. That person came up with a number. 2 spirit stones. Scram. Lu Yi did not know the worth of his mineral ores, but he was certain that this person only approached him with the intention to try and take advantage of him. Therefore, there was no need for him to think too much about it. That person wasn't annoyed either. He only came to see if he could take advantage of the situation after seeing how airhead Lu Yi looked. He did not want to make enemies with Lu Yi for no reason. Thus, he placed the mineral ore back down and left upon confirming with his own eyes that Lu Yi was not somebody he could take advantage of. Afterward, a number of people approached Lu Yi in succession to ask about the price. Lu Yi asked all of them to name their price, but there was no successful transaction. What bothered him was that the yuan metal ore received the most queries. The price offered for the yuan metal ore was also the highest. The highest price offered was 20 spirit stones. Moreover, it was offered by a cultivator in the Fourth Order Spirit Creek realm. Looks like these items are pretty valuable after all. No wonder both Manager Yang and Zhou Cheng had abused their authority to secretly keep some for themselves. Items of such value are considerably significant assets for cultivators of their level after all. Although Lu Yi did not carry out any transactions, the items sold at the female cultivator's stall next to him kept dwindling. She was selling the herbs that she had harvested from Green Cloud Mountain herself. It was very well received, so it sold out in just half a day. As she packed up her things and prepared to leave, she asked him a question. "Are you trying to figure out the value of these mineral ores?" She had been watching him for half a day. How could she not have guessed his intentions by now? "Yes." He nodded. "Do you know the value of these items, senior sister?" She shook her head. "I don't have much knowledge regarding mineral ores. I don't even recognize these stones of yours, so I don't know how much these are worth. You should head to the Divine Trade Association if you really want to sell them. Their purchase price might be slightly lower than the normal price, but they are generally considered quite fair. The main reason is that the cultivators here are not wealthy. It's not a problem if you are only selling some smaller items. Unfortunately, not many people have the means to purchase that yuan metal ore of yours. The price they can offer won't get much higher than that." Lu Yi had also noticed this problem. It was just that he had no real plans to sell his mineral ores in this place. Thus, he readily accepted her good advice after listening to what she said. "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I wish you the best of luck." The female cultivator smiled gently at Lu Yi. Then she took a few steps and disappeared into the crowd. Not long after the female cultivator, Lu Yi packed up his stall. He did not set up a stall here to sell anything. His main purpose had been to observe the passing cultivators in a more convenient manner and figure out a way to judge their cultivation. Now that he had achieved his purpose under the guidance of that female cultivator, there was no need for him to waste his time here any longer. 15 minutes later, he stood outside a huge circular building and looked up. A building like this definitely stood out as an eye-catching symbol amidst the chaotic and disordered structure of the city. This was the Divine Trade Association. Just the building itself revealed its deep heritage and extensive financial resources. The trade association's plaque hung above the main door. The open doors looked like the mouth of a beast with countless cultivators coming and going through those doors. A pair of golden couplets hung on both sides of the door. The words, "All customers from Jianghu are welcomed," were written on the left, and the words, "Happy to accept all kinds of wealth," were written on the right. Meanwhile, a horizontal scroll with the words, "A home away from home," hung between the two couplets. he followed the moving crowd and entered the hall. Strangely, the hall was extremely quiet even though many cultivators came and went through the doors. A good-looking and slim-bodied female cultivator immediately walked up to him and gave a polite bow in greeting. "Hello, senior brother." He returned the bow but couldn't stop himself from glancing up at the furry pair of ears sticking out of the top of her head. This was another demon cultivator. Moreover, she was a demon cultivator who had yet to complete her transformation. According to the chubby cultivator from before, the spirit beast characteristics would gradually disappear as the cultivation of these demon cultivators became more advanced. They would eventually look no different from ordinary people. Therefore, it wasn't surprising to see many demon cultivators sporting the characteristics of spirit beasts in this place since the cultivators here did not have very high cultivation. Despite noticing Lu Ye's gaze, the female demon cultivator seemed used to it and did not react strangely to his gaze. She simply asked in a gentle voice, "Senior brother, are you here to buy or sell? Or perhaps to browse around? Seems like each choice will be received differently." He calmed down and said, "To sell." She smiled brilliantly and stretched out her hand in a certain direction. "Senior brother, please come this way." He walked in the direction she indicated. There seemed to be many separated compartments in that direction, and he could vaguely see people sitting inside of those compartments while carrying out business negotiations. Chapter 43, Making a Sale? A short while later, Lu Yi sat in one of the compartments with several screens surrounding him to block out prying eyes. The female demon cultivator from before was nowhere to be seen. However, she had asked him to wait here before she left. She also informed him that somebody in charge would soon come to do business with him. If he had any other instructions, he could simply shake the bell placed by the side and somebody would attend to his needs immediately. There was a pot of tea on the table. Thus, he poured himself a cup. He immediately made a surprised expression after taking a sip of the tea. That was because the tea did not seem to be just any ordinary tea. The tea contained some spiritual power. It might not be much, but it was definitely there. This discovery made him even more aware of the Divine Trade Association's extensive financial resources. This was simply the tea they prepared for their guests. Heaven knows how much tea was consumed in a day. They would not be able to afford something like this without deep pockets. Hence, he began gulping the tea down greedily. Nobody came to greet him even after he finished one pot of tea. Fortunately, he was in no rush. He simply rang the bell placed next to him gently. A maid from the Divine Trade Association immediately walked into the compartment. "How may I help you?" He pointed to the empty pot on the table. "A refill, please." The maid seemed taken aback for a moment, but she came back to her senses quickly and instantly understood what he meant by a refill. Pursing her lips in a smile, she picked up the empty pot and walked out. A short while later, she returned with another pot of spirit tea and placed it down gently. "Please enjoy." It wasn't until he drank 3 pots of tea that a woman walked into the compartment. By then he was so full that he was hiccuping. "I apologize for the long wait. It's a pleasure to meet you, fellow cultivator. My name is Lu Ruyin." A faint but lingering fragrance immediately tickled his nose. Then he looked at the woman who had just walked in. She was dressed very lightly, exposing a great deal of snow-white skin. Combined with her soft and smooth voice, the atmosphere in the tiny compartment immediately became somewhat ambiguous. "It's fine." He nodded at her. The woman named Lu Ruyin pulled out a chair opposite him and sat down. After that, she picked up the teapot and personally poured a cup of tea for him. Her body leaned forward greatly, revealing the seductive arcing outline of her entire back. The snow-white bosom that peeked out from her open neckline jiggled slightly with the movement, causing him to feel dizzy from the sight. He hurriedly took a gulp of tea to suppress his shock. He had checked her aura when she walked in just now. According to his speculation, she was in the third-order Spirit Creek realm. It was just that her aura was rather cloudy. It would seem that she was the type to consume spirit pills frequently while cultivating. Putting down the teapot, she asked, "So, what do you intend to sell?" In response, he took out the mineral ores he planned to sell from his storage bag, but did not take them out all at once. It was his first time engaging with the Divine Trade Association, and he was not yet familiar with the business ethics of this trade association. What he brought out were the mineral ores he had put on display at his stall previously. Various mineral ores were placed in front of her. She randomly picked one up and studied it for a moment before nodding slightly. This piece of scarlet eye iron is of a good quality. It's a pity it's slightly on the smaller side. It could have been refined into a long sword if it were just a little bigger. Her eyes lit up when she picked up the second piece of ore. This star moonstone is amazing. It has very few impurities. Afterwards she picked up the third piece of ore. Lu Yi learned what it meant by professionalism when he watched her. This woman named Lu Ruyin was extremely familiar with all of the mineral ores he had placed in front of her. All her comments were to the point, even though he didn't understand much of what she said. Finally she picked up the yuan metal ore with a smile lifting the corner of her lips. This is rarely seen in the outer circle of the battlefield. It will fetch a good price. She placed the yuan metal ore down and looked straight at him. The trade association can offer you a price of 55 spirit stones for all of these. If you find the price suitable, we can complete the trade immediately. Thanks to the results from his observations at the market earlier, he roughly understood the purchasing power of 55 spirit stones. Besides, the price was within his expected range. Many people had offered him a price with the intention of taking advantage of him when he set up his stall previously. Nevertheless, he had gotten a general idea of the estimated value of his mineral ores from their offers. It could be said that his estimation was not too far off from the offer Lu Ruyin had given him. He furrowed his eyebrows slightly. It's a little low. She laughed. It's only natural for the price to be slightly lower than if you peddled them off separately on your own. But it saves you a lot of time and effort, right? Moreover, the trade association is a big business with many mouths to feed. You have to give us a little room to make a profit. Up the price a little more. She lifted a hand and rubbed her temples as though she was experiencing a headache. However, her outstandingly good looks made her look even more charming instead. All right then. Since you are so sincere in making this sale, I will add 4 more spirit stones. But you must not try to bargain any further. Otherwise, I will need to pay out of my own pocket just to facilitate this business transaction. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, acting as though she had been bullied or something. It stood to reason that he did not believe her. Even so, judging by her appearance, he knew that the price would not increase any further. Therefore he said, "Okay." She immediately broke out into a brilliant smile. "How would you like to receive your payment? Would you like your payment in spirit stones or spirit pills?" "How much do you charge for your spirit pills?" he asked. He was a little surprised to learn that he could receive spirit pills as payment. It just so happened that he had planned to use these spirit stones to purchase spirit pills later. After giving it some thought, he realized that many low-leveled cultivators would probably do the same. Therefore, providing this payment method would undoubtedly help the Divine Trade Association save on one extra procedure. One bottle of 9 spirit-restoring pills is worth 10 spirit stones. He frowned at those words. Don't try to trick me. They sell 1 spirit pill for 1 spirit stone on the streets. Why are your goods more expensive? She explained, although they are all the same spirit-restoring pills, the quality of the spirit pills produced by each pill cultivator is different. All the pill cultivators who refine the spirit-restoring pills for the trade association are highly skilled cultivators. They are incomparable to the pill cultivators you can find on the streets. If you don't believe me, you can buy some to compare their quality for yourself. You will immediately see the difference. What's more, if there were any problems with the spirit-restoring pills sold by the trade association, there wouldn't be so many cultivators who would come to the trade association to buy them anymore. He nodded. There is some truth to what you said. All right then, please give me 5 bottles of spirit pills and give me the remaining payment in spirit stones. Okay. She nodded and got up. Please wait for a moment. She turned around with a twist of her waist and left the compartment. Returning a short while later, she placed 5 bottles and 4 spirit stones in front of him. These are your goods. Upon receiving both his money and his goods, he put them away into his storage bag. Before he could stand up, she spoke up suddenly. It's getting late. Do you have a place to stay for the night? When she asked that question, he abruptly realized something. There was no accommodation similar to inns in this city. At least he had not seen any. Seeing the expression on his face, she immediately understood what he was thinking about. She said, the 3rd floor and above of the trade association serves as an inn. It only costs 1 spirit stone per night. It is guaranteed that you won't be disturbed at all, whether you want to rest or cultivate. Also, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, we can also satisfy you if you have other needs. You only need to inform the person in charge there. I'm not that kind of person, he replied sternly. At the same time he was secretly shocked. The Divine Trade Association really does carry out all kinds of business. Having met many people like him before, she simply pretended not to have heard him. She seductively murmured, I finish work at 11 p.m. If you would like for me to service you, you only need to inform somebody in charge to call for me when I finish work. He was feeling a little exasperated. I'm not that kind of person. A short while later, Lu Ruyin watched Lu Ye's departing figure. The smile on her face vanished and she angrily muttered, stingy man. Under general circumstances, a cultivator would give a small reward of 1 or 2 spirit stones if they successfully carried out a large transaction. Especially after Lu Ruyin had increased the purchase price for Lu Yi. That was an unwritten rule. Unfortunately, it was Lu Ye's first time doing business here. It was only natural that he did not know he had to give a reward. Chapter 44 I'm back again. There were many people in the trade association like Lu Ruyin who were responsible for facilitating trade with the cultivators. Although they received a fixed salary every month, it was not high enough to meet their cultivation needs. Therefore, the rewards they received were one of their additional sources of income. Needless to say, the willingness to use their bodies to serve customers like how Lu Ruyin offered was also a kind of additional source of income. Most of the workers in the trade association used to be rogue cultivators. They had been impoverished before entering the trade association, so they understood the cruelty and difficulty to survive in the cultivation world better than any other cultivator. Therefore, providing personal services to a guest was not something they deemed unacceptable. It was simply something they were forced to do in life. Lu Yi sighed as he walked out of the Divine Trade Association. He had originally planned to ask if he could sell those storage bags in his possession. However, Lu Ruyin's actions flustered him so badly that he had forgotten about it. It wasn't good to return immediately, so he could only wait until next time. He originally planned to set off for the Crimson Blood Sect's base, but it would seem that there was no need for him to be so eager. He had some good stuff on hand. It would only be right to digest them fully and transform them into his cultivation. The higher his cultivation, the safer his journey after all. As for staying at the Divine Trade Association, he didn't even bother to consider the option since he was currently strapped for cash. While the price of 1 spirit stone per night did not sound high, it would turn into a huge expense if he stayed there for many days. He still had 4 spirit stones in his possession. Relying on his memory during the day, he came to a spirit pill shop and spent 2 spirit stones to purchase 2 spirit restoring pills. Afterward, he returned to the street where he had set up his stall during the day. Taking out a few more mineral ores from his storage bag, he put them on display and sat down cross-legged. Then he took out another spirit stone. It was his first time getting his hands on a spirit stone. It was something that could help with his cultivation. He had already tried cultivating by consuming spirit pills, so now he wanted to cultivate using spirit stones. He wanted to compare between these two methods to see how efficient cultivating using spirit stones was. If the efficiency wasn't too bad, then there was no need for him to exchange his spirit stones for spirit pills in the future. Although he had never cultivated using a spirit stone before, he had seen others doing it. He noticed many owners of the stalls around him cultivating with a spirit stone in hand while carrying out business. They looked very leisurely doing so. Hence, he mimicked their actions and discovered one of the benefits of cultivating with a spirit stone: he could stop cultivating at any time. When consuming spirit pills, the pill power would dissolve in his abdomen. If he did not guide the pill power in time, it would cause the pill power to build up inside his body. On the contrary, it was different when he cultivated using spirit stones. There was no adverse effect if his cultivation was interrupted partway. This street was still very lively at night. Cultivators would approach Lu Yi to ask about his wares from time to time. He handled it just like how he did during the day, but unexpectedly completed a transaction this time. He sold one of the ores for 5 spirit stones. When daybreak came, he stopped cultivating and opened his palm to gaze at the spirit stone happily. It had only been reduced by a bit. However, he frowned slightly when he saw how much spiritual power had increased in his 10th spiritual point. After experimenting for the whole night, he came to several conclusions. Using spirit stones to cultivate was safer than using spirit pills. For one, he could stop cultivating at any moment. For another, there were no hidden dangers attached to cultivating with spirit stones. On this point, it was similar to absorbing the spiritual chi from the surroundings. Unfortunately, the efficiency was far inferior compared to consuming spirit pills. It might have something to do with his talent, which made it difficult for him to guide the spiritual chi into his body. He felt that it would take him several days of cultivating without sleep just to finish one spirit stone at his current cultivation efficiency. The other cultivators might be more efficient at this, but it was still not as effective as consuming spirit pills. As for the cost performance, the value of a spirit stone was more or less equivalent to a spirit-restoring pill. The increase in spiritual power after using up a spirit stone was no different from the increase in spiritual power after consuming a spirit pill. For that reason, their cost performance was about the same. After experimenting around this time, he finally understood why other people would exchange their spirit stones for spirit pills when cultivating. Consuming spirit pills were higher in terms of efficiency, so it was only natural that this method was popular with everybody. As the sky brightened, he packed up his stall and left the city. Since he was not willing to waste his money on accommodation at the Divine Trade Association, he could only search for another place to stay. He planned to return to the cave on Green Cloud Mountain where he used to stay. That place was fairly safe, so he would not be disturbed in the middle of his cultivation. The main reason he did not leave last night was that traveling at night wasn't safe. Before he left, he spent another 2 spirit stones to purchase plenty of food supplies. It was very time-consuming to hunt in the mountains. Besides, there were not many beasts left in that area. He did an inventory of all his current assets. He currently had 47 spirit-restoring pills, 5 low-grade spirit stones, nearly 30 spirit talisman papers, 6 healing pills, and approximately 30 yuan metal ores of various sizes. He also had some mineral ores that he did not know the names of and 4 sets of clothing. Compared to the time when he first entered the Spirit Creek battlefield, his assets remained almost the same, but his cultivation had greatly improved. He believed that he could advance several orders in the Spirit Creek realm if he could turn everything in his possession into his strength. It was just that things like this should not be done in a rush. It would be better if he took his time to figure it out. There were many cultivators coming and going from the city. Most of them traveled in groups, but there were also some lone wolves like Lu Yi. These people were usually the rogue cultivators with no loving family or support. It was dawn when Lu Yi left the city. He inevitably had to be more careful in his actions since he was traveling alone. He ran all the way without stopping after successfully entering Green Cloud Mountain. In the meantime, he also deliberately circled around several times just to make sure nobody was tailing him. Only then did he proceed along the path to get off the mountain. Before noon he arrived back at the cave he used to live in. To his surprise, there was movement inside the cave. He carefully inched his way inside while holding a spirit talisman paper at the ready in his hands. When he took in the sight that greeted him, he was so furious that he nearly turned his nose crooked. A snow-white figure was sprawled upon the ground inside the cave, sleeping deeply. Who else could it be but the tiger? Yi floated out from the tiger's head. The atmosphere became extremely awkward when they met each other's eyes. "Why are you in my home?" Lu Yi questioned. Yi also asked, "Didn't you leave?" "I came back again." A short while later, that sturdy figure of the tiger slinked out of the cave. Then it turned around and let out a roar in Lu Ye's direction. Yi remained floating above the tiger's head, gnashing her teeth in absolute fury. "Big fat liar. Untrustworthy. Get out." Lu Ye's shout came from inside the cave. After driving the spirit and the tiger who had taken over his home away, Lu Yi ate something before entering the state of cultivation. He first took out the 2 spirit-restoring pills that he had spent 2 spirit stones to purchase and swallowed one of them. Once the pill power dissolved in his abdomen, he guided the spiritual power into his spiritual point. His 10th spiritual point slowly began to pool with spiritual power. When the pill power of the spirit-restoring pill was spent, he opened his eyes. He had discovered a problem. The medical efficacy of the spirit-restoring pill he had bought in the city was not as good as the ones the sect master had given him. The difference was not huge, but the gap was there. He could infer this point just by looking at the spiritual power accumulated in his spiritual point. Nevertheless, he did not stop. He took the other spirit-restoring pill and became more certain of his previous conjecture when the pill power was completely spent. Afterward, he took out the spirit-restoring pills he obtained from the Divine Trade Association and consumed one. Following a series of comparisons, he finally came to a conclusion. Lu Ruyin had not lied to him. The spirit-restoring pills from the Divine Trade Association were indeed better than the ones sold outside. It was similar to the ones the sect master had given him. From this point of view, he had not wasted his money on the purchase. He had to go to the Divine Trade Association if he wanted to purchase more spirit-restoring pills. At the very least, the quality was guaranteed. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.